Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting wandered on the street, then noticed Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua by accident in a nearby restaurant. Gu Ning had doubts that they might be practicing their inner discipline, so she wanted to find out more about them. Therefore Gu Ning said to Leng Xiaoting, I think the man and the woman over there could be those who are practicing their inner discipline. Why don't we go have a seat with them to see if we can find out more about them? Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was surprised. They had just met another man of the evil practice yesterday, and they met those who were practicing inner discipline today.
Leng Xiaoting trusted Gu Ning.
Since Gu Ning thought it was very likely, he believed so. No problem, Leng Xiaoting said. Afterwards, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting walked into the restaurant. The table next to Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua was vacant, so Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting sat there. Once they walked inside, Dongfang Ziyu saw them and recognized them. However, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting pretended that they didn't see them and ordered 2 cups of coffee. Dongfang Ziyu was attracted to Leng Xiaoting's outstanding appearance like every normal woman, but she did nothing to bother him. Ziyu, look at the young man at the next table. He's even more handsome than Bailey Zongyang. He also has an air of power and nobility. I guess he must be a member of the high society in this world, Wu Shunhua said all of a sudden. Ads by Pub Future. Although Leng Xiaoting was much more attractive than him, Wu Shunhua wasn't jealous of him. He wasn't a mean person after all. Wu Shunhua didn't say it loudly, but Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning were still able to hear it. Gu Ning immediately verified that they came from the cultivation world, because only people from the cultivation world would differentiate themselves from common human beings. The person named Bailey Zongyang that he just mentioned must be a member of the cultivation world too. Yeah, he indeed is more handsome than Bailey Zongyang, but unfortunately he's just a common human, Dongfang Ziyu said. They were totally different from common humans. In their eyes, a common human was inferior to them no matter how powerful or rich he was. Just like how gods and goddesses looked at common human beings, they all believed that they were superior to them. Oh right, why don't you like Bailey Zongyang? I think he's a quality man, Wu Shunhua asked. The Bailey family was one of the 4 dominant families in the cultivation world, and it was actually more influential than the Dongfang family. Bailey Zongyang was universally acknowledged as an outstandingly handsome young man, and he was also the sole heir of the Bailey family. Countless women were attracted to him. Nevertheless, Bailey Zongyang only liked Dongfang Ziyu, but Dongfang Ziyu didn't like him, which Wu Shunhua couldn't understand. Well, I simply don't like him no matter how understanding he is. In addition, he chases me just because he thinks that I'm the only woman who matches him. He doesn't really like me and he's a self-centered person, Dongfang Ziyu said. Alright, let's go now. Dongfang Ziyu didn't want to talk about it. In fact, she did admire Bailey Zongyang before, because he was too outstanding to be ignored in the cultivation world. However, when she found out the real reason why he chose her, she didn't like him anymore. Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua left after they finished their meal, while Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting's coffee was just placed on the table. Shall we follow them? Leng Xiaoting asked. Ads by Pub Future. No need. We'll see them again at the auction tomorrow, Gu Ning said. Since they weren't common humans, it wouldn't be easy to follow them without being found out. That being the case, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting enjoyed their coffee in the restaurant. Because of Leng Xiaoting's outstanding appearance, many girls paid attention to him, but none of them came over to strike up a conversation with him, so Gu Ning didn't mind it. After finishing their coffee, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting went back to the hotel. Gu Ning received Master Leng's call on the way. Hi girl Gu. How are you doing in Burma? Is Xiaoting taking good care of you? Master Leng said the second Gu Ning answered his call. Gu Ning felt touched that Master Leng cared about her. Grandpa Leng, I'm well, and Xiaoting is taking good care of me. We're good in Burma, Gu Ning said. Great. Master Leng laughed with happiness. Leng Xiaoting felt a little upset that Master Leng only cared about Gu Ning and didn't ask about him, but at the same time, he also felt happy that his grandfather liked his girlfriend. After hanging up the call with Master Leng, Gu Ning joked, Are you jealous of me? Leng Xiaoting squeezed Gu Ning's hand. Not at all. In Leng Xiaoting's eyes, Gu Gu Ning was more important than himself. Gu Ning beamed and said nothing. In the capital, Master Long called Tang Haifeng next. Tang Haifeng was having a walk in the yard when his phone rang. He was surprised to see the caller's name. He thought that Master Long must have found out about Gu Ning's relationship with Lung Xiaoting, and wondered what Master Long would say about it. Ads by Pub Future. Although Tang Haifeng didn't think that Gu Ning was inferior to Lung Xiaoting, it was about his granddaughter's future happiness, so he was still slightly worried. Tang Haifeng picked up the call a few seconds later. He was worried but didn't show it in his voice at all. "Hi Master Lung, what a surprise," Tang Haifeng said. "Hi Tang. What didn't you tell me earlier that your granddaughter is my grandson's girlfriend?" Master Lung complained. "Do you know how terrible it felt when I was worried that my grandson would stay single forever? Do you think my grandson isn't qualified to marry your granddaughter?" Master Lung sounded a little annoyed, but he actually wasn't. Tang Haifeng understood it very well, so he wasn't displeased at all. Instead, he was relieved and excited. He didn't believe that Lung Xiaoting would stay single forever, because countless women wanted to marry him. Leng Weihua only said that because he thought that Gu Ning was very important. "Master Lung, it isn't my fault. I always thought that you were aware of it," Tang Haifeng said. Hearing that, Master Lung complained again. "Well, Xiaoting totally forgot me when he had a girlfriend. All right, since he has found himself a great girl, I can forgive him. To be honest with you, I already regard Ningning as my granddaughter-in-law, but she hasn't reached the age of consent yet. I wish they could get married right now. Tang, why don't we let them get engaged first?" Tang Haifeng was surprised to know that Leng Weihua was so satisfied with Gu Ning. They had talked about the engagement before and he approved of it too. "We like Xiaoting very much as well. Since they're deeply in love with each other, I think we can gather together someday to have a serious discussion about it. What do you think?" Tang Haifeng asked. Both of them couldn't wait.
Grat.
Leng Weihua agreed. "I'll fly to City B, and we can talk about it then." Leng Weihua planned to visit the Tang family in person. "See you," Tang Haifeng said with happiness. If Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting were going to be engaged, the Lung family should visit the Tang family to make the proposal. It was the custom. After that, they hung up the pleasant call. Tang Haifeng then talked about it with Tang Yunhang and his wife. Tang Yunfan and Gu Man were still on their honeymoon, so they didn't interrupt them. They would be back home the day after tomorrow anyway. Tang Yunhang and his wife were also supportive, because they knew a happy marriage required the elders' approval. Leng Weihua, on the other hand, kept it a secret from the other members of the Lung family. He was the most important figure in the Lung family, and Leng Xiaoting didn't get along with the other members of the family, so there was no need for him to share the news with them. He decided to visit the Tang family with Leng Yuanjin's family at that time. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting had no idea that their grandfathers were planning to settle their engagement. The auction was held on the third day. The bids were closed yesterday and the day before yesterday, but they were all open that day. Bidders all gathered in the hall for the auction, and the jade would be sold to the highest bidder. There were two kinds of jade raw materials which were put out for the open bid. One was a complete jade raw material while the other was partially cut jade raw material. It relied on a person's luck and skills to win money by bidding for the complete jade raw materials. As for the partially cut jade raw materials, there was a window which showed green on them, which meant it was highly possible to cut out jade from it. The results of the open bids would be revealed at the site. The winners of the jade raw materials also needed to get a clearance certificate to move them home. Without a clearance certificate, it would be illegal. The auction would begin at 12 p.m., but people all arrived at 10 a.m. There were 100 jade raw materials in all, and they were directly placed in the hall for bidders to have a close look. Gu Ning had jade eyes, so she was able to see whether there was jade in them at a glance. Each of the bidders had to register first, then got a bidding paddle for the auction. Although only Gu Ning would attend the auction, Leng Xiaoting and the others also registered. Nobody could have a seat without registration, and standing in the hall wasn't allowed. Bidders without an invitation letter were classified as common guests. and they could only have seats at the rear rows. When Gu Ning and her friends came to register, they met Qi Ziyue and his friends. Qi Ziyue and Tang Yixin didn't dare show any dislike towards Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting this time, but Ayumi Yamaguchi and Shoyuta Minamino were still unkind. "Hi Lord Leng, it's so nice to meet you. I'm the marketing director of the Tang organization Qi Ziyue. I'm sorry that I didn't realize it was you until yesterday." Qi Ziyue greeted Leng Xiaoting on his own initiative. Leng Xiaoting, however, only gave him a glance and said nothing. He remembered that Gu Ning's master was Tang Aining, who held a grudge against the Tang family and Qi Ziyue, so he had no good impression of them. He understood that Gu Ning was going to pay the Tang family and Qi Ziyue back. Qi Ziyue felt utterly embarrassed when Leng Xiaoting ignored him. He didn't expect that Leng Xiaoting would directly ignore him, but even though he was mad, he didn't vent his anger. Tang Yixin wanted to greet Leng Xiaoting too, but gave the idea up after Leng Xiaoting ignored Qi Ziyue. If there was another man who dared to ignore Qi Ziyue, she would argue with him, but she admired Leng Xiaoting, so she did nothing about it. Besides, she had also heard of Leng Xiaoting's cold character, so it wasn't strange that Qi Ziyue was ignored. Ayumi Yamaguchi instead mocked Leng Xiaoting because she wasn't aware of his family background. "How could you be so rude? Didn't you hear Ziyue's greeting?" Hearing that, Qi Ziyue was scared and interrupted Ayumi Yamaguchi at once. "Miss Yamaguchi, it's not a big deal." He said it in a hurry, so it sounded as if he was criticizing her. He clearly knew that Leng Xiaoting wasn't someone that Ayumi Yamaguchi and Shoyuta Minamino could mess with. Although the Minamino family was very influential in Country R, it wasn't the most powerful family, while the Leng family was the most powerful family in this country. Ayumi Yamaguchi was angry when Qi Ziyue didn't side with her. How? Shoyuta Minamino, however, realized that something wasn't right. Not only was Qi Ziyue quite respectful of this young man, but he was also nervous when Ayumi Yamaguchi interrupted them. It all proved that this young man wasn't an ordinary man. Ayumi, calmed down. Although Shoyuta Minamino liked Ayumi Yamaguchi, and he tolerated her bad temper most of the time, it didn't mean that he would allow her to cause trouble. Hearing Shoyuta Minamino's warning, Ayumi Yamaguchi curbed her anger. "Lord Leng, I'm sorry. Miss Yamaguchi is a foreigner, and she doesn't know much about the situation here. Please don't mind it." Qi Ziyue apologized to Leng Xiaoting at once. Leng Xiaoting remained silent and ignored him. He never liked people from Country R. Besides, from the beginning to the end, the two people from Country R kept causing them trouble. Gu Ning said to Leng Xiaoting at this time, "Let's go now." "Great," Leng Xiaoting said, then left with Gu Ning. When they walked away, Zi Beiing gave Ayumi Yamaguchi a glance of disdain and said, "Don't think you're superior to others, otherwise you will probably be killed without any hints." After that, she turned around with pride. Even if they didn't dare to annoy Leng Xiaoting, they couldn't afford the result if Zi Beiing was mad. Leng Xiaoting couldn't kill anybody he wanted to, but Zi Beiing could. It was super easy for a powerful munitioner to get rid of an enemy in Southeast Asia. Ayumi Yamaguchi was angry when Zi Beiing said that to her face. "Ziyue, who are they?" Once Gu Ning and the others were gone, Shoyuta Minamino asked Qi Ziyue. "Lord Leng is the eldest grandson of the Leng family in the capital, and he's also the youngest major general in the military," Qi Ziyue said. "What?" Hearing that, both Ayumi Yamaguchi and Shoyuta Minamino were shocked. They had heard of the number one family in the capital, and a major general was a very high level in the army. They were astonished by Leng Xiaoting's social status. "Miss Yamaguchi, please forgive me for being a little rude just then," Qi Ziyue said. "It's fine," Shoyuta Minamino said. He felt lucky that Qi Ziyue had stopped Ayumi Yamaguchi in time. Even though Shoyuta Minamino's family was very influential in Country R, he knew that he shouldn't offend the most powerful family in this country. Ayumi Yamaguchi at the same time felt quite regretful. Her family wasn't better than the Minamino family in Country R, so she absolutely had no intention to offend the Leng family. A short while later, Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua came. In the hall, all the people who were interested in jade raw materials were present. The hall was very large and could accommodate about 2,000 people. Gu Ning left with Lung Xiaoting and the others and went to find their seats. The seats were divided into 4 areas, A, B, C, and D. Area A was VVIP area. Area B was VIP area, while both Area C and Area D were for common guests. Gu Ning came here as the boss of Colorful Jade Provider, which was an influential jade company in Citytung, so she had a seat in Area A. Zi Beiying and the others sat in the same area with her. In order of arrival, they sat in the back rows of Area A, which didn't actually matter. Qi Ziyue and other people had seats in Area A as well, but they went to see the partially cut jade raw materials once they entered the hall. Although they didn't know much about jade, they were interested in it. Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua didn't have an invitation letter, so they sat in Area D. The auction would begin in 20 minutes, and many people began to sit in their seats. When Zhao Yefeng noticed Gu Ning, he walked towards her. "Hi, Miss Gu. Why aren't you going to look at the jade raw materials?"
Gu Ning smiled.
"I don't think it's necessary." Hearing that, Zhao Yefeng smiled too. He understood that it was easy for Gu Ning to get jade of high quality given her unbelievable ability. Afterwards, Zhao Yefeng went back to his seat in Area B. All the guests went back to their seats when it neared 12 p.m. Qi Ziyue and the others walked to Area A. None of them dared to be unkind to Gu Ning and her friends now. At 12 p.m. the auction began. On the stage, a beautiful young woman walked out in a red gown and her beauty stunned many people. "Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to today's annual jade auction in Burma. Now please allow me to introduce the rules." The hostess simply introduced the rules of the auction to the audience. In fact, the rules weren't complicated. Alright, today's auction begins. Once the hostess made the announcement, all the information of jade raw material number 1 was shown on the big screen behind her. This jade raw material had a window of green on it, so it was obviously expensive. It was about 83 kilograms, and the exposed jade was the best old pit glass jade. Because the diameter of the window was just as large as that of an ordinary cup, bidders couldn't know the type, size, or quality of the jade inside. However, it was very easy for Gu Ning to find out with the help of her jade eyes. In the jade raw material number 1, there was a piece of jade of old pit glass type. Moreover, it was very large and accounted for 2/3 of the jade raw material. Its opening bid was $1 million, and the bid increment couldn't be less than $500,000. According to the size of the jade in it, Gu Ning thought that its price should be around 500 million yuan. However, because it was a partially cut jade raw material, other bidders might stop bidding when the price reached 200 million yuan, which was nearly $30 million. They didn't know whether there was really jade inside, so it was highly risky. In most cases, the outer layer of a jade raw material could be very thick, so people tended to believe that the jade in it was small. Anyway, it was rare to see a bid of over 300 million yuan. $2 million. $2.5 million. $3 million. $20 million. Before long, the price reached $20 million, and the bidder was Dongfang Ziyu. Although she didn't know how large the jade was in it, she wanted to have a try because it was a jade raw material of high quality. After the price reached $20 million, fewer and fewer bidders continued to bid for it. Gu Ning remained silent till now. She planned to wait and bid at the last minute. Some people who were familiar with Gu Ning, however, hesitated to join the game. They subconsciously thought that there might be no jade in number 1 jade raw material or it wasn't worth the price. Gu Ning understood that she was affecting their behavior, but she didn't care about them. $24 million. $24.5 million. For now, only Dongfang Ziyu and a jewelry businessman were competing against each other. Once Dongfang Ziyu made the bid of $24.5 million, the jewelry businessman stopped bidding. It was a very high price after all. $24.5 million equaled 166 million yuan. Even though the window showed green old pit glass jade, it didn't mean that there would be valuable jade inside. $25 million. Gu Ning finally made her bid. Hearing that, Zhang Dequan and many other jewelry businessmen who kept glancing at Guning got excited at once. Since Guning was willing to offer a high price for it, they knew that there must be a very valuable jade inside. In that case, some of them began to bid for the jade raw material. Guning actually felt a little uncomfortable because she knew that those jewelry businessmen did it on purpose. $25.5 million. $26 million. Dongfeng Ziyu said. $26.5 million, Guning said. After several rounds, the other bidders all gave up, and only Dongfeng Ziyu and Guning were left in the game. $29.5 million, Dongfeng Ziyu said. $30 million, Guning said. When the price reached $30 million, Dongfeng Ziyu gave up because it was the highest price she was willing to offer. Besides, Guning had no intention to stop bidding, and the price would only get higher and higher. Although she really wanted this jade raw material, she wasn't sure whether the jade in it was worth $30 million. Nobody was competing against Guning now, so the hostess opened her mouth after waiting for a few seconds. $30 million once. Twice. Any more bids? No one answered, and the hostess said, "All right, sold. Jade raw material number 1 now belongs to bidder A122. Guning got it. It was a piece of old pit glass jade that was worth over 500 million yuan, and Guning only paid 204 million yuan for it, which wasn't beyond her estimation. Jade raw material number 2 was shown on the screen next. It was also partially cut with a piece of water-type jade inside, but its size wasn't big. Therefore, Guning didn't want to bid for it. Jade raw material number 3 wasn't cut open at all. There was a piece of jade inside, but its quality wasn't very good, so Guning gave it up too. Guning only wanted jade of high quality if it was a partially cut jade raw material. She didn't lack jade right now after all. Because Guning didn't bid, Dongfeng Ziyu successfully got 2 pieces of jade after dozens of jade raw materials were sold at this auction. Guning wasn't aware that people from the cultivation world also needed the power of good jade to improve their inner discipline. So she thought that Dongfeng Ziyu or Dongfeng Ziyu's family was involved in the jewelry business. Without Zi Beiying's interference, Shoyuta Minamino also won several pieces of jade. It was an official auction, so Zi Beiying couldn't cause trouble. Guning waited for a long time, but there was still no jade of high quality, so she remained silent. Although there were many pieces of good jade at this auction, the bidders were all rich people, so the prices were very high. When the 18th jade raw material was shown on the screen, Guning wanted it. She saw a piece of high-level jade in it. Its opening bid was $10,000 and the bid increment couldn't be less than $10,000. As time went by, the price rose to over $1 million. Guning didn't join the game at the beginning as usual. When the price increased to $2 million, only a few bidders were left competing for it. When the price came to $3 million, only 2 bidders were left. Everyone stopped bidding when the price became $3.6 million, but Guning opened her mouth. $3.7 million. $3.8 million. $3.9 million. $4.2 million, Guning said. Some people followed Guning into the bidding but still gave up in the end. As a result, Guning got it. She did exactly the same thing in the following rounds once she found jade of high quality in the jade raw materials. Many bidders followed her, but none of them had enough money or courage to compete against her for the jade. The auction was divided into the first half and the second half. There were 50 jade raw materials sold in the first half, which took almost 2 hours. Afterwards, they had a break of half an hour before the second half began. During the first half of this auction, Guning got 3 partially cut jade raw materials and 3 complete jade raw materials. She was probably the one who won the most valuable jade. Dongfeng Ziyu won 4 partially cut jade raw materials. Shoyuta Minamino had 3 partially cut jade raw materials. Zhang Dequan only had 1 partially cut jade raw material and 2 complete jade raw materials. And Zhao Yefeng had a partially cut jade raw material and a complete jade raw material. Some of the other bidders also got some valuable jade raw materials. There were far more bidders than jade raw materials at this auction, so it wasn't easy to win more than 2 jade raw materials per person. The host of the auction provided desserts, fruit, and drinks for the guests at the restaurant next door. And people could have as much as they wanted. All the bidders were rich people, so the restaurant was luxurious too. Zhang Dequan, Zhao Yefeng and others walked to Guning once the first half was over. They kindly greeted each other and chatted casually. At this moment, Ma Jingshan also walked towards Guning, followed by other members of his family. Zhang Dequan, Zhao Yefeng and Ma Jingshan were very familiar with one another. Both Zhang Dequan and Ma Jingshan were members of the Jade Association, so they often met at different meetings. Zhao Yefeng was a jewelry businessman, and he showed up often at meetings where jewelry businessmen gathered together. Therefore, Zhao Yefeng and Zhang Dequan weren't strangers. In addition, Zhao Yefeng had visited the Ma family's jade raw material shop many times before, so he and Ma Jingshan weren't strangers either. "Hi, Mr. Ma. Nice to see you again." Zhang Dequan, Zhang Binxing and Zhao Yefeng greeted Ma Jingshan. "Nice to meet you too, everyone." Ma Jingshan was also a very kind man. His sight fell on Guning then. "Miss Gu, nice to see you. I'm the vice president of the Jade Association in Province Yun, and my name's Ma Jingshan. I can see that you're very talented at stone gambling." Ma Jingshan didn't take Guning lightly just because she was young, because he knew that Guning wasn't an ordinary girl. "My honor to meet you here, Mr. Ma," Guning said with a smile. Since Guning was also involved in the jade business, she had heard about Ma Jingshan too. Some people had talked about President Ma yesterday, but she hadn't heard his full name, so she wasn't aware that President Ma was Ma Jingshan. Not only was Ma Jingshan the vice president of the Jade Association in Province Yun, he was also a member of the famous Ma family in County Yin, Province Yun. The Ma family was the #1 jade provider in County Yin, and it was as influential and rich as the 3 jade providers in City Tung. Guning was obviously happy to make friends with such an important figure. "You're indeed a very smart girl," Ma Jingshan said with a smile. Guning's polite attitude left a good impression on him. After that, Ma Jingshan took out his name card and handed it to Guning. "This is my name card. Miss Gu, whenever you visit County Yin, you can call me, and you will be my distinguished guest there." The public institution that Ma Jingshan worked for was in City Yun, which was the capital city of Province Yun. But Ma Jingshan actually spent more time in County Yin because he was aged now and was about to retire. "Thank you so much, Mr. Ma," Guning said and took Ma Jingshan's name card. She also politely handed Ma Jingshan her own name card. "I'll be settling down in the capital a month from now. Mr. Ma, if you visit the capital one day, please feel free to call me." "Thanks." Ma Jingshan took Guning's name card. Although they weren't familiar with each other yet, they knew that they could be good friends. In addition, Guning's jade companies were in Province Yun, so she might need Ma Jingshan's help in the future. Anyway, it wasn't a bad thing for her to improve her connections. "Miss Gu, does your family also run a jewelry company since you bought so many jade raw materials?" Ma Jingshan asked. He didn't think that Guning bought those jade raw materials for herself. Even though Guning behaved like a mature businesswoman, she was still too young. Ma Jingshan didn't know Guning's exact age, but he thought that she must be around 20 this year and should still be a student. Guning smiled and said, "Not really, I'm involved in the jade business myself." "What?" Ma Jingshan was shocked. He soon realized that Guning probably started a company on her own. "Mr. Ma, have you heard the news that the Wang family in Citytung was replaced by a new jade company not too long ago?" Guning asked. "Yes, and I heard it's a woman who did it," Ma Jingshan said, then suddenly stopped. "No way, is the woman you?" He couldn't believe it, but it was highly possible. "Yes, it's me," Guning said. She wasn't showing off, but she thought that she should be honest with her friend. They were doing business in the same industry, so it could help them avoid unnecessary and unjust competition if she told him the truth. Not only Ma Jingshan, but others by his sides were also astonished. To their astonishment, this young girl in front of them was able to replace the Wang family. They weren't sure whether Guning was the reason why the Wang family lost its influence and position overnight, but it still wasn't easy to replace it. In that case, Guning must have powerful connections or support behind her back. Moreover, It wasn't a secret that colorful jade provider was very successful in the industry. Even if Gu Ning didn't manage the company herself, she owned it. She was a smart businesswoman, and she knew how to find a capable manager to run the company for her. If she wanted to build her business empire, she had to learn how to rely on many skilled people to help her do that. Miss Gu, may I know your age? Ma Jingshan asked.
Nineteen, kuningaid.
Hearing that, Ma Jingshan was greatly surprised. You're so much better than your peers, Ma Jingshan said. Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Ma, Gu Ning said. We're doing business in the same industry and competition is unavoidable. But I hope that we can compete with each other according to the rules instead of using some dirty tricks. Competition was always fierce in business. Sure, Ma Jingshan said and agreed. Peers weren't enemies. They could get along well with each other as long as nobody played dirty tricks. Afterwards, they went to the nearby restaurant together to have some drinks and food before then going back to their seats half an hour later. During the second half, Gu Ning won 2 partially cut jade raw materials and 4 complete jade raw materials. There was jade of high quality in each of those jade raw materials. When the auction came to the end, the last and most valuable jade raw material was shown on the screen. Gu Ning saw a piece of the king's green in it. Although the king's green was at the same level as the old pit glass jade, its price was much higher. Even if it wasn't very large, it was super expensive. Other people in the hall, however, had no idea how big the king's green was inside. According to its size, Gu Ning estimated it to be worth about 300 million yuan. Therefore, the bidding price should stop at 200 million yuan. Once the king's green was shown, bidders went crazy for it. Even though the king's green was rarely seen, its price could be unreasonably high as well, so Gu Ning remained silent for the time being. She planned to wait and see whether the bidding price would stop at a reasonable place. Dongfang Ziyu instead raised the price up to 250 million yuan. She was reluctant to miss the king's green because she sensed strong magical power from it. Although it wasn't the highest price the jade could be sold at, Gu Ning gave it up because it wasn't worth the effort. As a result, Dongfang Ziyu won the king's green. When the auction was over, they went to pay the bill and finish some legal procedures. Zhang Dequan, Zhao Yefeng and others walked to Gu Ning once they left the hall. Miss Gu, when will you go back? Zhang Dequan asked her. Very soon. How about you, Mr. Zhang?
Kuningaid.
Me too, Zhang Dequan replied. Citytung was very close and they could arrive there in 2 or 3 hours. Besides, Burma wasn't a safe country, so they should go back as soon as possible. Zhao Yefeng would leave once he finished the legal procedures too. There were several windows for people to fill out the documents, so Gu Ning finished the legal procedures after a short while. Although she didn't have too many jade raw materials, they were too heavy to be carried with her. The host arranged a MPV for them to deliver them. Gu Ning went back to the hotel to pack her baggage first, then left for Citytung. Even though Gu Ning had the intention to keep an eye on Dongfang Ziyu, it wasn't the right time for her to do that right now. The cultivation world was separated from their world, and normal human beings couldn't reach it. In that case, even if Gu Ning kept a close eye on Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua, they could still disappear from sight at any second. Moreover, it was very easy for Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua to find out who was following them. Anyway, Gu Ning had a feeling that they would meet each other again sooner or later. Ayumi Yamaguchi at the same time had to watch Zi Beiying leaving. Burma wasn't safe, but not everyone would be caught by danger unless the person had bad luck. Unfortunately, Gu Ning noticed 2 strange cars halfway back. One was driving in front of them while the other was at their back. She used her jade eyes and saw people with guns sitting in the MPV that was not far from them. They must be either soldiers or robbers, and Gu Ning decided to figure it out. There were 7 of them in the car. Except the driver, each of them had at least a gun, but they were all in casual clothes instead of military uniforms. Besides, they looked evil, and Gu Ning was almost sure that they were robbers. 2 of them in the rear seats turned around to stare at their car once in a while. They were staring at them. Gu Ning felt nervous, and she was now very certain that they weren't good people. Robbers were in the front car. How about the car at their back? Thinking of that, Gu Ning turned around. It was a private car at the back, and there were 4 people in it. Except the driver, the other 3 people also had a gun with them. Gu Ning, what are you looking at? Zibang and Nan sat on the back row. When Gu Ning gazed into the space, Zibang got curious. Nothing. Gu Ning shook her head. She decided not to tell Zibang right now. Instead, she took out her phone and typed down lines of words at once. Gu Ning shouting, we're in danger now. There are 7 people in the front MPV. Except the driver, the other 6 men all have at least 1 gun with them. The private car at the back is also a threat. There are 4 in it. Except the driver, the other 3 people all have a gun with them. I don't think they're soldiers. They must be robbers. After that, Gu Ning gave her phone to Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting was aware that she had jade eyes, so he wasn't surprised by her message. The moment Leng Xiaoting read the message, he was shocked and put on a serious expression. They had to figure out a way to get rid of those robbers. Only Leng Xiaoting, Gu Ning, and Zibang had guns. Leng Xiaoting was a senior soldier, so he was allowed to carry a gun with him. Gu Ning had the telepathic eye space to help her store guns. Zibang, however, was born in a munitioner family, so she owned a special gun that could pass any security check. The quantity of the special gun was strictly limited, and it wasn't available on the open market. Only the key members of the Z family could own one. Even though Leng Xiaoting and Zi Xiaomin were close friends, he could only give Leng Xiaoting the best gun which was available on the market. Before Leng Xiaoting could figure out a good way to get rid of those robbers, the car in front of them stopped all of a sudden. Stop the car now, Gu Ning said to their driver at once. What's wrong? Zibang asked with confusion, but Gu Ning didn't have time to explain it to her. The driver listened to Gu Ning and stopped the car. But they were only 3 meters away from the robbers now. Once their car stopped, those robbers jumped out with their guns. No way, robbers. The driver realized that something terrible was going to happen. The driver was a local citizen, so he knew how dangerous it could be. Meng Da was sitting in the front passenger's seat, and he was also surprised by the scene. There were a bunch of robbers on the road ahead of them. What? Robbers? Zibang and Nan exclaimed. You must have won too many valuable jade raw materials at the auction, and they noticed you. If they want your valuables, give it to them and maybe you can survive, the driver said in a trembling voice. It had happened many times before that robbers would follow rich bidders on their way back home. Normally, they only wanted money so they wouldn't kill. A few seconds later, the private car at the back stopped as well, and several men with guns got out of it without delay. It was impossible for Gu Ning and her friends to escape now. Since they only want the valuable jade raw materials, we can give them to them. Stay alert. If it's possible, we can fight back, Gu Ning said to Leng Xiaoting, Zibang and the others. She didn't care about the jade raw materials. Their safety was more important. However, if it was possible, she would seize the chance to fight back. The 5 of them were all ace fighting masters, so it was easy for them to beat up several robbers. Gu Ning wouldn't allow anyone to take advantage of her and get away with it. No problem, they said. Zibang wouldn't swallow an insult either, so she was determined to fight back as well. The next second, their car was surrounded by the armed robbers. One of them walked forward and knocked on the car window to tell them to get out of it. Gu Ning and the others listened to him. Several robbers pointed guns against their backs and forced them to squat to the side. We just want money, not your lives. If you want to stay alive, be quiet, a robber said in English. They didn't bother to hide their actions. Even though other car drivers who passed by this road noticed them, nobody dared to stop them. Instead, they all sped up and left soon. Once Gu Ning and the others got out of their car, those robbers got into it and removed all of the jade raw materials. 4 robbers were left to guard Gu Ning and her friends, while the other 4 robbers moved the jade raw materials to their MPV. They didn't know that Gu Ning and her friends weren't weak people, so they thought 4 of them could easily control them. Right as the other 4 robbers moved the jade raw materials to the MPV, Gu Ning and her friends seized the chance. In tacit agreement, they began to attack those robbers. Those robbers were surprised and totally unprepared for it. Gu Ning didn't hesitate and used her magical power to help her. She held 2 handguns in her hands, then shot at the 2 robbers in front. Bam bam! The bullets hit them in their laps and they fell down to the ground at once. The sudden gunshots shocked everyone, including Zi Beiing and the others, but Leng Xiaoting stayed calm. Zi Beiing and the others didn't know that Gu Ning had guns with her, but they had no time to think further about it right now. The other 2 robbers put the jade raw materials in their hands down without delay, and got ready to fight back. However, before they could do it, Gu Ning replaced her guns with daggers and cut their belts off, then threw their guns back to Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting had just beaten up 2 of the robbers, then ran towards Gu Ning and picked the guns up like lightning. After picking up the guns that Gu Ning threw to him, Leng Xiaoting quickly removed the guns from the 2 robbers who had been shot in their laps. Leng Xiaoting also heavily stomped on their chests, their ribs breaking with a clear sound. In that case, neither of them were a threat to them now. Meng Da, at the same time, ran to the MPV driver and wanted to control the driver. With her jade eyes, Gu Ning saw that there were no more guns or bombs left in the car, so she didn't stop Meng Da. Within a short while, all the robbers were beaten on the ground. Those robbers couldn't be more surprised now. They didn't expect to meet so many people who were excellent at fighting and had guns too. Gu Ning moved her jade raw materials back to their CR.S for the MPV driver. Gu Ning had no intention to hurt him. The driver could drive those seriously injured robbers away. Knowing that Gu Ning wouldn't hurt him, the driver felt quite relieved. He had thought that he would be killed today. Gu Ning couldn't move all the jade raw materials back alone, so Zi Beiing and Nan ran to help her. Gu Ning, you're so unbelievable. How could you beat them up within seconds by yourself? Zi Beiing was shocked by the scene. She knew that Gu Ning wasn't a weak girl, but Gu Ning's fighting skills were beyond her imagination. Leng Xiaoting was a little slower than Gu Ning, because Gu Ning had the help of her magical power. If she didn't use her magical power, she couldn't move faster than Leng Xiaoting. Gu Ning only smiled and said nothing. Those robbers had guns with them, but they weren't skilled at fighting. They were merely stronger than ordinary people but were barely comparable to Gu Ning. Leng Xiaoting left all the guns in the MPV because they couldn't leave with guns, it would cause them trouble. Zi Beiing and the others were here, so he couldn't put the guns into Gu Ning's telepathic eye space either. The driver of the car which Gu Ning and her friends took was also scared. He was even trembling in fear now, so Meng Da replaced him to drive the car. From the beginning to the end, there were few vehicles passing by this road. In addition, the fighting only lasted for 5 minutes, and they left soon. However, 2 minutes later, Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua passed by in a private car. At this time, the lucky driver who survived was pulling those seriously injured robbers back into the car. Seeing the scene, the driver of the private car which Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua sat in sped up and drove away fast. What happened? Wu Shunhua asked with confusion. He thought that it was a car accident, but the MPV was fine, and only the people were badly injured. Those men are robbers and they must have tried to rob another car but failed, the driver said. They have guns but still failed? Dongfang Ziyu was surprised. She didn't think ordinary human beings were able to fight against guns. I'm curious, who are the people they tried to rob? It seems like it happened only a short while ago. We can accelerate to see who's ahead of us. Wu Shunhua was excited. Dongfang Ziyu also wanted to figure it out, so she didn't stop him. Therefore, the driver accelerated at once. Nevertheless, no matter how fast he drove the car, he couldn't catch up to the car in front, because Meng Da was a very skilled driver. When Gu Ning and her friends were far ahead, the driver who was sitting with them finally got his mind back. Wow, you're really awesome. Although he thought that it was very dangerous for them to have fought back against those armed robbers, it was clear that those robbers weren't their match. About 8 p.m. they left Burma and Zheng Peng was waiting for them at the customs. Once they arrived, the driver from Burma drove the car back. Gu Ning and the others then moved the jade raw materials to the car that Zheng Peng drove and they went to City Tung together. Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua came to the customs afterwards. They felt a little disappointed that they couldn't find out who was in front of them. Zheng Peng booked several rooms in a luxurious hotel for Gu Ning and her friends, while Gu Ning left the jade raw materials for him to handle. They went to dine in the hotel first because they were starving. During dinner, Gu Ning was checking flight tickets to the capital for the next day. They weren't in a hurry, so she booked plane tickets at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua followed them and stayed in the same hotel as them. It was the most famous 5-star hotel in Citytung, so the rich people all stayed here. Zi Bang actually had several questions about the robbery today, but she asked nothing and let it go. They were all tired, so they went to have a rest in their rooms after dinner. The moment Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were back in their room, Gu Ning sensed something familiar from the next room. It was something similar to her magical power, and Gu Ning sensed that it was from Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua. It was called the mysterious power. Are they staying in this hotel too? In order to make sure of it, Gu Ning used her jade eyes to see the next room. Then she found Dongfang Ziyu sitting alone, deep in meditation with a piece of good jade placed in front of her. However, it wasn't the most surprising thing she found. What surprised Gu Ning the most was that the magical power of the jade was being absorbed into Dongfang Ziyu's body. Gu Ning rounded her eyes in shock, but also realized that cultivators really needed magical power to practice their inner discipline. Although Dongfang Ziyu was in the middle of her practice, she sensed that someone was staring at her. However, she couldn't figure out why because this room was completely closed. She had searched the room and found no surveillance camera. Maybe it was a wrong impression. She was in the middle of her practice now, so she couldn't stop, or her soul would be damaged. Therefore, she had to continue even if she felt like someone was staring at her. Gu Ning also understood that cultivators all had acute senses, so she soon withdrew her look. Ning, what's wrong? Leng Xiaoting asked Gu Ning with concern. Be quiet. Gu Ning made a hand gesture to tell Leng Xiaoting to keep his voice low, then pulled him into the bedroom. Dongfang Ziyu was sitting next to the living room, so Gu Ning was worried that Dongfang Ziyu might hear their discussion. Zi Bang was staying in the adjacent room next to their bedroom, but Zi Bang was an ordinary person, so she couldn't hear their talk. Gu Ning didn't open her mouth again until they were in the bedroom. The female cultivator is in the next room. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was surprised. Cultivators have acute senses, so we can't make too many noises tonight, Gu Ning said all of a sudden. Leng Xiaoting understood Gu Ning's meaning and felt a little upset because they couldn't have sex tonight. Gu Ning simply thought it would be super embarrassing if Dongfang Ziyu heard the sound of them making love. Leng Xiaoting respected Gu Ning, so he agreed. He only kissed and cuddled her before they went to sleep. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting also didn't talk much in case Dongfang Ziyu heard anything important. Dongfang Ziyu stopped practicing at 11 p.m. After absorbing the magical power from the good jade, her mysterious power was improved a little, but she still needed to absorb more and more magical power. It would take a long time for her to get to the next level of her inner discipline. Dongfang Ziyu took a bath before she went to bed. The next day, everyone got up around 7 a.m. Gu Ning and the others didn't see Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua when they left their rooms, but they met them in the dining hall. Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua were slightly surprised to see Gu Ning and her friends, but they didn't pay much attention to them. Gu Ning and others left after having breakfast. Ziyu, could they have been the ones robbed by those robbers? Wu Shunhua asked when Gu Ning and her friends left. They could see that Gu Ning and her friends were all good at fighting. Dongfang Ziyu thought that it was possible. If that's the case, they must be very excellent at martial arts, Dongfang Ziyu said. It wasn't easy to beat up 8 armed robbers. Although Gu Ning also used guns, it was still very difficult. It's not important. Let's enjoy our breakfast now, Dongfang Ziyu added. Gu Ning and the others planned to check out at 9 a.m. Will you go with us or not? Gu Ning asked Zi Bang. I'll go with you. I don't know what to do here, Zi Bang said. Great, we'll check out at 9 a.m., Gu Ning said. Sure, Zi Bang said. At 9 a.m. they checked out together and went to colorful jade provider. Wow, there are so many pieces of jade, Zi Bang exclaimed the second she walked into the factory. Even though she knew little about jade, she was aware that it was hard to cut out jade, especially jade of high quality. Nevertheless, Gu Ning had jade eyes, so it was very easy for her to find good jade. Gu Ning, I thought that you're only the owner of jade beauty jewelry, but it turns out that you own one of the 3 largest jade providers in Citytung as well. Zibang admired Gu Ning more than ever now. There is more you don't know, Gu Ning said with a mysterious smile. Which other companies do you have? Zibang asked curiously. It's not fun if I tell you directly. You can find out for yourself, Gu Ning said. You're right. Zibang nodded. At the same time, Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua went to the street of jade raw materials. They didn't play stone gambling, but just came here to bid for jade. After walking for a while, Dongfang Ziyu found the office of colorful jade provider by the road. They didn't know that it was Gu Ning's company, but thought that there could be a lot of jade. Without hesitation, Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua walked inside. Welcome to Colorful Jade Provider Office. The receptionist greeted them politely. Do you have jade of high quality? Dongfang Ziyu asked. She hadn't heard of Colorful Jade Provider before, or she wouldn't have asked that question because Colorful Jade Provider was a well-known jade company in the jewelry industry now. Of course we have. Do you want to cooperate with us as a jewelry businessman, or to buy jade as a customer? The receptionist asked. There were 2 ways for Colorful Jade Provider to sell their jade. 1. To cooperate with jewelry businessmen. 2. To sell to individual customers. No matter which way was chosen, the amount was limited. Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua were happy to hear that. I'm just a customer, Dongfang Ziyu said. She knew that it needed legal documents to cooperate with a jade provider as a jewelry businessman, but she didn't have them right now. Well, we can only offer each customer 2 pieces of jade of different levels each month. Saying that, the receptionist took out a booklet with all the information of jade on sale inside. Although there were specific numbers of the size and weight of each piece of jade, they would measure again in front of the customer. In addition, the customer needed to sign a contract if he or she wanted to buy the jade. 2 pieces of jade each month? It was the first time that Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua had heard of jade purchasing limitation. Luckily, there were 2 of them, so they could buy 4 pieces of jade in all. They could also choose jade of different levels. Please have a seat and enjoy. The receptionist invited Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua to have a seat in the lounge, then gave them the booklet and poured 2 cups of tea for them. There was no top-level jade in the booklet, because top-level jade was kept for jewelry businessmen. In the end, Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua bought 2 pieces of jade. About 11 a.m., Gu Ning and the others went to dine together with Zhengpeng. After lunch, it was already 12:30 p.m., so Zhengpeng drove Gu Ning and her friends to the airport. The plane would take off at 2:10 p.m., so Gu Ning and her friends arrived at the airport at 1 p.m. They booked plane tickets for the first class, so they had a separate VIP lounge. Zibang was very excited, thinking that she could have fun in the capital with Gu Ning. This wasn't the first time that she had been to the capital, but she felt quite different this time. Zibang was a little childlike normally, but could become very mature and stable when it was about something serious. Coincidentally, they met Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua again in the same plane. Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua sat in the economy class, so they didn't talk to each other. Why are we meeting them everywhere? Wu Shunhua said to Dongfang Ziyu. Gu Ning also said the same thing to her friends. We've met them everywhere. In fact, Leng Xiaoting was worried every time they talked about cultivators, because he was afraid that they might hurt Gu Ning. However, he couldn't stop her from fighting against them. Gu Ning sensed Leng Xiaoting's emotional change, then said by his ears in a low voice to comfort him, I know you're worried about me, but they aren't members of the evil practice. I'll be fine. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting nodded. After an hour and 15 minutes, the plane landed at the airport of City Kuan. It would stop here for 40 minutes. Visitors whose destination was City Kuan all got off the plane, and Gu Ning paid special attention to Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua. She found that they stayed in the plane, so she was sure that they were going to the capital as well. Since Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua were heading to the capital too, Gu Ning thought that she should figure out what they would be doing there. Gu Ning sent Kay a message at once, and told him to track Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua. Because she couldn't take photos of them, she simply described their appearances and ages to Kay. After that, Gu Ning turned her phone off. Leng Xiaoting also checked his phone to see whether he had missed calls. He found that Su Jinshan had called him and left a message. Su Jinshan shouting, "Song Haoyu is challenging you. Do you want to accept it? I know you're coming back to the capital today, so I need to ask for your opinion first." Although these were just lines of words, Leng Xiaoting could feel that Su Jinshan was gloating now. Not only Su Jinshan, but all the rest members of the Red Flame were doing the same thing. They were aware that only Song Haoyu was comparable to Leng Xiaoting in the military. They were curious to know who was better. Although Song Haoyu lost every time, Leng Xiaoting didn't have a big advantage either. Precisely because Song Haoyu lost every time, he kept challenging Leng Xiaoting once it was possible. There wasn't a gap between their fighting skills, so Song Haoyu always wanted to beat Leng Xiaoting. Song Haoyu was also a well-known figure in the military. He was 29 this year and the leader of the Eagles, which was a top squad, but his military rank was lower than Leng Xiaoting. He was a senior colonel. Even though the Eagles weren't better than the Red Flame, it wasn't much worse. Leng Xiaoting had an agreement with Song Haoyu that Song Haoyu could challenge him anytime as long as he was free. Therefore, Leng Xiaoting replied in the affirmative and told Su Jinshan that they would arrive at the capital about 9 p.m. that night. Su Jinshan told Song Haoyu the moment he received Leng Xiaoting's reply. 3 minutes later, Su Jinshan sent Leng Xiaoting another message telling him that Song Haoyu wanted to have the competition tonight. Leng Xiaoting agreed. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoting told Gu Ning about it. "Ning, can we go meet Jinshan and the others in a clubhouse tonight when we get back to the capital?" Leng Xiaoting asked. "Sure," Gu Ning said. "Can Beiying go with us?" "Of course she can," Leng Xiaoting said. Gu Ning then asked Zi Beiying to have fun with them tonight, and Zi Beiying agreed without hesitation. About 40 minutes later, the plane took off. When they finally arrived at the capital, it was already 8:15 p.m. Leng Xiaoting's car was stopped in the parking lot of the airport, so they went to the underground parking lot together. Everyone checked their phones once they were off the plane. Gu Ning didn't pay much attention to Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua, because Kay would keep a close eye on them for her. Kay soon found Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua from the surveillance cameras according to Gu Ning's description. He also saw Gu Ning, Leng Xiaoting and Zi Beiying. When Zi Beiying appeared in his sight, Kay was shocked. He clearly remembered that he had seen Zi Beiying once before. Zi Beiying was born in the most powerful munitioner family in Southeast Asia. How come she was with Gu Ning now? Kay was impressed by Gu Ning's connections again. Although he was surprised, it wasn't something he couldn't understand. He probably thought that everything was possible with Gu Ning. Kay then turned to focus on Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua. Gu Ning and the others left in the same car. The car was large enough to accommodate the 5 of them. When it was 9 p.m., they arrived at the appointed clubhouse and Leng Xiaoting gave Su Jinshan a call. In a private room, Su Jinshan, Su Jinlin, Chanmeng, Song Haoyu and Song Haoyu's friend were drinking together. Song Haoyu was very handsome with delicate features, and he had a tall and strong build. Song Haoyu also looked a little cold, but he was still different from Leng Xiaoting because he was only cold when he was with strangers. When he was with his friends, he was quite kind and easygoing. Su Jinshan shook his phone to Song Haoyu to show the caller's name and said, "Xiaoting's here." The next second, he answered the call and told Leng Xiaoting the number of the private room. "Song Haoyu, why can't you give up? You've never won," Su Jinshan joked. He didn't think that Song Haoyu could beat Leng Xiaoting. Although Song Haoyu kept practicing his fighting skills, Leng Xiaoting was doing the same thing, and Su Jinshan felt that Leng Xiaoting was quickly getting better and better these days. "I'll never give up," Song Haoyu said, then gave Su Jinshan a glance of disdain. It meant that Su Jinshan had easily given it up. Su Jinshan didn't know what to say because it was the truth. A long time ago, he also had made a promise to surpass Leng Xiaoting one day, but gradually gave up and forgot his words. Hearing that, Chunmeng didn't dare say a word, in case Song Haoyu disdained him too. Actually, it wasn't their fault because Lung's shouting was really a hard act to follow. Song Haoyu wouldn't give up challenging Lung's shouting, but it was impossible for him to win. Before long, Lung's shouting and the others came. When they walked inside, everyone was surprised. Song Haoyu didn't expect to see Lung's shouting coming inside with women. He thought that Lung's shouting never liked being close to women.
Jinshen. Shen Meng.
Zi Bang greeted Su Jinshen and Chen Meng at once. "Oh, Miss Zi, what a surprise," Su Jinshen said. "Hi, Miss Zi," Chen Meng said. "Haha, I come here for you so that we can have fun together," Zi Bang said with a broad smile. Su Jinshen laughed and said, "Great, come here and have a seat." "Thanks," Zi Bang said. "Hi, shouting, this is?" Song Haoyu stood up when Lung shouting walked inside. But he was very curious about the young girl who was standing by Lung shouting's side. He wondered whether the girl and Lung shouting were girlfriend and boyfriend, but thought that it wasn't likely. However, before Lung shouting could say anything, Su Jinshen interrupted them. "Please allow me to make the introduction. This is our Major General Lung's girlfriend." "What?" Song Haoyu rounded his eyes in shock. Gu Ning smiled at him. "Oh, hi," Song Haoyu said at once. "All right, have a seat everybody," Su Jinlin said. After that, they were all seated. "Gu Ning, Miss Zi, this is Song Haoyu, Gu Zichuan, and my older brother Su Jinlin," Su Jinshen said to Gu Ning and Zi Bang. "Nice to meet you all," Zi Bang said. "Nice to see you," Gu Ning said. "This is Shouting's girlfriend, Gu Ning, and this is our brother's younger sister, Zi Bang," Su Jinshen said to his friends. "Nice to see you, Miss Gu and Miss Zi," Song Haoyu, Gu Zichuan, and Su Jinlin said. "All right, let's have a drink together." Su Jinshen proposed and raised his glass. They drank red wine, so everyone had a sip of it. "When will you have the competition? Right now or in a while?" Su Jinshen asked. "They just arrived. We can relax for a while," Song Haoyu said. "Competition? What competition?" Gu Ning was confused and glanced at Lung shouting, but she didn't ask him any questions. Although Gu Ning didn't ask, Lung shouting explained it to her of his own accord. "We'll have a competition of our fighting skills." "Relax, Gu Ning, it has happened many times, but shouting has never once lost," Su Jinshan said, in case Gu Ning was worried about Lung shouting's safety. However, Gu Ning wasn't worried at all because she trusted him. During this time, Lung shouting became physically stronger with the help of her power crystals, and he was able to move faster than usual. "Su Jinshen, although I've never won, couldn't you save some face for me?" Song Haoyu argued. "Do I need to do that? You'll lose it sooner or later." Su Jinshen rolled his eyes at Song Haoyu. "You're a loser too," Song Haoyu said. They argued with each other for a short while then stopped. "Why don't we have the competition now, in case we drink too much later?" Ling shouting stood up. "Great." Song Haoyu agreed. Since they were going to have a competition of fighting skills, they needed to go to a special martial art room. Song Haoyu already booked a VIP martial art room for them. Their private room was on the 3rd floor, while the martial art room was on the 1st floor. Jinshen. Just as they reached the 1st floor, a surprised female voice sounded from the center of the hall. They turned around and found a beautiful young woman walking towards them excitedly. Nevertheless, Su Jinshen didn't seem happy to see her. Mizu. "Jinshen, what a coincidence," Wu Mina said. Then she saw Su Jinlin and greeted him too. "Oh, hi, nice to see you again, Jinlin." "Nice to see you, Miss Wu," Su Jinlin replied politely. It was obvious that Su Jinshen and Su Jinlin weren't close to Wu Mina, and they even deliberately kept a distance from her. Although Wu Mina didn't know Lung shouting and Song Haoyu, she was impressed by their handsome looks. She felt she was quite lucky today to meet so many good-looking men. "Sorry, Miss Wu, we've got to leave now," Su Jinshen said and interrupted Wu Mina's thought. "What?" Wu Mina got her mind back and asked, "Why do you have to leave so early?" "Jesus, Mina, are these handsome men all your friends? Why don't you introduce them to us?" At this moment, 2 women walked up to Wu Mina. "Come on, let's have fun together tonight," one of them said. Both of the two women were flirtatious. Shut up. Wu Mina snapped at them in case Su Jinshin was displeased.
Jinshin, I'm sorry.
They're just kidding. Please don't be mad, she added. The two women shut their mouths at once. They weren't mad at Wu Mina, but were confused about why Wu Mina behaved so strangely. They thought that Wu Mina probably admired this man. It was very normal because Su Jinshin was really handsome. Miss Wu, I don't mind, but we do have to leave now, Su Jinshin said.
Fine.
Wu Mina was disappointed, but she couldn't stop him. After that, she had to watch Su Jinshin and the others walking out of her sight. Do you know who they are? How could you talk to him like that? Wu Mina vented her anger at her friends. Her attitude changed completely. Who is he? Wu Mina's friends asked with curiosity. He's Lord Su. I told you before, Wu Mina said in anger. What? Hearing that, the two women were shocked. Wow, he's Lord Su? He's a perfect example of a super rich, handsome young man. No wonder you can't forget him. If I were you, I couldn't forget him either, they said. Well, he has no interest in me. Wu Mina was upset. She wasn't dumb and she knew that he disliked her. In fact, Wu Mina's family and the Su family were partners in business, so they knew each other but weren't familiar. Wu Mina fell in love with Su Jinshin at first glance because of his outstanding appearance and family background. Even though Wu Mina didn't know much about him, she still admired him. No, I must figure out a way to make him love me. I'm an outstanding woman too. I don't think that I don't deserve him, Wu Mina said with determination. Wu Mina was indeed very attractive, so she was unwilling to give up. Although the Wu family wasn't comparable to the Su family, it was also a well-known and rich family in the capital. Mina, we trust you. You can do it. Wu Mina's friends encouraged her at once, although they didn't think it was highly likely. Su Jinshin was a rare quality man, and he had countless admirers. Wu Mina was indeed an attractive woman, but there were far more attractive women in the capital than her. Moreover, Wu Mina had known Su Jinshin for a long time. If Su Jinshin liked her, they would have been together a long while ago. Oh! Su Jinshin didn't bother to talk about Wu Mina, so they went to the martial art room afterwards. Before long, the competition began. It was a very exciting competition between two top special forces soldiers. They were both agile and Song Haoyu seemed to be as strong as Leng Xiaoting. Gu Ning, however, was very sure that Song Haoyu was no match for Leng Xiaoting. The others held the same opinion. Even though they didn't know much about fighting skills, it was still obvious that Leng Xiaoting was much better than Song Haoyu. After a long while, Song Haoyu found that it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to defeat Leng Xiaoting. He was also surprised by Leng Xiaoting's great progress. He thought that he was improving his skills at a fast speed, but the gap between them seemed to be widening. Leng Xiaoting later got full control of Song Haoyu. They stopped at once because they had the competition just for fun. Xiaoting, what have you eaten or done? You've made significant progress, Song Haoyu said. Leng Xiaoting had really eaten something special, but he couldn't tell Song Haoyu the truth. Haha, I've eaten some magical pills, Leng Xiaoting joked, because he knew that nobody would believe it except Gu Ning. Song Haoyu also laughed.
Song Haoyu, you lost again.
Su Jinshin gloated over Song Haoyu's failure. It wasn't a surprising result. It would only be a surprise if Song Haoyu won. So what? You don't dare have the competition, so I think that I'm still better than you, Song Haoyu retorted. You? Su Jinshin was mad but didn't know how to argue back. I won't give up and we can have the competition again the next time, Song Haoyu said. No problem. Leng Xiaoting agreed. Su Jinshin wanted to make fun of Song Haoyu, but swallowed his words in case Song Haoyu laughed at him. However, he still felt uncomfortable that Song Haoyu was unwilling to give up. He wondered whether Song Haoyu would feel upset if Gu Ning could easily defeat him. Thinking of that, Su Jinshin blurted it out. Song Haoyu, why don't you have a round with Gu Ning after having a rest for a while? The second Su Jinshin finished that, he realized that he shouldn't say that, So he turned to look at Lung Shouting to see whether Lung Shouting was displeased. They didn't know whether Gu Ning was better than Lung Shouting, so she might be hurt in the competition with Song Haoyu. Fortunately, Lung Shouting stayed calm. Gu Ning at the same time got interested. Lung Shouting knew that Gu Ning wasn't a weak girl, and they had the competition just for fun, so she wouldn't be hurt. Song Haoyu and Gu Zichuan, however, were shocked, looking at Su Jinchen and Gu Ning. They couldn't believe that Su Jinchen proposed that. Gu Ning was a slim young girl after all, and they didn't believe that she could defeat a strong man in a competition of fighting skills. In fact, except for Song Haoyu and Gu Zichuan, the others didn't think that there was anything wrong with that idea. Although they weren't very sure that Gu Ning could defeat Song Haoyu, they knew that she wouldn't lose too badly. Su Jinshen, did I hear that right? Do you want me to have a round with Miss Gu? Song Haoyu asked with surprise. He still couldn't believe it. Right, Su Jinshen said, then felt a little embarrassed. Gu Ning, are you willing to do that? Although Lung Shouting agreed, they still needed to ask for Gu Ning's opinion. Sure, Gu Ning said. She was interested in it. Song Haoyu wanted to say something but didn't know what to say, because Gu Ning already accepted it, which meant that she wasn't afraid of him. However, he was curious to know whether Gu Ning was really good at fighting. She was a young student while he was a senior soldier in the army. If he lost, it would be super embarrassing. Thinking of that, Song Haoyu felt a little nervous, but he did his best to calm down. He had the courage to challenge Lung Shouting, so he should be calm when he was challenged by a young girl. After a short while, Song Haoyu adjusted his emotions properly. The others all moved away and left enough space for them. Why don't we have a bet? Su Jinshen said all of a sudden. I bet that Ningning will win, Lung Shouting said at once. He was confident that Gu Ning would win. Me too, but what should we bet? Zi Bang said and asked. The loser should buy a meal for the winner and the winner can decide what to eat, Su Jinshen said. They were all rich people and did it simply for fun. I also bet that Gu Ning can win, Chen Meng said. Me too, Su Jinlin said. He did that because of Lung Shouting. Zichuan, how about you? Su Jinshen asked. I'm with Haoyu. Gu Zichuan was Song Haoyu's friend, so he definitely supported Song Haoyu. Alright, I bet that Gu Ning will win. It seems only Zichuan believes that Haoyu will win, Su Jinshen said and gloated. Su Jinshen, are you doing this on purpose? Song Haoyu said. He felt that it was a trap right now. So, Su Jinshen said in a provocative tone. They were good friends, so he wasn't worried that Song Haoyu would really be mad at him. Seeing that, Gu Ning was amused. She couldn't help but think that Su Jinshen and Song Haoyu might be a great couple. However, she was shocked by her idea the next second. Could they really be a gay couple? Gu Ning didn't dare to think further about it. Without further ado, the competition between Gu Ning and Song Haoyu began. Mr. Song, please don't be gentle just because I'm a girl. We can have this competition with our real ability, Gu Ning said. No problem, Song Haoyu said. As long as Gu Ning could accept it, he was willing to show his real ability. Afterwards, they began to attack each other. In the beginning, Gu Ning didn't use her magical power to help her. However, there were many people who wanted her to win, so she was reluctant to let them down. If she couldn't win the competition with her own physical strength, she would use her magical power. Neither of them used their full strength at the very beginning, because both of them wanted to figure out the other's level first. Gu Ning knew how good Song Haoyu was, but Song Haoyu didn't know how good Gu Ning was yet. After a few minutes, Song Haoyu realized that Gu Ning was a master, so he started to treat this competition seriously. Gu Ning also gradually used more of her strength. As the competition became fierce, Song Haoyu was shocked by her ability. He felt that Gu Ning was much better than him. Gu Zichuan was also amazed by Gu Ning's performance. About 10 minutes later it was still a draw, and Gu Ning hadn't used her magical power yet. After a short while, Gu Ning and Song Haoyu were losing strength, but there was still no clear winner. It shocked everyone because they didn't know that Gu Ning was such a great match for Song Haoyu. Actually, if Gu Ning used her magical power to help her, she could easily win the competition within several minutes. It's been 20 minutes now, but it's still a tie. I think there is no winner in this round, Chunming said. Don't jump to conclusions, Ling Xiaoting said, because he knew Gu Ning hadn't done the best of her ability yet. Although he wasn't aware of Gu Ning's magical power, he knew that Gu Ning could do better. Gu Ning indeed wanted to win, but she would do that after enjoying the competition. After she enjoyed it, she suddenly used her magical power to fill herself with full strength and easily got control of Song Haoyu. The sudden change surprised everyone except Leng Xiaoting. They began to think that Gu Ning was hiding her real ability at the beginning. Gu Ning was actually much better than they thought she would be. Song Haoyu was already out of strength, so he was obviously the loser. Everyone wondered, since Gu Ning was able to defeat Song Haoyu, can she defeat Leng Xiaoting? They were curious to know, but they also knew that Leng Xiaoting wouldn't use his full strength in case Gu Ning would be hurt. Anyway, the competition was over and Song Haoyu lost. He felt quite upset and realized that that was exactly what Su Jinshan wanted to see. Haha, Song Haoyu, you lost again. Su Jinshan laughed out loud. It's crazy that you're so amazing at such an early age. You're also a girl. Song Haoyu said. Thanks.
Gu Ning smiled.
Are you tired? Leng Xiaoting walked to Gu Ning's side and asked her with concern. No, I'm not, Gu Ning said. She said that to comfort Leng Xiaoting, but Song Haoyu was badly hit. He was exhausted, but Gu Ning said she wasn't tired. With the help of her magical power, it wasn't easy for Gu Ning to feel tired. Miss Gu, have you been practicing fighting ever since you were a kid? Have you received professional training before? Song Haoyu asked. Yeah, I've received devilish training before, Gu Ning said. Knowing that, Song Haoyu felt much better. Gu Ning wasn't an ordinary girl, but a girl who had received devilish training before, so it wasn't as embarrassing that he lost. However, even though it wasn't as embarrassing, he still felt hit. Alright, let's go back to the private room now, Su Jinshan said. Then he turned to Song Haoyu and Gu Zichuan. Don't forget that you owe us a free meal. It's not easy for all of us to gather together once. Why don't we replace the meal with night snacks? Good idea. I agree, Zibang said.
Medo, Gu Ning said.
They were free tonight, so they all agreed. Great, whatever you want to have tonight, my treat, Song Haoyu said. After that, they went back to the private room. Wu Mina, who sat in another private room close by, noticed them. She was surprised when she saw Su Jinshan, because she thought that they were already gone, but they came back. Therefore, Wu Mina hung up her call at once and walked to them. Su Jinshan was displeased. He felt that he was quite unlucky to see Wu Mina again. Hi Jinshan, I thought you left. Why don't we have fun together in my private room? Wu Mina invited him with enthusiasm. Thanks Miss Wu, but we're fine here.
Su Jinshan politely declined.
It wasn't surprising, but Wu Mina was unwilling to miss any chance to talk to Su Jinshan. We're all friends, and we can enjoy ourselves together.
Wu Mina insisted.
Thanks, but no, Su Jinshan said. Jinshan, do you really hate me so much? Wu Mina felt quite disappointed. Miss Wu, I don't hate you. Please don't get me wrong, Su Jinshan said. He lost patience, but he had to be polite to her. If you don't hate me, why do you always refuse to hang out with me? Why do you always stay away from me? Wu Mina said and sounded aggrieved. Well, Su Jinshan didn't know what to say. He had shown his attitude towards Wu Mina very clearly, but Wu Mina didn't want to give up. Zibang couldn't stand it anymore, then stood out staring at Wu Mina. Miss, did you go to school? Couldn't you understand what he just said? Let me make it simple, he doesn't like you. You? Wu Mina was furious. Who are you? An idea dawned on Zibang and she grabbed Su Jinshan's arm and said, I'm his girlfriend, so you better give up. Don't try to steal my man from me. Su Jinshan was surprised by Zibang's actions, but he didn't stop her because he knew she was helping him. Although the others were also aware that Zibang was just helping Su Jinshan out, they somehow felt that they could be a great couple. Mengda and Nan, as Zibang's bodyguards, undoubtedly hoped that she could be happy. They felt that Su Jinshan was a great choice for Zibang too. You? Wu Mina rounded her eyes in shock. When did Su Jinshin get a girlfriend? Why didn't he tell me? Wu Mina felt like crying. Jinshin, why didn't you tell me that you already have a girlfriend? It sounded as if Su Jinshin had cheated her out of her affection towards him. Su Jinshin was a little mad when he heard her question. Miss Wu, it's my personal affair. Why should I tell you? You know I like you, Wu Mina said. It sounded as if Su Jinshin had to take the responsibility for her as long as she liked him, Su Jinshan said. You also know that I don't like you, right? Wu Mina was struck dumb for a second. She indeed knew that Su Jinshin didn't like her. But she was unwilling to give up. She couldn't understand why Su Jinshin didn't like her. Why don't you like me? Is there anything about me that isn't good enough? She asked. In fact, since Zi Bang claimed that she was Su Jinshin's girlfriend, she should compare herself with Zi Bang. Even though their family background was excluded, Wu Mina was still barely comparable to Zi Bang. Zi Bang was obviously more beautiful and attractive than Wu Mina when it came to their faces and build, but Wu Mina refused to face this truth. Miss Wu, the fact that I don't like you has nothing to do with your appearance or family background. I just don't have feelings for you, Su Jinshan said, and he lost patience. Actually, as long as he liked a girl, he didn't care whether she was beautiful or from a rich family. If he didn't like a girl, he wouldn't accept her no matter how outstanding she was. Wu Mina didn't know what to say now. She couldn't force Su Jinshin to like her after all. She had tried countless times and didn't have a good result. Miss Wu, please don't bring it up again. I don't want our family's good relationship to be damaged because of it, Su Jinshan said. It was a gentle warning. The Wu family needed the Su family's help in many aspects. If Wu Mina kept annoying him, he wouldn't be kind to her anymore. Although it sounded a little provocative, he had to do that in order to get rid of Wu Mina. Wu Mina understood it very well and felt scared. If anything bad happened to her family because of her, her parents would hate her. It wasn't something she wanted. Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's get inside now. Su Jinshin ignored Wu Mina and invited his friends to walk into the private room. They went into the private room together. Once the door was closed, Wu Mina couldn't help but cry. Zi Bang removed her hand from Su Jinshin's arm after they walked into the private room, and she said, the best way to deal with this kind of woman is to tell her that you already have a girlfriend. If she has any sense of shame, she'll stay away from you. If not, I don't know what to do either. When Zi Bang separated herself from him, Su Jinshin suddenly felt a little upset, which surprised him. Why would he feel upset? Su Jinshin panicked a little, but soon calmed himself down. Miss Z, thank you so much for helping me out. It's not a big deal. I don't like that woman either, Zi Bang said, waving her hand. After that, they were all seated and began to enjoy the meal. A short while later, Gu Ning received a message from Kay. Kay told her that Dongfang Ziyu was staying in the Jinlin Hotel, which was owned by the Su family. Gu Ning told Kay to continue to keep a close eye on them tomorrow morning. Wu Mina cried outside for a while, and her friend walked out to find her. Mina, are you all right? Her friend was nervous seeing her crying. I'm fine. Wu Mina didn't want to tell her friend what had just happened. Give me my bag. I need to go home now. Are you really fine? Wu Mina's friend was worried about her. I told you I'm fine. Wu Mina raised her voice. Her friend knew that she was in a terrible mood now, so she stopped asking her questions. Wu Mina's friend gave her bag to her, and she went back home alone. When it was about 11:30 p.m., Su Jinshin and his friends went to have night snacks together. Many of them had drunk alcohol, so they couldn't drive. Luckily, Mengda and Nan didn't drink at all, so they became the drivers. There were 9 of them in all, so 2 cars were enough. Both Gu Ning and Zi Bang wanted to have seafood, and the others agreed. Lung Xiaoting used to be allergic to seafood, but he was cured after taking Gu Ning's power crystals. In addition, seafood was expensive, and they didn't want to miss the chance to have a free meal. Song Hao Yu would pay the bill anyway. Therefore, the group of them spent nearly 20,000 yuan on seafood as night snacks. It wasn't much for rich people, but it was quite a lot for ordinary people. After having night snacks, they went back to their homes. Mengda drove Leng Xiaoting and Guning back to Leng Xiaoting's house, and Leng Xiaoting booked rooms for Zibang and the others in the Shangshi Hotel. Since it was Leng Xiaoting's arrangement, it was free. Nan at the same time drove the rest of the people back home. Once they were back in the house, Leng Xiaoting couldn't wait a second longer and pressed Guning against the wall. "You smell of alcohol. Go have a shower first." Guning pushed Leng Xiaoting away. "Let's have a shower together." Leng Xiaoting stared at Guning. Guning gave him a glare, but it actually wasn't the first time that they had done that together, so she agreed in the end. The two of them stayed in the bathroom for nearly an hour, and they did something more than showering inside. The next day, Kay sent a message to Guning and told her that Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua had checked out. He was following them to see where they went. When it was 9 a.m., Guning and Leng Xiaoting were about to go outside together, but Leng Xiaoting received an emergency call all of a sudden and had to leave first. He wasn't sure when he could come back, so he told Guning to contact Su Jinshan if she needed any help. Guning agreed. She didn't ask what Leng Xiaoting was going to deal with because she knew it must be highly confidential given his profession. Leng Xiaoting drove his car, and Guning went to take a taxi alone. She decided to call Zibang afterwards. Since Leng Xiaoting wasn't with her, she could spend some time with Zibang. However, before she made the call, Kay called her first. "Boss, the two people you told me to spy on left for Qianling Mountain, but I lost them," Kay said. Qianling Mountain was a scenic spot, but there were only surveillance cameras around some parts of it. Qianling Mountain? Guning didn't think they went to Qianling Mountain to climb it for fun. The Qianling Mountain probably had something to do with the cultivation world. "Alright, thanks. Send me the screenshot of where they disappeared," Guning said. "No problem," Kay said and hung up. He sent the screenshot to Guning at once. Guning at this moment changed her idea. She decided to go to Qianling Mountain today. Although she knew it was almost impossible for her to find them, she was unwilling to give up. After that, Guning disguised herself as Tang Aining and left for Qianling Mountain in a taxi. Qianling Mountain was about 30 kilometers away from the capital, so it took more than half an hour for her to get there. It was a popular scenic spot, so there were many people who came to climb it. Guning found the place where Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua disappeared from surveillance cameras, then tried to find the direction in which they left through their footprints. This part of the mountain area hadn't been developed yet, so there were weeds and soil everywhere. Guning used her jade eyes to help her. With the help of her jade eyes, everything became super clear. There was no road ahead, but traces were left by someone walking by. All the way forward, about 300 meters away, there were rolling hills. Nevertheless, there was nothing strange. Even though Guning saw nothing strange, she still walked ahead following the traces. When she reached the foot of the mountain, the footprints disappeared. Guning thought that they might have used Qinggong after arriving at this place so that others couldn't find them. In order to find any footprints on trees, Guning used her jade eyes again. However, she found nothing this time. It was impossible for her to keep going, so she had to go back. She wasn't disappointed, because she knew that it wasn't easy to reach the cultivation world. Coincidentally, Guning ran into Qi Ziyue, Tang Yixin, Shoyuta Minamino, and Ayumi Yamaguchi along with two bodyguards when she walked back to the area with surveillance cameras. It was obvious that they came to climb the mountain. Qi Ziyue and Tang Yixin were displeased the moment they saw Guning, or Tang Aining to be specific. Tang Yixin's eyes were full of hatred towards Tang Aining. She had lost 1 billion yuan to Tang Aining. "Is it you?" Tang Yixin clenched her teeth in anger, but didn't dare hurt Tang Aining. Tang Aining had a relationship with the Kirin gang, and the important USB flash disk after all. Although Tang Yixin was afraid of Tang Aining, she always wanted to figure out a good way to get rid of this enemy. "Oh hi Mr. Qi, Miss Tang, what a coincidence." Guning greeted them with a smile. "Nice to see you, Miss Tang." Qi Ziyue was also very polite, although he was mad at Tang Aining. "Oh." Qi Ziyue seemed to think of something and said, "Miss Tang, didn't you say you have a USB flash disk with you? It belongs to Aining and Aining is back home now, but unfortunately she lost her memories. Can you give the USB flash disk to me? I can give it to her, and it can probably help her remember something. Saying that, Chi Ziyue acted sad. Tang Aining was back home? That was impossible because Tang Aining was already dead. In fact, Tang Aining was reborn to be Gu Ning. In order to make Gu Ning believe it, Chi Ziyue paid a woman and told her to have a plastic surgery to look like Tang Aining. However, the woman still looked a little different from Tang Aining. So Chi Ziyue lied and said that Tang Aining had been injured and lost her memories. What? Aining is injured and she lost all of her memories. Gu Ning also pretended to be shocked. Are you sure the woman is Aining? Aining is excellent at martial arts. How come she's injured? Miss Tang, I understand that it's hard for you to accept, but it's true. I've been with Aining for several years and I know what she looks like. Yashin also grew up with Aining, so we're very sure that the woman is Aining. Oh, Aining's father is aware of the terrible news too, Chi Ziyue said with a sad face. Hearing that, Gu Ning felt that it was ridiculous. Tang Yashin didn't grow up with Tang Aining. Ever since Tang Yashin moved into the Tang family's house, she had lived the life of a noble lady and had seldom seen Tang Aining. As for Tang Aining's father, he was a shameless man. Well, you're right, Gu Ning said, but she had no intention to give the USB flash disk to them. Can I visit Aining? I know that she has some scars on her body. Once I make sure the woman is her, I'll give you the USB flash disk. Both Chi Ziyue and Tang Yashin got nervous after knowing that. They had no idea that Tang Aining had scars on her body. Although Chi Ziyue was Tang Aining's ex-boyfriend, they had never slept with each other, so he didn't know she had scars on her body. And although Tang Yashin was Tang Aining's half-sister, they were bitter enemies. It was impossible for Tang Yashin to know where Tang Aining had scars. They thought that they could easily deceive this Tang Aining with a smart lie. But this Tang Aining turned out to be smarter than they thought. Don't be so unreasonable. Although Tang Yashin felt guilty, she was angrier, because this Tang Aining said it on purpose. Gu Ning indeed said it on purpose, but Tang Yashin was in no position to criticize her. Yashin. Chi Ziyue stopped Tang Yashin at once. If Tang Yashin couldn't control her temper, it would ruin their plan. Gu Ning, however, didn't let Tang Yashin go, but continued to question her.
I'm unreasonable?
Miss Tang, why do you say that? I simply want to visit Aining. How come it's unreasonable? Miss Tang, please don't misunderstand Yashin. She didn't mean that, Chi Ziyue explained at once, but Gu Ning interrupted him. She didn't mean that? What exactly does she mean then? You! Tang Yashin was furious but didn't know how to argue back, and Chi Ziyue didn't give her the chance to keep on arguing with Gu Ning either. He said, well, Miss Tang, if you want to visit Aining, we can find a time to do that. He couldn't bring Gu Ning to visit Tang Aining right now because his dirty trick would be exposed if they did that now. Therefore, he planned to give an excuse that Tang Aining disappeared all of a sudden again. As for the USB flash disk, they had to figure out another way. Fine, I should leave now. Call me whenever it's possible, Mr. Chi, Gu Ning said at the end. Sure, see you, Miss Tang, Chi Ziyue said, and Gu Ning left. Ziyue, why did you let her go like that? Tang Yashin was still mad. She's really annoying. Do you need us to help you teach her a lesson? Shoyuta Minamino asked. Thanks, Mr. Minamino. I can handle it myself, Chi Ziyue said. Great. Shoyuta Minamino didn't insist. Chi Ziyue thought that he could use bait and ask this Tang Aining to visit the injured Tang Aining, then seized the chance to force her to give him the USB flash disk. Thinking of that, Chi Ziyue felt much better, but Tang Yashin was still in a bad mood. When Gu Ning was back in the city, it was already past 12 p.m. She dined outside, then went back to the house and removed her makeup. After resting for a while, she called Zi Bang and invited Zi Bang to have a tour of her business corporation. Hearing that, Zi Bang got excited and agreed with alacrity. She was always curious to know how many companies Gu Ning had. Afterwards, Gu Ning told Zi Bang to pick her up at Leng Xiaoting's house, because Zi Bang had Leng Xiaoting's other car. About 20 minutes later, Zi Bang and her 2 bodyguards arrived. Where is Xiaoting? She asked Gu Ning. He left to deal with something, Guning said. Zibang nodded and didn't ask further. Guning got in the car and told Mengda the address before they left. Mengda wasn't familiar with the roads in the capital, but it didn't cause much trouble with the help of onboard navigation. Zibang ached to know more about Guning's business empire. But she didn't ask many questions about it in the car because she would soon see it. Guning, do you know any specialties in the capital? Zibang asked. She was very interested in delicious food, and would try the local specialties wherever she went. I'm not clear about that, but Su Jinshan's younger sister should know very well. If you don't mind, we can hang out with her later, Guning said. Sure. Zibang agreed without delay. She didn't care that a stranger would join them, because she was very easygoing and the girl was Su Jinshan's younger sister too. That being the case, Guning called Su Qinin. Su Qinin wasn't up yet at this time. She was mad when the ringtone disturbed her. When she was about to directly reject it, she noticed the caller's name and answered it without hesitation. Guamning. Qinin, are you free today? Guning asked. Yeah, I'm always free. What's up?
Su Qinin Joker.
Why don't you hang out with me? I have a friend who wants to try the specialties in the capital. Can you be our guide? Guning asked. Well, if you didn't need a guide, would you call me? Su Qinin pretended to be annoyed. Of course I would.
Guning glauket.
We're friends, right? All right, where are you now? I'll be on my way, Su Qinin said. I'm leaving for XX Road and my destination is XX Building. Call me when you arrive there, Guning said. Sure, I'll be right there, Su Qinin said. Oh, don't drive your car. Just take a taxi, Guning said because they already had a large car. Great. Su Qinin didn't want to drive either. Without delay, Su Qinin left her bed and changed her clothes. Normally, it took about half an hour for her to put on her makeup, but she finished it within 20 minutes today. Su Qinin's mother was surprised when she got up of her own accord. Qinin, where are you going? Her mother asked. Guning just called me and we're going to hang out together, Su Qinin said. Guning called you? No wonder you're willing to get up by yourself, Su Qinin's mother said. Only Guning was so influential. Although Su Qinin's mother hadn't met Guning yet, she had heard a lot about Guning and what Guning had done. Master Su often talked about Guning as well, and Su Qinin also complimented Guning many times. Guning was a very successful businesswoman at such an early age, and it was hard for others not to admire her ability. Therefore, Su Qinin's mother had a good impression of Guning. What surprised her more was that Guning became Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend. It wasn't a secret that Leng Xiaoting had never shown any interest in other women before, and Master Leng was also very satisfied with this future granddaughter-in-law. Master Su even said more than once that he wished that Guning could be his future granddaughter-in-law. When Guning and Zibang arrived outside of the Shangning Tower, Guning introduced it to Zibang. Look, this building is called Shangning Tower, and it's the headquarters of the Shangning organization, which hasn't been established yet, so we haven't put the name on it either. The land behind this building is attached to it, and it's still under construction now. Wow, Guning, it's so unbelievable. Zibang was shocked. Although this building and the land were merely nothing for the Z family, Zibang thought that it was very cool. Guning was only 19, while she was already 24. However, Guning had made great achievements, while she had done nothing impressive. In addition, there couldn't be another girl who could become a billionaire at such an early age. Guning was literally a genius. Only Guning, who was as beautiful as smart, could be Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend. Zibang realized that it was quite understandable that Leng Xiaoting chose Guning instead of her. Compared with Guning, she wasn't outstanding at all. Because Guning was far better than her, she became Guning's fan and Guning was her idol now. Let's go in now, Guning said, then walked into the building with Zibang and the others. Although the Shangning organization wasn't established yet, the place was already open for business. At the reception desk there were 3 tall, pretty women.
Balkuma. Miss Guam.
They were all excited the moment Guning showed up. Although they knew that Gu Ning was the founder of the Shengning organization, they had to obey the rules and simply call her Miss Gu. Gu Ning smiled at them, then continued to walk inside. After Gu Ning and the others were in the elevator, the three receptionists almost yelled in excitement. OMG! I just saw the founder of our company. She's so beautiful. Indeed, she's much prettier than those photos of her. I feel so lucky that I can work here. Me too. Gu Ning brought them straight up to the 17th floor where Chan Songyi's CEO's office was. Her office was on the 18th floor. Kay was about to leave when Gu Ning and the others came. With Lung Xiaoting's help, the game company easily passed the legal check, and he could go get the certificate now. Once they had the certificate, they could release the game. Hi boss, good news. Kay beamed at Gu Ning the second he saw her. I just received a call from the Administration for Industry and Commerce, and our game company is ready to open now. After Kay finished saying that, his sight fell on Zibang. He wasn't surprised because he already saw them in the surveillance cameras. Nevertheless, Zibang was astonished when she saw Kay standing up on his feet. Not only Zibang, but Mengda and Nan were also shocked. Nice to see you, Miss Z.
Que politele gritet Zibang.
Are your legs cured? Zibang asked. Yeah, they're fine now. Kay smiled. He felt lucky every time he thought of his legs. Who did that for you? Zibang asked again with curiosity, because she knew that Kay had tried many times in vain. The person who had cured Kay's legs must be the best doctor in this world. Hearing that, Kay gave Gu Ning a glance, because he didn't know whether he could tell the truth or not. Zibang noticed that, and remembered what Gu Ning had done for her father. Oh, it's Gu Ning, right? She said. Kay was struck dumb for a second. He was surprised that Zibang got the answer at once. Yes, it's me, Gu Ning said. Since it's you, it's not too much of a shock. Zibang wasn't shocked anymore after hearing Gu Ning's answer. She knew how unbelievable Gu Ning was. Kay soon realized that Zibang was also aware of Gu Ning's outstanding ability. All right, you can go deal with your business now, Gu Ning said. Great see you, Kay said and left. Shortly after Kay walked away, Chan Songyi showed up. He heard their voices from his office, so he went out to welcome Gu Ning. Nice to see you again, boss, Chan Songyi said. Then he greeted Zibang and her two bodyguards. Hi, nice to meet you all. He didn't know Zibang and her two bodyguards, so he didn't greet them by name. Nice to meet you too, Zibang said. This is the president of my corporation, Chan Songyi. They're my friends Zibang, Mengda and Nan. Gu Ning introduced them to each other. I just came to give my friends a tour so you can focus on your own work, Gu Ning said. Sure. Chan Songyi was indeed very busy with his work now because Gu Ning's corporation was about to be officially established. After that, Gu Ning went to the 18th floor with Zibang and the others. There was a tea set in the room and Zibang asked Gu Ning, Can I prepare the tea myself? Zibang liked drinking tea, and she had learned many skills of a tea ceremony. Of course you can, Gu Ning said. Zibang picked up the Yixing clay teapot. Although it looked a little old, it was very smooth, and the texture was very good. Zibang asked, Gu Ning, is this a real antique?
Yeah, Gu Ning said.
It was the most valuable Yixing clay teapot she had bought till now. Knowing that, Zibang decided to be very cautious. This antique was unique after all. After the water boiled, Zibang began to make tea. First of all, she had to wash the tea set with boiling water. Afterwards, she put tea in the teapot and poured boiling water inside. She waited for a short while before she poured the tea into the fair mug. For the clarity of the tea, she put the tea strainer on the fair mug to filter the tea residue. In the end, she poured the tea into teacups. Gu Ning didn't know much about the art of tea, but she could see that Zibang had received professional training before. Have a taste. Zibang gave the first teacup to Gu Ning, then poured cups of tea for Mengda and Nan too. Even though Mengda and Nan were Zibang's bodyguards, Zibang treated them as if they were members of her family. Gu Ning raised the teacup and had a sip of the tea. When the tea just entered her mouth, it tasted a little bitter. but it had a sweet refreshing aftertaste once it slowly penetrated into her throat. Wow, this is good, Gu Ning said. Haha, I like drinking tea and I've learned the skills too. I often make the tea at home when I'm free. My dad always says that I steal the tea artist's work, Zibang said with a broad smile. Not only have you stolen the tea artist's work, but Master Z and Lord Z also have a higher standard of tea now, Nan said. They chatted with each other in a relaxed atmosphere. When they were enjoying the tea for the third round, Gu Ning received Su Qinin's call. She told them to stay in her office, and she left to meet Su Qinin. It was still early, so they were going to rest in her office for a while before they went to dine together. However, the second Su Qinin hung up the call with Gu Ning, she saw a familiar face. Qinin. A male voice called Su Qinin with uncertainty. Su Qinin turned around, but looked displeased when she saw the man. He was a handsome 25-year-old man in a formal suit. Although Su Qinin was reluctant to see him, she still greeted him because of her good manners. Hi, nice to see you. The man's name was Shen Baixiang. He had studied in the same college as Su Qinin before. He was also universally acknowledged as the best-looking man in their school. Su Qinin had confessed her love for him, but he had turned her down. It wasn't a big deal that he had rejected her, because she couldn't force him to love her, and she accepted the result. However, she learned later that Shen Baixiang rejected her because he thought that her family background was too ordinary. Su Qinin kept a low profile on purpose, so her schoolmates all believed that she was an ordinary girl. The Shen family was a rich family in the capital, so Shen Baixiang would marry someone from a family of equal social status to his. That was his and his family's plan. He wouldn't marry an ordinary girl, because it wasn't helpful for his family's business. Shen Baixiang had no idea about Su Qinin's real family background, because they lost touch with each other after graduation. Apart from her family background, Shen Baixiang actually liked Su Qinin's appearance very much. Even if it was impossible for him to marry her, he wasn't willing to keep a distance away from her. As long as Su Qinin had no intention to marry him, he wouldn't mind having a sexual relationship with her. Shen Baixiang walked to Su Qinin. Oh, it's really you. What a coincidence. Even though Shen Baixiang seemed gentle and kind, he still failed to hide his arrogance. Hi, Su Qinin said with a fake smile. Shen Baixiang understood that Su Qinin had no patience for him, but he believed that it was because he had rejected her before. Are you free? Why don't we have a cup of coffee together? Shen Baixiang invited her. No thanks, Su Qinin said without hesitation. Qinin, are you still mad at me? Shen Baixiang asked on purpose. Of course not, I already forget about it, but we're not familiar with each other, so I don't think it's necessary to keep in touch, Su Qinin said. Fine, I won't force you to do it if you're not free now. Can I have your number? Shen Baixiang said. I'm afraid you can't. Su Qinin rejected it. This time, Shen Baixiang was a little annoyed. He was a self-centered person, and he wouldn't allow others to reject him, but it was only reasonable in his eyes that he could reject other girls as he wanted. When Shen Baixiang wanted to say something again, Gu Ning walked over. The second Shen Baixiang saw Gu Ning, he felt that Gu Ning looked very familiar. After a few seconds, Shen Baixiang remembered who Gu Ning was. Therefore, once Gu Ning walked near, Shen Baixiang greeted her of his own accord. Hi, I'm so sorry to bother you, but is your name Gu Ning? Shen Baixiang had read the news about Gu Ning on the internet, and he thought only an outstanding girl like Gu Ning could be his girlfriend. He never thought of whether he deserved her. In fact, Gu Ning was much richer than his family.
Yeah, Gu Ning sait.
She saw him talking with Su Qinin from a distance, so she thought that he might be Su Qinin's friend or something. Very nice to meet you, Miss Gu. I'm the general manager of Jintong Finance. My name's Shen Baixiang, and my company is on the third floor of this skyscraper. Shen Baixiang immediately introduced himself, then pointed at the nearby building. Coincidentally, Fenghua Entertainment was also in the skyscraper now, but Gu Ning didn't bother to mention it. Ning, let's go now. Su Qinin didn't want Gu Ning to waste time on Shen Baixiang, So she pulled Gu Ning's hand, walking away. Seeing that, Gu Ning realized that Su Qinin must hate this man called Shen Baixiang. So she said nothing and left with Su Qinin. Shen Baixiang, however, was shocked, because it seemed like Su Qinin was very close to Gu Ning. In his eyes, Su Qinin was simply an ordinary girl, and she shouldn't know Gu Ning, who was an important figure. Do you hate him? Gu Ning asked when they were far away. Yeah, I hate him. Su Qinin told Gu Ning the story afterwards. After knowing the reason, Gu Ning had a bad impression of Shen Baixiang. Why is he approaching you again? Has he found out your real family background? Gu Ning asked. No idea, but I don't want to see him again, Su Qinin said. When they arrived at Gu Ning's office, Su Qinin met Zi Bang for the first time, and they began to enjoy the tea together. Both Su Qinin and Zi Bang were talkative, so they soon got familiar with each other. Gu Ning sat aside and listened to their conversation with a smile. She didn't feel bored at all. There are countless delicious specialties in the capital. Su Qinin named many famous specialties in the capital, and Zi Bang's mouth was watering now. Let's go eat them all later, Zi Bang said with excitement. Can you eat them all? Gu Ning was amused. Zi Bang thought for a while, then said, we can continue tomorrow. She wasn't in a rush to go back home anyway. When it was 5:30 p.m., they left Shengning Tower for the food street. The food street was open almost all day, and visitors from different cities or countries could find all kinds of specialties here. Gu Ning didn't receive a call or message from Leng Xiaoting the whole day, and she didn't text or call him either. It was obvious that he was very busy with his task, so Gu Ning wouldn't disturb him. Both of them were mature adults, and they were very considerate in love too. Shen Baixiang gathered with several of his schoolmates that night, and he mentioned Gu Ning. The others didn't know Gu Ning, but Shen Baixiang told them how unbelievable Gu Ning was. After that, Shen Baixiang also talked about Su Qinin, whom they were familiar with. Most of them were Shen Baixiang's close friends, so they were aware that Shen Baixiang had rejected Su Qinin. They also knew the real reason why he had done it. However, they didn't think that it was wrong because it was Shen Baixiang's choice. Different people had different values and aims. It was not just Shen Baixiang, they also preferred to have a marriage between families of equal social status. One of Shen Baixiang's schoolmates didn't know them before, so he wasn't aware of what had happened between Su Qinin and Shen Baixiang. After knowing that Shen Baixiang had rejected Su Qinin, he was surprised. What? Why? The others instead didn't understand why he looked so surprised. Why are you so surprised? Shen Baixiang asked, and somehow felt that something wasn't right. Maybe it had been a bad decision to reject Su Qinin, but even though he had a bad feeling, he still refused to believe it. Come on, Su Qinin was born in the famous Su family in the capital. You were quite lucky that she liked you, Shen Baixiang's schoolmate said. She was born in the Su family in the capital? Everyone else was astonished. What Su family? Someone asked at once. There is only one famous Su family in the capital, the owner of the Jinlin organization, Shen Baixiang's schoolmate said. What? Everyone was totally shocked this time, including Shen Baixiang. If Su Qinin's family was the famous Su family in the capital, he had missed a great chance to improve his family's social status. At the same time, he wondered why Su Qinqin didn't tell him the truth. If she had told him her real family background, he wouldn't have rejected her. Anyway, Shen Baixiang couldn't tell his schoolmates his real thoughts, or his schoolmates would dislike him. The moment they learned the truth, they all turned to look at Shen Baixiang with sympathy. Wow, what a shame. Actually, even if Su Qinin is an ordinary girl, she's very beautiful. Some people cared about benefits most while others didn't. I think it was fate. Shen Baixiang raised a smile. Is Su Qinin still single now? Baixiang, you can get her back. Someone proposed. Shen Baixiang smiled but said nothing. He absolutely wanted to get Su Qinin back, but Su Qinin didn't bother to pay attention to him now. Even though it wasn't very likely, Shen Baixiang still decided to try after knowing about Su Qinin's real family background. Nevertheless, he lost his appetite. Gu Ning and her friends left the food street later. She drove Su Qinin home first before she sent Zibang, Mengda and Nan to the hotel, then she drove back to Leng Xiaoting's house alone. Zibang could rent a car from the hotel if she needed one, and it would be also convenient for Guning to have a car. Shortly after Guning was back in the house, she received Guman's call. Guman and Tang Yunfan already came back home from their honeymoon. Once they were home, Tang Haifeng told them what Master Leng had said to him on the phone. Both Tang Yunfan and Guman thought that Master Leng really took it seriously. After that, Guman called Guning and told her that Master Leng planned to let her be engaged to Leng Xiaoting first. Guning was amused by Master Leng's impatience for the engagement, but she could understand it, because it was very hard for Leng Xiaoting to fall in love with a girl. Master Leng was worried that Guning might change her mind and dump Leng Xiaoting one day. Although Guning and Leng Xiaoting were determined to marry each other, nobody knew what would happen in the future. In addition, Leng Xiaoting was a soldier, and it wasn't easy to divorce a soldier. "Mom, how was your trip?" Guning asked. "Not bad, but I couldn't communicate with the local people, and it caused a little trouble," Guman said. Guman didn't speak English, so it was indeed a problem for her to communicate with foreign people. Tang Yunfan could help her if she needed it, but she still felt more comfortable at home. Guman was a little tired after the long-distance flight, so they didn't talk on the phone for long. After hanging up the call with Guman, Guning lay on the sofa to watch TV. She suddenly realized that she hadn't watched TV in a long time. She kept changing the television channels, but failed to find any interesting programs. When she was about to turn it off, she found an entertainment show about movies. Several movie experts were making their comments on the latest films, which includes Infinite Horror. Most of them greatly complimented it, which cheered Guning up. It was good news for Guning that both the audience and movie critics liked the film she made. She had heard many compliments on Infinite Horror from different people, but she still felt happy every time she heard it. When it was about 12 a.m., Leng Xiaoting was finally back. He looked a little tired, so Guning gave him a power crystal at once to refresh him. Guning didn't ask him where he went and what he had done, because she knew it was confidential. "Xiaoting, my mom just told me that Grandpa Leng has called my grandpa, and we can get engaged if you want," Guning said. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was struck dumb for a second, but beamed with happiness the next second. Without hesitation, he kissed Guning and began to undress her with great passion. He missed her so much. The next day, Leng Xiaoting had to leave again at 7 a.m. Before he left, he said to Guning and felt a little guilty. "Ning, I'm sorry, I'm very busy these days, so I can't stay by your side during the day. I will probably be back tonight."
I'm fine.
"You don't need to worry about me," Guning said with sincerity. "Great," Leng Xiaoting said, then kissed Guning's forehead. "Oh, wait a second." Guning stopped Leng Xiaoting when he was about to walk out. She took out a porcelain bottle with 10 power crystals inside and handed it to Leng Xiaoting. "Take one whenever you feel exhausted." Guning understood that Leng Xiaoting's work wasn't easy, and he probably didn't have much time to take a rest. "Sure." Leng Xiaoting put the bottle into his pocket, then left. Afterwards, Guning had breakfast alone. A short while later, Kay called Guning. "Hi boss, are you free now?" Kay asked. "Yeah, what's up?" Guning asked. "Can we talk face to face?" "I'm in my office now," Kay said. "No problem, I'll be right there," Guning said. "Come to the 11th floor please," Kay said. Their game company was on the 11th floor. Guning agreed, then left the house. She went straight to the 11th floor once she arrived at her company. Except for Kay, there were about 8 people on the 11th floor, and they were all computer experts. "Hi boss." Kay walked over at once. "Come on, let me introduce our boss to you all," Kay said to the other people in the room. "This is the founder of our company, Guning." The others all stood up and greeted Guning. "Nice to meet you, boss." Kay had told them that their boss was a young girl, so they weren't surprised now when Guning showed up. In fact, they weren't very happy about the fact that their boss was still a teenager. They came to work here for the sake of Kay, and were annoyed after knowing that their boss was a young girl. They felt it was embarrassing to work for a young girl, and they didn't understand why Kay was willing to work for Gu-ning. Nevertheless, they changed their mind after Kay told them what Gu-ning had achieved. Moreover, they were looking forward to the bright future they were going to have with Gu-ning. Although they seemed calm, they were actually excited to meet Gu-ning in real life. Nice to meet you all. Gu-ning smiled at them. Her kind attitude impressed them. They believed that she would be even more successful in the future. All right, get back to your work now, Kay said, and they walked back to their seats. Kay then walked to his office with Gu-ning. Some of them are my friends and some of them are the friends of my friends. I'm not 100% sure that they are all reliable, but I'll keep a close eye on them. Although Kay trusted them to some extent, it still needed time to prove their loyalty. Great, Gu-ning said. She wasn't worried about it. The thing is that the game is about to be released. Boss, we all know that you're very popular. Can you join us and be the first game player so that your fans will be attracted to it later? Once they're interested in the game, I'm confident that over half of them will become loyal users, Kay said. No problem. Gu-ning agreed without hesitation. She was the boss after all, and she should do something to help Kay promote the game. If she did nothing, she wouldn't be a qualified boss. Kay was excited. Very well, I'll send you the game later, and you can play it for a while to see whether you know how to play it. Because the game wasn't released yet, Gu-ning couldn't download it from the internet, so Kay would directly send it to her. It's just a game. It won't be difficult for me, Gu-ning said with confidence. Although she hadn't played mobile games before, she didn't think that it would be hard for her to learn the rules. Kay obviously believed Gu-ning. It took a while for Kay to send Gu-ning the game. During this time, Kay gave Gu-ning a booklet which described all kinds of equipment, signs and so on in the game. Given Gu-ning's good memory, she was able to remember all of them after reading them once. The name of the game was Battle in the Sky. After the game was installed, Gu-ning had to create an account first, but she wondered what gaming name she should use. Kay said she could call herself Goddess Gu, which was simple and people were familiar with it. Gu-ning, however, thought that it sounded too narcissistic. It wasn't a good choice to use her real name either. After thinking for a while, Gu-ning made a name, the Future Queen. She liked it very much. The Future Queen? Come on, you're already a queen right now, Kay joked. Well, I'll be a real queen when I become the richest businesswoman in this country, Gu-ning said with a serious expression. She didn't bother to hide her ambition from her close friends. Although it sounded very ambitious, Kay didn't think that it was impossible because he believed in Gu-ning. Nobody knew what would happen in the future. But Gu-ning was always outstanding among her peers. She already became a billionaire at such an early stage, and it was very likely that she could be even more successful in the future. Great, the Future Queen. Kay laughed. Afterwards, Gu-ning began to choose her role in the game, and she picked a killer. You can get familiar with the buttons first, then we can have 2 teams to play around together later, Kay said. Sure, Gu-ning said. There was a simulated battle for beginners in the game. Although the virtual opponent wasn't very skillful, it was still challenging for beginners. Gu-ning played the simulated battle for beginners for a while, and it only took a few minutes for her to get familiar with the rules and buttons. All right, I'm ready for the real battle, Gu-ning said. Really? Kay was surprised. He knew that Gu-ning wasn't an ordinary girl, but it was still surprising that she could play the game well within a few minutes. Since Gu-ning said she was ready, he agreed to have the battle now. Kay then said to his colleagues, Everyone attention please. Now we can have a round of the new game to help our boss get more familiar with it. Sure, the others said. They stopped working and took out their phones at once. They were all excellent players and couldn't be more familiar with the game. Except for Kay, there were 8 people and they were divided into 2 teams. Every one of them needed to gain experience and fight against each other at the same time. The 7 of them used their junior game IDs to play with Gu-ning because Gu-ning was a beginner. Although they used their junior game IDs, they were actually senior game players, so they were definitely much better than Gu-ning when it came to the skills. At the beginning, Gu-ning could barely win, but she improved her skills at a shocking pace. The others all believed that she was a game genius. They totally devoted themselves to the game and really enjoyed it. Within a morning, Gu Ning grew to be primary level 20 from a beginner. The game was divided into 7 grades: primary grade, intermediate grade, advanced grade, God grade, holy grade, heaven grade, and infinite grade. Each grade had 100 levels. Therefore, although primary level 20 was still a very low level in the game, it normally took about a week for a beginner to reach it. However, Gu Ning only used a morning, which was amazing. Wow, boss, you're so unbelievable. I can't believe it. Boss, how did you do that? Boss. They kept complimenting and asking Gu Ning questions. Well, I guess it's a gift, Gu Ning said. The others agreed. When will this game be released? Gu Ning asked. In about 3 or 4 days, Kay said. Great, I probably won't be in the capital after several days, so I'm afraid I can't show up at the news conference. I'll think of a better way to promote it, Gu Ning said. Sure, Kay said. Gu Ning planned to have lunch at the cafeteria of her company later, but she received Chi Ziyue's call all of a sudden. She grimaced when she saw the caller's name. Gu Ning picked it up. Hi, Miss Tang, this is Chi Ziyue. Are you free today? We can go to visit Aining now, Chi Ziyue said. Sure, where and when? Gu Ning asked. Chi Ziyue must have set a trap for her, but Gu Ning wasn't afraid at all. How about 2 p.m.? Number 67, XX Villa District, XX Road, Chi Ziyue said. No problem, I'll be there, Gu Ning said, then left. It was almost 12 p.m., so she decided to have a simple meal outside. The capital was very large with too much traffic, and the place Chi Ziyue told her was a little far away, so she didn't have much time. When Gu Ning just walked out of an elevator, she ran into Ba Tianyang, who came back with a lunchbox. Ba Tianyang's eyes lit up the second he saw Gu Ning. Hi boss, nice to see you. Hi, how are you? Do you like your work here? Gu Ning asked him with concern. Of course, Ba Tianyang said. In fact, he had never lived such a full life before. He used to be a killer and lived a cruel life. He kept chasing and killing his targets, and he could be killed at any second too. Gu Ning had helped him out, and he could live a happy life now as an ordinary person. Don't you like the food provided by the company? Gu Ning noticed the lunchbox in Ba Tianyang's hands. Gu Ning wasn't questioning Ba Tianyang, but simply wanted to know why Ba Tianyang brought a lunchbox himself. If the food wasn't good here, she would improve it. Although different people had different tastes for food, she still wanted to make it as widely acceptable as possible. Oh no. Ba Tianyang denied it at once, but he looked a little shy and embarrassed the next second. However, in order to not make Gu Ning misunderstand him, Ba Tianyang still said, Well, Manny, oh no, Manager Song doesn't feel comfortable today, so I went to buy some oatmeal for her. Ba Tianyang stammered a little because he was very nervous, which looked totally different from his identity as a killer. He had been trained as a professional killer in a killer organization ever since he was a little kid, and he wasn't allowed to have emotions. As a result, he knew nothing about romantic relationships. Seeing that, Gu Ning realized that Ba Tianyang fell in love with Song Manny. He called her Manny. Actually, Ba Tianyang was a good-looking, mature man, and because he often exercised, he had a muscular build. Gu Ning was amused by Ba Tianyang's reaction, and laughed a little. She wondered how Song Manny felt about Ba Tianyang. She was also curious to know whether Ba Tianyang was aware that Song Manny had a divorce before. Would he accept it? Anyway, if he really loved her, he wouldn't mind. Although Song Manny had a divorce before, she didn't have any kids, and she was still a very beautiful woman. It was easy for her to find a quality man. It would probably be a little difficult for her to trust a man again, but she wasn't a weak woman and she had confidence in her life. If Ba Tianyang and Song Manny liked each other, Gu Ning would give them her best wishes. If Song Manny simply treated Ba Tianyang as a friend, Gu Ning hoped that they could still get along well with each other. Wow, great, see you then, Gu Ning said with a smile. See you, Ba Tianyang said and left. Gu Ning got in her car but didn't start it right away. She spent some time on her makeup and disguised herself as Tang Aining. Afterwards, Gu Ning drove away. She needed to be like Tang Aining, so she was wearing high heels now. When her makeup and clothes were done, she changed her car to a rented car and parked her car at a nearby parking lot. She was driving Lung Xiaoting's car now, and she didn't want to cause him any trouble. She couldn't drive a car under the name of her company either. If anyone found that Tang Aining had a relationship with the Shengning organization, it would cause trouble. Without further ado, Gu Ning headed straight to the appointed place. About 1:30 p.m., Gu Ning arrived, and she used her jade eyes to see the inside of the number 67 house. There were 8 people in it. A tall, strong man in a black suit was standing at its door with a gun by his waist. Qi Ziyue and Tang Yixin were sitting on the sofa. They were chatting and drinking tea, but Gu Ning couldn't hear what they were talking about. In fact, Qi Ziyue didn't want Tang Yixin to be involved in this, but she insisted. On the second floor, a woman who was supposed to be Tang Aining was lying on the bed in the master's room. Half of her face was wrapped in bandages, and she indeed resembled Tang Aining. There were bandages around her body too, and it seemed she was really seriously injured, but Gu Ning knew that it wasn't true. In the guest room next to the master's room, 4 men in black clothing sat in silence, and they also had guns with them. It was obvious that Qi Ziyue planned to force her to give him the USB flash disk. She remembered what she had been through in the previous incarnation. Tang Yixin had done the same thing to her before her death. Thinking of that, Gu Ning was mad. She ached to kill them all right now. Nevertheless, it was illegal, so she had to tolerate it. When it was about 10 minutes to 2 p.m., Gu Ning stopped the rented car outside house number 67. The tall man standing at the door immediately walked towards her. He also glanced around to see whether there were other people or cars. "Hi, may I know whether you're Miss Tang?" he asked when Gu Ning got out of the car. "Yeah," Gu Ning said and closed the car door. "Please, this way." The man made a hand gesture to invite Gu Ning to go inside. Gu Ning followed him and went to meet Qi Ziyue and Tang Yixin. "Welcome, Miss Tang." Qi Ziyue stood up at once. Tang Yixin didn't greet Gu Ning, but she seemed to be in a good mood, because she believed that this Tang Aining would soon be caught by them. "Nice to see you, Mr. Qi," Gu Ning said. "Nice to see you too, Miss Tang. Do you have the USB flash disk with you?" Qi Ziyue asked. "Sure. I'll give it to you once I make sure that Aining is really injured," Gu Ning said. "No problem. Miss Tang, Aining is in the master bedroom on the second floor now. We can go upstairs together to see her," Qi Ziyue said. "Great," Gu Ning said. After that, she followed Qi Ziyue upstairs. When they walked into the master bedroom, Gu Ning saw the fake Tang Aining lying on the bed. However, the second she walked towards the bed, she heard footsteps coming over. She knew that Tang Yixin's bodyguards were approaching, but she stayed calm and pretended that she had heard nothing. The next second, 4 strong men in black clothes broke in and surrounded Gu Ning, but they didn't show their guns yet. Gu Ning pretended to be surprised and coldly asked Qi Ziyue, "Mr. Qi, what do you want to do?" "Haha, don't you know it's a trap?" Tang Yixin laughed with pride. "A trap? Do you really believe that I came here with the USB flash disk?" "We don't care whether you have it right now or not. If you don't give it to us, we'll kill you," Tang Yixin said. "Well, do you have the ability to kill me?" Gu Ning said, and she attacked them at once in case they pulled out their guns first. Qi Ziyue and Tang Yixin knew that this Tang Aining wasn't weak, so they arranged many bodyguards. Gu Ning didn't save any strength in case any accidents happened, so the bodyguards were all beaten on the ground within seconds. Either their arms or legs were broken now, and Gu Ning took their guns away too. Without hesitation, she disassembled them into pieces, then dumped them on the ground. Everyone else in the room was shocked. Qi Ziyue and Tang Yixin couldn't believe their eyes now. To their astonishment, this Tang Aining was far better at fighting than they thought. Gu Ning turned to glare at Qi Ziyue and Tang Yixin, and they subconsciously moved backwards in fear. "Why you?" Qi Ziyue stammered in panic. Tang Yixin at this time was totally stunned. "Are you surprised, Mr. Qi? Do you think I'm stupid and would come here alone without preparation?" Gu Ning sneered again. The bodyguards who stayed on the first floor heard the noises and ran upstairs at once, but Gunning attacked them even before they could enter the room. Their arms or legs were also broken by Gunning in an instant, and Gunning took their guns away as well. Those bodyguards were shocked too. Now it's your turn, Mr. Qi and Miss Tang. Gunning's sight fell on Qi Ziyue and Tang Yashin again, and she moved towards them step by step. No, don't. Qi Ziyue and Tang Yashin continued to retreat. They regretted it now because they found that they were no match for this woman. The woman who was lying on the bed the entire time didn't dare to make a sound. She did her best not to attract any attention, hoping that she could survive today. It's not up to you right now but me, Gunning said. Gunning wouldn't kill them, but she would teach them an unforgettable lesson. No, please. Qi Ziyue and Tang Yashin kept shaking their heads, but they were forced into the corner. They wanted to escape, but there was no way out. Tang Yashin didn't know what to do, and suddenly threw her phone at Gunning. Gunning caught it and threw it back. Tang Yashin screamed in pain as the phone hit her forehead. Her forehead became red and swollen at once, and she couldn't help but cry loudly. Gunning actually didn't use her full strength, so it wasn't a very heavy hit. Yashin, are you alright? Qi Ziyue checked the wound on Tang Yashin's forehead. Then he turned to give Gunning a glare. How dare you? Be patient, Mr. Qi. You're next. Gunning smiled at him. Hearing that, Qi Ziyue trembled in fear and begged her.
Miss Tang, I'm sorry.
I shouldn't have schemed against you. Please forgive me this time. Qi Ziyue didn't dare annoy Gunning right now, and he wasn't a brave man either. I'm not tolerant and I won't accept what you've done to me behind my back, Gunning said and lifted a gun. She had no intention to shoot him, but simply to frighten him. He had done the same thing to her in the previous incarnation after all. No. Qi Ziyue shouted. Miss Tang, it's illegal to kill. Relax, I won't kill you and I have the right to defend myself, Gunning said. She didn't look worried at all. You! Qi Ziyue was struck dumb for a second. He didn't know what to say now, and this Tang Aining clearly had absolute control of the situation. It seemed that he was doomed today. Thinking of that, Qi Ziyue kept trembling in fear and suddenly had a urinary incontinence. He flushed with embarrassment. Other people couldn't see it, but Gunning noticed it and felt disgusted. She put the gun down, and Qi Ziyue relaxed a little. He thought that Gunning would let him go. However, Gunning kicked his knee with great force and he lost balance and knelt down before Gunning. You! Qi Ziyue felt utterly humiliated now. Do you feel humiliated now? So that's right. I humiliated you on purpose, Gunning said in a very unkind tone. Gunning aimed to humiliate him, and she enjoyed seeing him humiliated. Qi Ziyue was full of hatred towards Gunning now, but he didn't dare to fight back. I read the news, and I knew that the female body the police found in the sea near City B was Aining. You killed Aining, and I'll take revenge for her. Gunning didn't bother to hide the truth now. After her rebirth, she had stayed in City B for a long time, but she didn't go to the sea again. It was meaningless for her to go there again, because it would only remind her of some terrible memories. You! Qi Ziyue rounded his eyes in shock. He didn't expect that this Tang Aining was aware of everything. Tang Yashin at this moment stopped moaning in pain, and she also looked at Gunning with surprise. Are you confused about the reason why I know it? Gunning asked. Do you believe in ghosts? Hearing that, Qi Ziyue and Tang Yashin trembled in fear. They didn't believe in ghosts but still felt scared. Let me tell you why, because Aining's ghost found me before, and it told me everything, Gunning said with a mysterious smile. Qi Ziyue and Tang Aining were frightened. Don't worry, I won't kill you today, but I'll torture you over time. It won't be interesting if you're dead so soon, Gunning coldly said, then beat Qi Ziyue and Tang Yashin heavily to vent her anger. Tang Yashin cared about her appearance very much, so Gunning focused on slapping her face. As for Qi Ziyue, Gunning deliberately kicked his crotch so he couldn't have an erection for the time being. Men hated it most when they couldn't get an erection. Gunning didn't stop and kept on punching their vulnerable parts around their bodies. She would only seriously injure them. She would make sure that they had to lie in bed for half a month to recover. After a while, Gu Ning stopped. She walked out and kicked those bodyguards again on her way. From the beginning to the end, Gu Ning didn't pay attention to the woman on the bed, because she had done nothing harmful yet. Gu Ning was in a good mood after punching them. Once she was gone, Chizua shouted at the woman who was lying on the bed, "Call the ambulance." "And the police." Tang Yixin shouted too. She had never been humiliated like that before, and she promised to pay Tang Aining back. "We can't call the police." Chizua snapped at Tang Yixin. They couldn't call the police, or their dirty trick would be exposed. Besides, it was obvious that Tang Aining wasn't someone they could mess with. He didn't dare take the risk. Why? Tang Yixin was mad. Chizua was in great pain now, and he was in no mood to explain it further to Tang Yixin, but it was too important to be ignored. "Do you want our dirty trick to be exposed? Do you want us to be caught?" Tang Yixin soon realized that it was a stupid idea, but she was reluctant to give up. "So do we have to swallow this humiliation? Are you an idiot or something? She clearly knows who we are and she has control of the situation now. We should save some energy and leave this damn place right now." Chizua was furious. He didn't want to waste time arguing with Tang Yixin again. Tang Yixin was also angry, and she turned aside and ignored Chizua again. After remaining silent for a few minutes, Tang Yixin had an idea. "Why don't we hire a professional killer to kill her?" Chizua nodded. It wasn't a bad idea. Gu Ning went to remove her makeup in a washroom before she drove away. Because Lung Shouting was absent, Gu Ning didn't want to go back to his house that early, so she left for her company. On her way, she received Yuzi's call. "Boss, where are you now?" Yuzi asked. "I'm in the capital now," Gu Ning said. "Me too." Yuzi was surprised and felt happy. "Is it because of the branch of charm?" Gu Ning asked. "Yeah, we moved some gowns over here, and the store will be opening tomorrow," Yuzi said. Once the store was open for business, they might have many orders for custom-made gowns, so Yuzi had to be in the store to manage the work as the only designer of charm. "Are you free this afternoon? We can have dinner together," Gu Ning asked. "Sure, I want to meet you as well. Actually, I have something to talk about with you and we can talk about it at dinner," Yuzi said. I'm free now so I can go to meet you in the store," Gu Ning said. "Great," Yuzi said, then hung up the call. The branch of charm in the capital was located in the biggest downtown shopping mall. It was very noticeable, which was good for its business. Although the rent was very high, Gu Ning didn't care about it because she believed that charm was promising. About 40 minutes later, Gu Ning arrived. She stopped the car at the underground parking lot, then went to the first floor of the shopping mall. The store of charm was about 100 square meters large, but it has 2 stories, so it was around 200 square meters in all. It wasn't a very big store downtown, but wasn't small either. In addition, they aimed to cooperate with clothing businessmen, so there was no need for them to occupy a large area. For now, branches of charm were gradually opening in different big cities, and they were popular among the rich consumers. When they were putting gowns into positions, many people were attracted to the beautiful gowns. "Wow, the gowns are so beautiful. They must be very expensive. I'm curious to know its quality. Charm? I've never heard of this brand before. I'll become a joke if I wear it to attend parties. I don't care. I think they're really pretty and I'm going inside to have a look. Will you go with me?" "Why not?" After that, several rich women walked into the store. Charm wasn't open yet, but they wouldn't stop customers from coming inside. Although some rich women disliked Charm because it wasn't very famous, they had to admit that Charm's gowns were very attractive. Gu Ning noticed that some people were following her after she arrived at the branch of charm, but she knew that they weren't bad people. She even overheard their conversation. "Is she Goddess Gu? She looks familiar, but I'm not sure. Why don't we run ahead to have a look at her face? I don't think it's appropriate. Why? She doesn't know us anyway." It was obvious that they were Gu Ning's fans. "We can follow her for a while longer to see whether we should strike up a conversation with her." Sure. Clearly, these two girls didn't have the courage to interrupt Gu Ning. A short while later they noticed Charm. Charm? Isn't it Goddess Gu's company? The girls must be Goddess Gu. I think it's highly possible. We can walk inside to see whether it's true. Without delay, the two girls followed Gu Ning inside. Gu Ning was amused by their conversation. Although she wouldn't greet them of her own accord, she would be willing to talk with them if they greeted her first. However, the moment Gu Ning walked into the store, she ran into some people arguing loudly. It's too expensive. A simple gown costs 80,000 yuan? Do you think you're an international brand? A woman said in anger. Madam, this gown is made by hand and with the best material. It isn't worse than those international brands.
Yuzi Politelli explained.
So what? Who is the designer of this brand? Is the designer famous in the industry? The woman questioned. The designer of this brand is me, and my name's Yuzi. Although I'm not famous enough, I can promise that this gown deserves its price, Yuzi said. In fact, as long as she told the woman that she was Jason's apprentice, the woman would be persuaded, but she didn't bother to do that. She was confident that her designs were valuable. Yuzi hoped that people would like her gowns because of their noble design and good quality instead of another famous designer's influence. The designer is you? Knowing that, the woman disdained Charm more. She had never heard of a famous designer whose name was Yuzi before. Well, you can search my name or Charm on the internet if you want to learn more about us, Yuzi said. She remained patient and confident. Given the news and people's comments on Charm on the internet, she believed that this woman would fall in love with Charm. Other rich women in the store also got curious, so they took out their phones at once to search for Charm. Gu Ning didn't go closer, nor disturb Yuzi. Since Yuzi was the manager of Charm, she should have the ability to manage it well. Yuzi at the same time focused on her customers the entire time, so she didn't notice Gu Ning either. Oh, Charm is also owned by Goddess Gu? She's very famous and popular recently. I know Jade Beauty Jewelry was established by her. A woman exclaimed in shock all of a sudden. Jade Beauty Jewelry? I've heard of it before. It's very popular among noble ladies. They are owned by the same person? Look at this news. Many important figures in City B attended the release conference of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Charm. Wow, the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Charm is really influential. Actually, Charm is a famous brand, but we simply haven't heard of it before. Right, I think it's a good idea to wear Charm gowns now. They indeed began to love Charm gowns after learning more about it. Hi, sorry to interrupt you. Are you Gu Ning? At this time, the two girls who had been following Gu Ning all the time finally summoned up their courage and walked forward to ask Gu Ning that question. In fact, they weren't much younger than Gu Ning and were teenagers too. Hi, nice to meet you, I am Gu Ning. Gu Ning turned around and smiled at them. OMG, I'm so excited now. Goddess Gu, it's really you. Hearing Gu Ning's affirmative answer, the two girls screamed in excitement. Yuzi also saw Gu Ning at this moment, and she smiled at Gu Ning at once. Some people in the store recognized Gu Ning too, and they walked to Gu Ning without delay, and even pushed the two girls away a little. The two girls were unhappy, but said nothing and waited aside in silence, which showed that they were well-educated girls with good manners. You are Gu Ning, right? A woman asked her with great surprise.
Yes, I'm Gu Ning side.
Are you the girl in the news? Another woman asked. You look much prettier than the photos. You're really unbelievable for the achievements you've made. I wish my girl could be as outstanding as you. They repeatedly complimented Gu Ning. Hi everyone, my name's Gu Ning, the owner of Charm. Thank you so much for your appreciation towards Charm. Although Charm isn't an international brand yet, I can promise its quality and design deserve the price. If you have any questions or worries about it, you can ask me or Yuzi. We'll do our best to satisfy your needs, Gu Ning said. Great. Actually, I do like the designs of Charm gowns. Me too. I think Charm gowns match Jade Beauty Jewelry very well. Their attitude changed at once after knowing that Gu Ning was the boss. Oh, I must go shop for the gowns right now. And I can wear it at the party, a woman said, then walked away without hesitation. Hearing that, other rich women went to shop for gowns in a hurry too, in case their favorite gowns were picked by other people. I need to try on the gown I just picked right away, a woman said, then ran to the dressing room. Saleswomen in the store wanted to chat with their boss for a while, but they had to serve their customers right now. Yuzi also had no time to talk with Guning now, because she was surrounded by the customers and they had many questions to ask her. Once the group of rich women were gone, the two girls walked to Guning. Hi Goddess Gu, can we take photos together? They looked at Guning with anticipation. Sure.
Guning smiled.
The two girls cheered with excitement, then took out their phones. Guning took several photos with them. Then the two girls unwillingly left her. Before they left, they also kept acclaiming Guning. The second they left, they posted the photos on social media, attracting a lot of attention from many internet users. Guning then walked to sit on the sofa to wait for Yuzi. A saleswoman poured a glass of water for Guning before she went back to her work. All the rich women bought at least one gown from Charm. When Yuzi finished her work, it was already 5 p.m. Boss, I'm so sorry to keep you waiting, Yuzi said. It's nothing. Business is more important, Guning said. Your name is really useful. They kept complaining at the beginning before you came, but changed their attitude once you showed up.
Yuzi smiled.
I think we can put a TV at the glass wall by the entrance and play clips from the release conference all day. It'll make it easier for us to attract attention from potential customers, Guning said. Hearing that, Yuzi's eyes lit up. It's a good idea. She also believed that it would make it easier for them to introduce the brand to customers. Guning and Yuzi then went to dine together. There were only two of them, so they decided to have a simple meal. After ordering, Yuzi said, Boss, there are two things I need to talk to you about. One is that two of my schoolmates from college want to work in our company. Both of them are good at designing and have won some awards before, but they didn't have good luck. The female one had a terrible leader who stole her designs, so she had to quit in the end, while the male one encountered unspoken rules at work and was fired afterwards. Knowing that, Guning cocked her eyebrow. It wasn't easy to live a good life in this complicated society. Yuzi took out a file case from her bag, then handed Guning some papers and photos. These are their resumes and designs. Please have a look. Guning took and read them, then nodded with satisfaction. You can discuss it with Manager Gao. If they're qualified, I don't mind hiring them, Guning said. She valued a designer's ability more than his fame. As long as they were outstanding in the industry, they would gain fame sooner or later. Yuzi smiled and said, I was just a little afraid that Manager Gao might not agree, so I decided to tell you first. It's not a big deal. You can arrange an interview and tell them to meet Manager Gao with their resumes and designs. I'll talk to Manager Gao later, Guning said. Great, Yuzi said. Oh, there is another thing, Yuzi continued. There is a clothing design competition being held in Paris next month, and Jason already helped me sign up for it, so I'll be absent for at least a week at that time. Good for you. You don't need to worry about the expenses. The company will pay for your bills, Guning said with a happy smile. Yuzi worked for Charm, which was owned by Guning, so it was necessary for Guning to support her. Thanks, boss.
Yuzi beamed.
She knew that Guning was a very generous boss. At the same time, Zibang and her bodyguards just reached the food street. They came with another woman who was Zibang's friend. Her name was Xia Maichi, and she had studied in the same university as Zibang. Although Zibang didn't have many close friends in her school because of her family background, she still had several good friends there. Xia Maichi's family wasn't super rich, nor were they powerful, but she got along quite well with Zibang. Zibang and Xia Maichi were enjoying their food tour, but Mengda and Nan soon noticed someone following them. The person turned out to be Wu Mina. Wu Mina was having delicious food at the food street along with her friends too. When she noticed Zibang by accident, she got mad and couldn't swallow the anger. Therefore, she made up an excuse and left her friends to follow Zibang. In fact, she was still afraid of Su Jinshan's threat, but she was too curious about Zibang. Although Wu Mina had no idea what she should do now, she was unwilling to let Zi Bang go. Zi Bang and her friend ignored Wu Mina and kept on having snacks. Seeing that Zi Bang was enjoying herself, Wu Mina got jealous. Why couldn't she get Su Jinshan's attention and love? Why did Su Jinshan choose Zi Bang instead of her? Su Jinshan should be hers. It was Zi Bang who had stolen Su Jinshan away from her. Thinking of that, Wu Mina lost her reason and began to believe that Zi Bang had separated her from Su Jinshan. Wu Mina thought that Zi Bang was the mistress, and she was the victim. As a result, Wu Mina ran to lift a pot of hot soup and approached Zi Bang with a malicious face. "Hey, what are you doing?" The owner of the small restaurant was scared and ran outside. However, before he could catch up to Wu Mina, the tragedy happened. There was only a short distance between Wu Mina and Zi Bang, so she quickly reached Zi Bang's back. Mengda and Nan noticed her immediately and dashed over to stop her. Without hesitation, Mengda kicked the pot, causing the pot to turn over and pour hot soup all over Wu Mina. "Ah!" Wu Mina screamed because of the pain and loosened her hands. The next moment, the pot fell and hit the ground with a loud crash. "No, no, no." Wu Mina covered her face with her hands at once. This scene shocked everyone around her. Jesus, it's so terrifying. What happened? No idea, but it seems this woman tried to pour hot soup over them, but the man kicked its bottom and the pot turned over. She ended up pouring the hot soup over herself in the end. If so, she's a really evil person and she deserves it. Maybe the woman did it for a reason. Hard to say. It's so complicated. Onlookers kept discussing it, but nobody knew what exactly had happened. Someone called the ambulance without delay. Zi Bang looked at Wu Mina and coldly said, "Miss Wu, did you forget what Su Jinshan warned you?" Although Wu Mina was in terrible pain, she realized that she shouldn't have done that. She regretted it and felt scared. But the damage was already done. "I can forgive you this time, but I can't promise what will happen to you and your family the next time you dare do something again," Zi Bang said. Since Wu Mina was already injured by the hot soup, Zi Bang didn't bother to waste her time on her. However, when she was about to leave, a man stopped her. "No matter what grudge you have against her, you've hurt her badly, so you can't leave right now. It's none of your business." Zi Bang stared at the man. She wasn't an ordinary girl, so the man felt stressed because of her threatening look. "She knows how to find me. If she wants me to take responsibility, she can come find me herself," Zi Bang said. After that, she walked away, followed by her friends, and the man didn't dare stop her again. The onlookers also saw the panic and guilt on Wu Mina's face, and they thought that it might have been Wu Mina's fault from the very beginning. If so, there was no need for them to be sympathetic. "OMG, I was scared," Xiamaichi said. "Bang, why did the woman try to hurt you?" Zi Bang shrugged. "She kept bothering one of my male friends, so I told her that I'm his girlfriend in order to help him get rid of her, but she now hates me." "Fine, but I don't think it's a good idea. What if she does something like that again?" Xiamaichi said. "Don't worry, I'll be careful," Zi Bang said with a smile. Afterwards, they kept on drinking and having fine food. An ambulance soon arrived, but the doctor didn't ask what had happened, because he wasn't a policeman. Wu Mina was badly scalded, but she was still conscious, so a nurse asked her for her family's numbers. Wu Mina only told the nurse the number of her older brother, Wu Yunhai, because she didn't dare to tell her parents. She honestly had no idea how to explain it to her parents. The nurse called Wu Yunhai at once, and Wu Yunhai went to the hospital without delay. Once they arrived at the hospital, the doctor dealt with all of Wu Mina's wounds. By the time Wu Mina was back in the ward, Wu Yunhai had also come. Seeing Wu Mina's whole body covered in bandages, Wu Yunhai was shocked. Luckily, she was still conscious. "Mina, what happened?" Wu Yunhai asked in annoyance. Wu Mina then told Wu Yunhai everything. Wu Yunhai wasn't dumb. Even though his younger sister was badly injured now, he knew it was his younger sister's fault after all. Besides, the woman was Su Jinshan's girlfriend. They didn't dare to offend the Su family. Because the Wu family relied on the Su family to do business, they had to accept it. In case Wu Yunhai caused their family any more trouble, Wu Yunhai warned her seriously. Mina, you should know that we can't annoy the Su family, not to mention that it's your fault this time. I hope that you can let it go and forget about it, or our family might end up in a lot of trouble. Wu Mina was reluctant to do it, but there was nothing else she could do. I understand, she said. Oh, please don't tell father and mother. I won't. Wu Yunhai agreed. Guning asked Yuzi when they finished the meal. Yuzi, where are you staying in the capital? I haven't booked a hotel yet, Yuzi said. She went straight to the store once she arrived at the capital. Why don't you stay in the Huangdang Hotel?
Guning sighed.
It's too expensive, Yuzi said. Although she could be reimbursed since it was a business trip, she didn't think that it was necessary for her to stay in a luxurious hotel. It's fine, I have a black card, so I have free accommodations, Guning said. She planned to use her black card to book a room for Yuzi at the Huangdang Hotel. Knowing that, Yuzi agreed. The Huangdang Hotel was owned by Guning's family anyway. Yuzi then got into Guning's car, and Guning drove her to the Huangdang Hotel. After their arrival, Guning booked a room for Yuzi with her black card before she went back to Leng Xiaoting's house. Just as Guning got back to Leng Xiaoting's house, she received a call from him. Hearing that Guning was in his house at that moment, Leng Xiaoting immediately went to meet her. Leng Xiaoting didn't look tired at all when he got back home this time, because he had taken the power crystals that Guning gave him. Once he was back, he hugged Guning tightly in his arms as they stood in silence. Have you eaten? Guning asked later. Not yet, Leng Xiaoting said. Let me cook for you, Guning said. Great. He was always happy to watch his beloved girl cooking for him. A bowl of noodles will be fine. No problem, go have a shower first, Guning said. Sure, Leng Xiaoting said, then walked into the bathroom. When he came back after taking the shower, the noodles were already down and Guning placed the bowl on the dining table. Leng Xiaoting sat down at once and enjoyed his simple dinner. After having dinner, Leng Xiaoting said to Guning with a serious face, Ningning, I need your help. Guning was surprised and asked, What happened? We had field training at the training base not long ago, but 3 soldiers inexplicably went missing. Although there are surveillance cameras in the woods are too large to be monitored completely, so the 3 soldiers are nowhere to be found now. I think it probably has something to do with monsters or ghosts. I didn't report it to the military leaders, because they wouldn't believe it, and it wasn't determined yet. I only learned about monsters and ghosts after you became my girlfriend. You know a lot more about them than we do, and you also have a pair of jade eyes, so it should be much easier for you to find some clues. Can you help me deal with it? Leng Xiaoting said. Leng Xiaoting honestly didn't know what else he could do, so he had to turn to Guning for help. Hearing that, Guning's expression also became serious. She agreed with Leng Xiaoting that it might have something to do with monsters or ghosts. Since Leng Xiaoting needed her help now, Guning definitely wouldn't turn him down. Even if Leng Xiaoting didn't need her help, she would still do something once she learned about this terrible news. Of course I can help. When should we go there? Guning asked. The sooner the better. We can go there right away, Leng Xiaoting said. Guning nodded, and they left the house together without delay. The training base of the military was located deep in the mountains, so it was far from the city center. On their way, Guning received Zi Being's call and Zi Being invited her to hang out together. But because Guning wasn't free, she told Zi Being to call Su Qinin. Xiao Maiqi was busy with work that night, so Zi Being felt a little lonely. It was still early, so Zi Being wanted to hang out. Even though Mangda and Nan stayed with her all day, she still felt bored hanging out with them all the time. Hearing Guning's advice, Zi Being thought that it was a good idea and called Su Qinin afterwards. They got along well with each other. In addition, Su Qinin was Guning's friend and Su Jinshan's younger cousin, so Zi Being felt somewhat familiar with Su Qinin. Actually, because of Zi Being's special family background, she couldn't make as many friends as she wanted. She didn't have many friends, but her friends were all very close to her. Zibang also tended to keep her family background a secret from others. Gu Ning was included. Even if Leng Xiaoting might have told Gu Ning something about her family, she wouldn't talk about it with Gu Ning of her own accord. At this time, Su Qining felt a little lonely and bored at home too. Gu Anna wasn't in the capital, and she didn't want to hang out with her other friends. All of a sudden she received Zibang's call, which cheered her up. Su Qining had a good impression of Zibang, so she agreed at once. She asked Zibang to go with her to meet Su Jinshan. Zibang felt slightly excited when she heard that they would have fun with Su Jinshan tonight. When Zibang arrived at the appointed clubhouse, she saw Su Qining and Su Jinshan. "Hi, I have a piece of terrible news to tell you. I ran into the woman named Wu Mina today. She tried to pour a pot of hot soup over me, but Mengda caught her and kicked the pot, causing her to pour the hot soup over herself. She was scalded," Zibang said to Su Jinshan. Knowing that, Su Jinshan was displeased. To his astonishment, Wu Mina ignored his warning. Although Zibang was fine, he still felt a little guilty. "I'm so sorry to hear it," Su Jinshan said. "I'll warn the Wu family to stop her harassing you." "Thanks, but I don't care about her actually. She is a weak woman and no match for me," Zibang said. "Bang, what do you think of Jinshan? Isn't he a very good man?" Su Qining suddenly asked. Hearing that, both Zibang and Su Jinshan were struck dumb for a second. Su Jinshan flushed a little and stopped Su Qining at once. "Qining, what are you talking about?" "What? I think you two could be a great couple," Su Qining said. Although she didn't know much about Zibang's family background, the Su family didn't care much about it anyway. Moreover, she thought that Zibang and Su Jinshan were very familiar with each other. Before Su Qining could say something else, Su Jinshan squeezed a slice of watermelon into her mouth. "Stop talking about it." Su Qining was very straightforward, and Zibang understood it at once and felt a little shy. Her own older brother actually also thought that she and Su Jinshan could be a great couple. Zibang simply took Su Jinshan as her friend at the beginning. She knew that Su Jinshan was a very outstanding young man, but Leng Xiaoting was too noticeable to be ignored. However, she found out that Leng Xiaoting already had a girlfriend, while Su Jinshan was still single. Zibang had to admit that she gradually started paying more attention to him. "Miss Z, I'm so sorry. Just a joke. Please don't take it seriously," Su Jinshan said. In case Zibang felt uncomfortable, Su Qining explained it as well. "Yes, it's just a joke. Please don't be mad at me." After that, she stood up and walked to sit beside Zibang. They began to play games together and dropped the topic. About an hour later, Gu Ning finally arrived at the training grounds with Leng Xiaoting. Given Leng Xiaoting's importance, it was easy for him to bring a stranger inside. It was very late at night, so almost everyone else was having a rest. Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning went straight to the training field once they entered the base. The training base was very large, and there was an office building, dormitory and playground on one side with a woodland field training ground at the other side. The jungle in the wood training area was quite dense and the terrain was rugged too. It was indeed a little dangerous for soldiers to be trained here, but it also allowed them to practice their skills. To enter the wood training ground, they had to pass through a gate, which was guarded by several soldiers. People needed permission to enter, especially after the strange disappearances a few days ago. Nevertheless, those soldiers couldn't stop Leng Xiaoting from going inside. In the evening, the soldiers stopped training, but there were still many soldiers walking on the playground. When they saw someone entering the woods training ground, they were surprised and immediately said to the others, "Look, someone just went into the training ground," followed by a girl. Other soldiers all turned to look at the gate. "Isn't it Major General Leng's car? The man should be him, but who's the girl?" a soldier said. They all knew that it was very dangerous to walk into the woods at night. Although Leng Xiaoting was an ace soldier in the special forces, it was very strange that he went there with the girl. Nevertheless, they couldn't stop them, they could only hope that they would be fine. Not only did they notice it, but the soldiers on duty in the surveillance room also saw it. Nobody could stop Leng Xiaoting from walking into the woods, But a soldier in the surveillance room still reported it to his senior leader in case any accidents happened. Their commander was Zhang Zhiheng, who was 34 that year and ranked as a lieutenant colonel in the military. Zhang Zhiheng couldn't calmly stay in his dorm room after knowing that Leng Xiaoting was in the woods. Therefore, Zhang Zhiheng called Wang Shiji, who was the battalion commander, to go to the surveillance room with him. Although Leng Xiaoting went inside with the girl, Zhang Zhiheng knew that the girl couldn't be simple. They didn't believe in monsters or ghosts, so they weren't scared, but just felt strange about what had happened to the 3 missing soldiers. They simply thought that the 3 soldiers might have fallen into a big hole in the ground or they could have become lost. Once Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting entered the woods, Gu Ning used her jade eyes to observe the surroundings. As long as there really were hidden monsters in the woods, Gu Ning could find them with the help of her magical power. Magical power was something that all the monsters wanted after all. However, there were surveillance cameras around them, so Gu Ning didn't release her magical power in case monsters appeared and scared the other soldiers. In order to avoid the surveillance cameras, Gu Ning searched for the surveillance cameras around them as they walked. When Gu Ning's eyes accurately found every surveillance camera, Zhang Zhiheng and several other soldiers in the surveillance room were astonished. All of a sudden, Gu Ning sensed Yin, which could only be found in monsters or ghosts, so she was sure that the 3 missing soldiers must have encountered monsters. I found something strange, so we should move lightly, Gu Ning said to Leng Xiaoting in a quiet voice. Leng Xiaoting nodded and they moved ahead lightly. When they approached the source of Yin, they were out of the area where surveillance cameras were useful. Zhang Zhiheng knew that there weren't surveillance cameras everywhere in the woods, so he didn't think that it was a big deal. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting soon saw a half-meter-high pile of vegetation, which was very dense. Gu Ning then looked inside with her jade eyes and found that the soil was turned over. Gu Ning subconsciously thought that the 3 soldiers could be stuck inside, so she used her jade eyes to see the inside of the soil at once. However, she didn't find any bodies. There was just a dark hole about a meter down. It seemed the hole extended and tilted downwards. Most importantly, it was filled with Yin. Gu Ning thought that this hole had to be the place where the monster hid itself. She searched for it in the dark hole with her jade eyes. About 10 meters away, she saw a space around 10 square meters in size and 2 meters high. There was a small water pond in it too. A giant monster which looked like an eagle with horns was lying there resting. It had acute senses. The second Gu Ning's sight fell on it. It felt it and looked at the entrance of the hole. Its eyes were big and bloodshot. Gu Ning immediately moved her sight away from it, and only then did it lay back down. Sadly, once Gu Ning moved her sight away, she noticed scattered camouflage in a corner. Although she knew that it wasn't very likely that the 3 soldiers could survive when she heard they were missing, she still felt sad seeing the camouflage. However, it was no use crying, and what she had to do now was to protect innocent people from being attacked again. Gu Ning didn't recognize the monster, so she referred to her phone. Luckily, her phone could receive signals in the woods. Leng Xiaoting was a little confused by Gu Ning's action, but he didn't ask any questions about it because he knew that Gu Ning would explain it to him later. After searching, Gu Ning found out that the monster was a Gu Eagle, which was a man-eating monster. It was an ancient monster like the Jiao from the myths. Because she already had a Jiao, Gu Ning wasn't surprised to see a Gu Eagle. She gave her phone to Leng Xiaoting without delay, then said in a low voice, "There is a monster like this in the hole under the ground." Gu Eagle, a man-eating monster? Isn't it an ancient monster from the myths? Leng Xiaoting was astonished. Anyway, it really exists now, and there is camouflage in the hole too. It's obvious that it has eaten the 3 missing soldiers, Gu Ning said. We must kill it in case it hurts any more innocent people. Knowing that, Leng Xiaoting felt sorry for the 3 missing soldiers, but he also knew it was useless to cry now. They had to kill this monster as soon as possible. However, Leng Xiaoting was worried. It seems very strong and cruel. Can we win? Gu Ning actually wasn't sure whether they could defeat the monster together, and she thought it was time for her to let Leng Xiaoting know about the Jiao. After thinking for a while, Gu Ning said, "Xiaoting, there is another unbelievable thing I need to tell you." "What is it?" Leng Xiaoting got nervous seeing Guning being so serious. In fact, there is an ancient monster in my telepathic eye space now, and it's a Jiao. It's unusually strong and aggressive, but now it listens to me. If we can't beat the Gu Eagle, I'll send it out, Guning said. Guning planned to turn to the Jiao for help only when she and Leng Xiaoting failed to control the Gu Eagle, because they needed to practice their skills and they couldn't rely on others to help them solve problems every time. It was impossible that the Jiao would stay by her side forever. She had to improve herself in case she encountered stronger enemies in the future. Leng Xiaoting frowned when he heard that. He knew that a Jiao was also an ancient monster, and that it was very evil. However, since Guning said the Jiao listened to her now, it should be safe. Although Leng Xiaoting was surprised by the existence of the Jiao, he soon accepted it. Sure, he said. Pull out your gun, I'm going to get it out. Once it shows up, shoot it, Guning said. Even though she wasn't confident that guns were useful, they still needed to have a try. Leng Xiaoting nodded and pulled out his gun. Guning then handed him a bronze dagger. If the gun doesn't work, you can use this dagger to fight against it from a close distance. Great. Leng Xiaoting took the dagger. After that, Guning used her jade eyes again to see the Gu Eagle. When her sight fell on it, it got back to its feet at once and walked to the entrance to have a look, but it didn't walk out. The Gu Eagle didn't know that there were human beings on the ground, so it didn't understand why it had this strange feeling that someone was looking at it. Therefore, it looked around for a while, then went back to sleep. Seeing that, Guning fired a bullet against the ground, which scared the Gu Eagle and it jumped up to stare at the entrance, but it still didn't walk out. The gunshot made it realize that there were people on the ground, but it didn't know whether it was the target. It had eaten 3 men and was stuffed now, so it had no desire for food and was unwilling to leave the hole. As a result, Guning had to use her magical power to attract its attention. As the magical power permeated through the ground and into the hole, the Gu Eagle soon sensed it and its eyes lit up. It couldn't resist the temptation and quickly left the hole. With a loud sound, the Gu Eagle directly went to the surface by bursting from the soil. Leng Xiaoting shot it without hesitation, the bullet hitting its leg. However, the bullet didn't hurt it much, it just annoyed it. The Gu Eagle attacked Leng Xiaoting at once. How dare you, you damn human being! Leng Xiaoting, however, just heard an angry howl and didn't understand what it said. Only Guning could understand it. Because the Gu Eagle was irritated by Leng Xiaoting, it ignored magical power for the time being. Guning seized this chance and hit its back without delay. They were in a lot of danger now, so Guning didn't hesitate to use her full strength. With the help of her magical power, she violently burst into action. The Gu Eagle wasn't mad when Guning hit its back, but it suddenly realized that it came out for the magical power, so it turned to focus on Guning. Wow, you smell so delicious and I'll have you for dessert. The Gu Eagle howled again and began to attack Guning. Do you want to have me for dessert? Let's see what you can do.
Guning sighed.
The Gu Eagle was surprised that Guning could understand its language. Leng Xiaoting at the same time finally understood that the Gu Eagle wanted to eat Guning. He joined the fight at once to stop it from hurting Guning. Although Leng Xiaoting wasn't comparable to Guning when she used her magical power, he wasn't weak either. They fought against the Gu Eagle together and protected each other. Once in a while, they showed up in the surveillance cameras because they moved around fast. It was late at night, so Zhang Zhiheng and the other soldiers couldn't see the scene clearly, but they were still shocked by the violent fighting. They realized that there was an unwanted guest in their training base, and it was their fault for missing it. There is an intruder in our training base, Zhang Zhiheng exclaimed. I think the intruder might be the reason why the 3 soldiers are missing. They didn't know how good Guning was at fighting, but they were clear about Leng Xiaoting's level. Since the intruder could fight against Leng Xiaoting for such a long time without being caught, the intruder must be very strong. Should we get in there and help them? Wang Shiji asked. He was worried that Leng Xiaoting might be injured. No, we can't. Major General Leng gave the order before he went inside. Nobody is allowed to enter now. I'm afraid we can only watch. If Major General Leng needs our help, he'll send out a sign, Zhang Zhiheng said. Before Lung Shouting entered the woods with Gu Ning, he told the soldiers on duty not to allow anyone else to get inside. He was a major general, so the other soldiers had to obey his orders. Knowing that, Wang Shiji closed his mouth. Although Gu Ning and Lung Shouting weren't worse than the Gu Eagle when it came to their fighting skills, Lung Shouting wasn't as strong. Shouting, take a pill now, Gu Ning said to Lung Shouting, seeing that he was weakening. Lung Shouting jumped aside and took a power crystal at once. During this short time, Gu Ning fought against the Gu Eagle alone, but she still handled it well. Lung Shouting soon got his strength back after taking a power crystal, so he went back to assist Gu Ning in the fight without delay. The Gu Eagle, however, felt that it was becoming increasingly difficult for it to fight against the two of them at the same time. It was unavoidable for Gu Ning and Lung Shouting to be injured in the violent fight, but they didn't care much about it. Gu Ning could soon recover with the help of her magical power. Lung Shouting also protected himself well with the power crystals. Humans couldn't take too many power crystals within a short time, so Gu Ning told Lung Shouting not to take a pill if the injuries weren't serious. Even though the Gu Eagle was retreating, it was still hard for Gu Ning and Lung Shouting to catch it. Gu Ning couldn't think of a better idea, so she had to let the Jiao out in the end. Zhang Zhiheng and the other soldiers were watching the fight from the surveillance cameras the entire time, but they didn't know that the intruder was actually a monster. They didn't believe in monsters, so they didn't think further about it. I'm so worried about their safety now. We can't see the full picture from the cameras, Wang Shiji said, and he felt restless. I think they are avoiding the surveillance cameras on purpose, Zhang Zhiheng said. Although he didn't know why Gu Ning and Lung Shouting did that, he believed that they did it for a reason. Why would they do that? Wang Shiji was confused. I don't know, but they're still fighting, which means Major General Lung and the girl are still fine, Zhang Zhiheng said. I hope Major General Lung can survive tonight, Wang Shiji said. After all, Lung Shouting wasn't an ordinary soldier. He was a very important figure in the military. As a senior soldier in the military, Lung Shouting had the responsibility to solve this problem. He had already accepted that his work would always be dangerous. Major General Lung has been through a lot in his past tasks, so I believe that he can handle the situation this time too, Zhang Zhiheng said. He was worried about Lung Shouting's safety as well, but he chose to trust Lung Shouting's ability. Since Zhang Zhiheng said that, Wang Shiji could only choose to believe in Lung Shouting and hope that he would be fine. Gu Ning didn't want to waste more time on fighting, in case the others saw them from the surveillance cameras, so she let the Jiao out at once. The second the Jiao appeared out of blue, the Gu Eagle was shocked. Jiao. Although the Gu Eagle was also an ancient monster, it still felt shocked when it saw the Jiao. Lung Shouting also rounded his eyes in shock because this was the first time that he had seen a Jiao in real life. Jiao, kill it now. Gu Ning made an order. Yes, master, the Jiao said, then attacked the Gu Eagle like lightning. The Gu Eagle wanted to escape, but the Jiao caught it and wrapped it with its body. Ning, are you alright? Lung Shouting asked worriedly. When he saw the wounds left on Gu Ning's body by the Gu Eagle, his heart ached. I'm fine. The wounds will all disappear soon, but you should take another pill now, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Lung Shouting was relieved. He listened to Gu Ning and took another power crystal. Afterwards, they stood aside and watched the Jiao fighting against the Gu Eagle. Even though Lung Shouting already knew that the Jiao and the Gu Eagle were real, he still felt like it was too unbelievable to be true. The Gu Eagle was soon out of strength, and the Jiao got control of it. Let me go. The Gu Eagle struggled hard, but unfortunately failed to escape. We have no grudge against each other. Why do you have to do this to me?
No gray?
Didn't you say you're going to have me for dessert? You've eaten 3 soldiers and you should pay for it, Gu Ning said, then turned to the Jiao. Jiao, absorb its energy and let it disappear. No, the Gu Eagle shouted. I'm sorry, please don't do that. I promise I won't. However, before it could finish the sentence, the Jiao absorbed its energy little by little, and it became weak and transparent over time. In the end, it disappeared into thin air. Witnessing the scene, Leng Xiaoting was shocked. The Jiao went back to Gu Ning after killing the Gu eagle. Leng Xiaoting was a little afraid of it, because he knew that it wasn't a kind creature. Even though Gu Ning told him that it listened to her now, it was still dangerous. The Jiao gave Leng Xiaoting a glance and it seemed friendly to him, because it understood that Leng Xiaoting was close to Gu Ning. "My master, you haven't let me be in the water for a long time," the Jiao said in an aggrieved tone. Hearing that, Gu Ning remembered that the Jiao had left the water for too long. "Sure, I'll put you in the water once I'm back," Gu Ning said. "Thanks." The Jiao was satisfied. After that, Gu Ning put it back into the telepathic eye space. "Ning, is it safe for you to keep the Jiao with you?" Leng Xiaoting couldn't help but ask worriedly. Gu Ning understood that Leng Xiaoting was worried about her, so she explained with a smile. "Relax, it's safe." Since Gu Ning said that, Leng Xiaoting could only believe it. Afterwards, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting left. The Gu eagle was already killed, and Leng Xiaoting had to make a reasonable explanation for the 3 missing soldiers. Zhang Zhiheng and Wang Shiji, who were in the surveillance room, saw Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning walking back. They were relieved when they saw that Leng Xiaoting was fine, but where was the intruder? They got curious and thought that the intruder might have escaped, so it would be a shame. They believed that they could only find the 3 missing soldiers by catching the intruder. If the intruder escaped, they wouldn't know how the 3 soldiers got lost. Anyway, at least Leng Xiaoting was safe, which was good news for them. When Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning were about to reach the exit, Zhang Zhiheng and Wang Shiji went outside to welcome them. In the distance, Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning saw Zhang Zhiheng and Wang Shiji. They weren't surprised because they knew that Zhang Zhiheng must have noticed them in the surveillance cameras. "Nice to see you, Major General Leng." Zhang Zhiheng and Wang Shiji saluted Leng Xiaoting at once. Then they turned to look at Gu Ning and were stunned. They were surprised because Gu Ning was very young in their eyes. Even though they couldn't see her clearly in the surveillance cameras, they knew that this girl was quite excellent at fighting. They were also impressed by her beauty. "Nice to see you too," Leng Xiaoting said. "I need to go back now, and I'll come to explain it tomorrow." Leng Xiaoting had no intention to introduce Gu Ning to them, nor explain what had happened in the woods to them right now. "No problem," Zhang Zhiheng and Wang Shiji said. Then watched Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning getting in the car. "Why didn't Major General Leng tell us right now? I'm curious to know what has happened in the woods," Wang Shiji said once Leng Xiaoting was gone. "Since Major General Leng said that he'll come again tomorrow, we can only wait," Zhang Zhiheng said. "By the way, who's the girl?" Zhang Zhiheng asked. "No idea, but she's very beautiful," Wang Shiji said. "Why is Major General Leng alone with her?" "Probably because of something important," Zhang Zhiheng said. He didn't think that Leng Xiaoting would have a close personal relationship with Gu Ning. Wang Shiji agreed. Zi Beiying and her friends left the clubhouse at 11 p.m. Su Qinin and Su Jinchen didn't get in their car until Zi Beiying started her car. On the way back home, Su Qinin asked Su Jinchen, "Jinchen, what do you think of Zi Beiying? I think she's a good girl and you two could be a great couple." Su Qinin really had a good impression of Zi Beiying, and would love to accept Zi Beiying as her sister-in-law. "You don't need to worry about me. Why don't you find yourself a job or a boyfriend first?" Su Jinchen said. He was somewhat unwilling to talk about this topic.
Su Qinin phao tét.
She was a little disappointed when Su Jinchen refused to give her an answer. Nan mentioned the same thing to Zi Beiying in the car. "Lady Zi, I think Mr. Su is a great man. You two look very beautiful when you're together." Hearing that, Zi Beiying flushed but did her best to compose herself. "You must be kidding." Nan understood that Zi Beiying was avoiding the question, which meant she was nervous. It seemed that at least Zi Beiying didn't hate Su Jinchen. Nan closed her mouth and dropped the topic. Qi Ziyue and Tang Yexin stayed in the same ward. Although they had received the best treatment, they were still in a lot of pain and could barely sleep. Tang Yexin kept swearing at Tang Aining, till Qi Ziyue told her to shut up. Tang Bingson also heard that both of them had been beaten by a woman called Tang Aining, because Qi Ziyue couldn't keep it a secret from him. After coming back from a business trip, Tang Bingsun went to the hospital without delay. Qi Ziyue then told Tang Bingsun about what they had been through and what Tang Aining had in her hands. Tang Bingsun then investigated Tang Aining, trying to figure out a good way to get rid of her. This Tang Aining is very skilled at fighting, and she was able to beat 5 armed bodyguards within a minute, Qi Ziyue said. She's as strong and cruel as the Tang Aining we know. Thinking of that, Qi Ziyue even trembled a little in fear. He was a coward after all. I wonder whether they're the same person. Tang Aining could still be alive. It couldn't just be a coincidence that they share the same name and fighting skills, Tang Yexin said all of a sudden. However, she didn't really believe that, because she had witnessed Tang Aining's body being burned. No, they can't be the same person. I think this woman must be a good friend of Tang Aining, so she is using Tang Aining's identity to avenge her death, Tang Bingsun said with certainty. Actually, both Tang Yexin and Tang Bingsun were right, but normally people wouldn't believe Tang Yexin's guess. No matter who she is, it's very clear that her target is the Tang family. She's dangerous and we must take it seriously, Qi Ziyue said. We'll kill whoever dares to stand in our way, Tang Bingsun said with an evil expression. He would get what he wanted by hook or by crook. Dad, why don't we hire a professional killer to do it for us? Tang Yexin suggested. She couldn't wait to see Tang Aining killed right away. All right, I'll deal with it, and you two should have a good recovery, Tang Bingsun said. In fact, he had the same idea as Tang Yexin. The next day, Leng Xiaoting got up early to prepare breakfast for Gu Ning. They had breakfast together. Then Leng Xiaoting left for the military base. Gu Ning, on the other hand, called Zi Bang and Su Qining to go to Charm's store with her. Zi Bang and Gu Ning arrived at almost the same time, so they waited for Su Qining together in the parking lot. Gu Ning and Zi Bang were very attractive young women, so they attracted a lot of attention from the men around them once they got out of their cars. Even Nan was a cool beauty with short hair. Several men tried to strike up a conversation with Nan, but they were all scared away by Mengda, who was tall and strong. During this time, Zi Bang told Gu Ning about what had happened to Wu Mina. Gu Ning showed no sympathy for Wu Mina because she thought that Wu Mina deserved it. If Mengda and Nan hadn't been there with Zi Bang would have been badly injured by Wu Mina's dirty trick. About 10 minutes later, Su Qining came. However, she seemed very mad when she walked towards Gu Ning and Zi Bang. Why are you so angry? Gu Ning asked with concern. I have no idea how Shen Baixiang got my phone number, but he just called me, asking me to share a meal with him. It's so disgusting.
Su Qining gom lại.
Well, I bet he must have found out your real family background and now wants to get you back, Gu Ning said. I know, but I still feel disgusted, Su Qining said. Shen Baixiang wasn't the kind of man who deserved her love. What happened? Zi Bang was confused and curious. Su Qining then told Zi Bang what had happened to her, and Zi Bang also agreed that she should stay away from the man. On their way to the store, Zi Bang received a call, so Su Qining approached Gu Ning at once. Gu Ning, don't you think that Jin Chen and Zi Bang could be a perfect couple? Although Su Qining deliberately kept her voice low, Zi Bang still heard it. Zi Bang felt a little uneasy, but still wanted to know Gu Ning's opinion. Gu Ning was struck dumb for a second, then said, Yeah, I think they are two of a kind. Hearing Gu Ning's answer, Zi Bang got more nervous. Su Qining, however, got excited. Right? I also believe that they can be perfect together. I told Jin Chen to chase Zi Bang, but he ignored me. Well, let them figure it out for themselves. If they like each other, they'll get together one day, Gu Ning said. Although Zi Bang and Su Jinshin could be a perfect couple, they still needed to know more about each other. Su Qining cocked her eyebrow, then said nothing. When they walked into the charm store, there were many people shopping there. Some were attracted by Charm's fame, while some liked its designs. Most importantly, Charm had a good reputation for its quality and designs. Both Zi Bang and Su Qining were attracted to the gowns once they entered the store. They left Gu Ning behind and ran to shop for beautiful dresses, which amused Gu Ning. Gu Ning also felt happy that the products of her company became so popular. Yuzi was very busy, so she didn't spend much time chatting with Gu Ning, and Gu Ning also told the saleswomen to leave Zibang and Su Qinin alone so that they could serve other customers. Gu Ning had come here yesterday, so the saleswomen were all aware that she was the boss and they listened to her. Ling Xiaojia's major in the university was clothing design too, and she had founded a studio with her friends early on. All they needed was a noticeable shop now to sell their dresses. Therefore, Ling Xiaojia and her business partners came to the mall that day to find a good shop to rent. Although Ling Xiaojia wasn't easygoing, she was willing to devote herself to whatever she aimed to achieve. Coincidentally, they found charm and were impressed by its gowns as well. Ling Xiaojia knew that Gu Ning owned many companies, but she didn't know that charm was one of them. Wow, Xiaojia, look at this store. The gowns inside are so beautiful, Ling Xiaojia's friend Zhu Jinling said with excitement. Don't flatter others' designs. I think our dresses are more beautiful, Ling Xiaojia said with a displeased expression. Even though she had to admit that charm gowns were very impressive, she couldn't accept Zhu Jinling complimenting other people's designs. Besides, they were about to start selling their own dresses, so charm would be a strong competitor of theirs. Fine, peers are competitors. Why don't we go inside and have a look to get more information about it so that we know how to defeat it? Zhu Jinling said. Zhu Jinling actually didn't agree with Ling Xiaojia, because charm indeed was better than their brand. If they ran into charm in a clothing design competition, she had no confidence that they could win. Ling Xiaojia then walked into the store with Zhu Jinling. When they had a closer look at charm gowns, Zhu Jinling had to say that charm's gowns were very delicate. Nevertheless, when her sight fell on the price tags, Zhu Jinling wondered whether people would buy these gowns because the prices were very high. The quality of the gowns might deserve the prices, but this brand wasn't famous enough. Since she worked in the clothing industry as well, Zhu Jinling knew almost every famous high-end brand in the industry. How dare they price these gowns so high? Nobody will buy them, Ling Xiaojia said with disdain. She agreed with Zhu Jinling that charm's fame didn't match the prices of its gowns. At the same time, Ling Xiaojia also got jealous of charm because of the high level of its designs and workmanship. Miss, although charm isn't very famous for the time being, the quality and design deserve the price. If you like this dress, you can try it. To be honest with you, we already sold out 8 gowns this afternoon, and our customers all like them very much, a saleswoman said to Ling Xiaojia. What? Within an afternoon? Ling Xiaojia was shocked, but she didn't believe it. Are you sure that number is correct? She didn't think a brand without much fame could be so popular among rich customers. Of course it's true, the saleswoman said. The saleswoman remained polite the entire time, even though Ling Xiaojia was a little rude, because all the saleswomen in the store had received professional training. Even if it isn't true, you won't admit it. Ling Xiaojia still refused to believe it. The saleswoman didn't say anything further, but simply smiled. At this time, Ling Xiaojia suddenly saw Gu Ning and her face changed at once. There was obvious hatred on her face. Gu Ning actually heard Ling Xiaojia's conversation with the saleswoman before Ling Xiaojia noticed her. She wasn't mad because she knew that Ling Xiaojia wasn't a kind woman. However, when Gu Ning saw the hatred on Ling Xiaojia's face towards her, she moved her eyes away and ignored Ling Xiaojia. Ling Xiaojia, however, was annoyed by Gu Ning's movement. She ran to Gu Ning and shouted, "How dare you look at me with dislike? Xiaojia!" Zhu Jinling was scared by Ling Xiaojia's behavior and tried to stop her. She knew that Ling Xiaojia didn't have a good temper, but she didn't think it was appropriate to get mad just because of a glance. The saleswoman who served Ling Xiaojia didn't try to catch up to her, but walked away and left it to Gu Ning. Gu Ning turned to look at Ling Xiaojia again. So, she didn't deny that she disliked Ling Xiaojia. You? Ling Xiaojia was mad. Gu Ning, don't think that just because you're Ling Xiaoting's girlfriend you can treat me without respect. You haven't married into the Ling family yet, and it's hard to say whether you can really do that. Hearing that, Zhu Jinling was astonished. What? This girl named Gu Ning is Ling Xiaoting's girlfriend? The famous cold Lord Ling? If this girl is really Lord Ling's girlfriend, she must be very rich or powerful too. Zhu Jinling was aware that Leng Xiaojia hated Leng Xiaoting, so she understood why Leng Xiaojia hated Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend too. Whether I can marry into the Leng family or not has nothing to do with you, Gu Ning said. I don't care about you at all. You? Leng Xiaojia was furious. She wanted to slap Gu Ning, but her hand stopped in the air. It wasn't because Gu Ning stopped her, but she stopped herself. She remembered that Gu Ning wasn't a weak girl at all. If she was going to fight against Gu Ning, she would lose without doubt. Even though Leng Xiaojia didn't think that Gu Ning would dare to punch her, she was still afraid of Gu Ning. Leng Xiaojia was bad-tempered and mean, but she wouldn't pick a losing battle. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Leng Xiaojia put her hand down. Actually, it was better for Leng Xiaojia not to annoy Gu Ning at all, but she couldn't help doing it every time she saw Gu Ning. Gu Ning smirked when Leng Xiaojia put her hand down, which irritated Leng Xiaojia more. Because they didn't cause a lot of noise and the store was full of activity, other people didn't notice what they were doing, but Su Qinin caught Leng Xiaojia putting her hand down. Su Qinin was displeased in an instant. She had never liked Leng Xiaojia even when they were kids. They fought a lot when they were younger and they were like strangers now after growing up. Although the Leng family and the Su family had a close relationship for generations, only Leng Xiaoting maintained it with the young generation in the Su family now. Leng Xiaoshuan and Leng Xiaoxi were much younger than Su Qinin, so they weren't familiar with each other. As a result, when Su Qinin heard Leng Yuanqian's family always acted against Leng Xiaoting, she began to hate them as well. Once Su Qinin saw Leng Xiaojia's angry expression directed at Gu Ning, she knew something must be wrong and walked to Gu Ning. Gu Ning, what's going on here? Nothing, Gu Ning said with a smile. Leng Xiaojia was also displeased when Su Qinin showed up, and at the same time she was surprised that Su Qinin was Gu Ning's friend. Given Leng Xiaojia's bad relationship with Su Qinin, she actually didn't bother to pay much attention to Su Qinin, but she still got jealous that Gu Ning could have a good relationship with Su Qinin, who came from a super-rich family. She simply didn't want Gu Ning to be better than her. Gu Ning, I just saw a beautiful gown. Why don't you come and have a look for me? Su Qinin directly talked to Gu Ning and ignored Leng Xiaojia. Su Qinin didn't know whether Leng Xiaojia was aware that Gu Ning was Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend, but she knew that Leng Xiaojia would hate Gu Ning anyway. Although she hated Leng Xiaojia, she knew it wasn't appropriate for Gu Ning to have conflict with members of the Leng family right now. However, what Su Qinin didn't know was that Gu Ning already had conflict with members of the Leng family. Wait a second. Leng Xiaojia stopped Gu Ning at once. You should apologize to me. Apologize to you? Gu Ning was surprised. Why? You didn't show respect to me, so you should apologize to me, Leng Xiaojia said with arrogance. This reason sounded very ridiculous, because it was Leng Xiaojia's subjective feeling. I don't think it's reasonable, Gu Ning said. She was unwilling to waste time arguing with Leng Xiaojia, but it was obvious that Leng Xiaojia wouldn't let her go without humiliating her. I said you should apologize to me, so you should apologize, Leng Xiaojia said in a domineering tone. Are you crazy or something?
Gu Ning frowned.
At this moment, their argument attracted some attention from other people in the store. Yuzi and Zibang walked over as well. What's going on here? Yuzi asked. Not a big deal. I can handle it, Gu Ning said. Since Gu Ning said that, Yuzi didn't ask further. Afterwards, Gu Ning said to Leng Xiaojia, Miss Leng, please don't bring our personal grudge to a public place. You've already made yourself a joke, and you are affecting the business here. If you keep challenging me, I won't mind teaching you a lesson outside. Gu Ning was afraid that Leng Xiaojia might damage Charm's business. You? Leng Xiaojia didn't know what to say nor do right now. She was worried that Gu Ning would really beat her. She knew that she was no match for Gu Ning. Xiaojia, let it go, Zhu Jinling said. Fine, I can forgive you this time, but don't do it again or you can't bear the result, Leng Xiaojia said and gave herself an out. After that, Leng Xiaojia left with Zhu Jinling. Zhu Jinling didn't want to leave right away, but she had to follow Leng Xiaojia. Who's that woman? Zibang asked. A member of the Leng family, Gu Ning said. Knowing that, Zibang nodded. Does she know that you're Shouting's girlfriend? Zibang asked. She didn't know the conflict Gu Ning had with some members of the Lung family. She knows, Gu Ning said. All right, it isn't important. Have you found any beautiful dresses you like? Zibang understood that Gu Ning was reluctant to talk about this topic, so she dropped it at once. I do like the gowns here and I chose 2 sets, but one of them doesn't fit me, so I need a customized gown, Zibang said with excitement. She didn't care about a brand's fame. Instead, all she cared about was its designs. In addition, she believed that the brand could become an international brand. I can send each of you a set as a gift, but I need to charge you for the second, Gu Ning said to Zibang and Su Qinin. Zibang and Su Qinin were her friends after all. You don't need to do that. We can pay you, Zibang said. She knew that Gu Ning was very generous, so she didn't turn her kindness down. Right, we can actually pay you, but thanks for your generosity, Su Qinin said. Both of them knew that Gu Ning wouldn't take their money if they didn't accept her kindness. They were more than willing to pay for the second gown. It's not a big deal and you can pay for the second dress, Gu Ning said with a smile. After Zhu Jinling and Leng Xiaojia left Charm for a short distance, they heard a conversation between 2 young women who walked by them. Wow, I'm so excited that Charm finally opened. I wonder whether Goddess Gu will come today. I hope she can come so that I can see her in real life. I don't think Goddess Gu will come, since she has so many companies. Hearing their talk, Leng Xiaojia stopped and felt displeased. Goddess Gu? Isn't it the nickname the internet users gave Gu Ning? When Zhao Kai refused to help her deal with Gu Ning the other day, she had read a lot of news about Gu Ning on the internet, so she got to know that Gu Ning had a nickname of Goddess Gu. Because she hated Gu Ning, she didn't think Gu Ning was as outstanding as people said on the internet. Although she had to admit that Gu Ning was indeed very beautiful and successful, instead of admiring Gu Ning, she was only jealous of her. After hearing the 2 women's conversation, Leng Xiaojia was sure that Charm was owned by Gu Ning too, which surprised her. She didn't expect to know that Gu Ning was also the boss of Charm. Thinking of the high quality and attractive designs of Charm gowns, Leng Xiaojia grew more jealous of Gu Ning. She couldn't stand that Gu Ning was better than her, and she was determined to surpass Gu Ning. Zhu Jinling didn't know much about Gu Ning, but she understood that Leng Xiaojia hated Gu Ning, and they were going to compete against Charm. It worried Zhu Jinling because she wasn't confident that they could win. However, she couldn't stop Leng Xiaojia. She only hoped that Leng Xiaojia would be reasonable. Leng Xiaojia was in no mood to shop now, so she went back home afterwards. And since Leng Xiaojia wanted to go home, Zhu Jinling had to leave too. In fact, Zhu Jinling wanted to have a closer look at the gowns in Charm, but she didn't dare mention it given what had just happened. She blamed Leng Xiaojia for it but didn't say it aloud. When the 2 women walked into Charm's store and saw Gu Ning, they got excited at once and called Gu Ning Goddess Gu. As a result, many other people in the store recognized Gu Ning as well and surrounded her without delay. The 2 women realized that they caused Gu Ning a little trouble, but luckily Gu Ning didn't mind it. Since she went there in person, she was prepared to be exposed. Before long, Zibang and Su Qinin bought their favorite dresses and they left together. Gu Ning's fans soon spread the news that she had shown up in the store online, which attracted a lot of attention on the internet. Those who ached to see Gu Ning in real life got excited, but unfortunately Gu Ning was already gone when they read the news. Even though Gu Ning already left, some of them still said that they had to visit the store to have a look at the gowns. Charm finally opened a branch in the capital, and they didn't want to miss this chance. People who were interested in Charm gowns were relatively rich, because the dresses were expensive. In addition, only those who would attend formal events needed those beautiful gowns. When Gu Ning and her friends were talking about what to eat next, she received Leng Xiaoting's call. She told Leng Xiaoting that she was with Zibang and Su Qinin at the moment, and invited him to dine with them. They were all friends after all, so Leng Xiaoting agreed. Gu Ning and her friends at the same time found a good restaurant and ordered the dishes. Before the dishes were placed on the table, Leng Xiaoting arrived. During the meal, Zibang said all of a sudden, "Gu Ning, I'm going back tomorrow. Are you free tonight? Why don't we hang out together?" Sure, Gu-ning said. Why do you have to go back so soon? You can stay here for several days longer. Su Qining said. I would love to, but I need to deal with something else at home, Zibang said. She had left her home for too long, and both her father and older brother were worried about her. Although she had 2 ace bodyguards with her, her family had too many enemies, so her father and older brother hoped that she could go back home early. Zibang also felt that she had had enough fun outside, and it was time to go back home. Fine. Since Zibang had something else to deal with at home, Su Qining wouldn't stop her. Oh, if Jinshen is free tonight, he can join us, Zibang added. She wanted to see him again before she went home. No problem, Su Qining said. Actually, Su Qining was still curious about Zibang's feeling towards Su Jinshen, but she knew that it was their personal affair, so she didn't ask the question. Besides, it was better for Su Jinshen, who was the man, to take action. After the meal, Gu-ning and Leng Xiaoting left, while Su Qining and Zibang separated too. They would gather together again that evening. Su Qining called Su Jinshen without delay, and told him that Zibang was about to leave tomorrow. Hearing that, Su Jinshen felt a little upset. He actually had an appointment with his friends that afternoon, but he thought that he could cancel it for Zibang. Therefore, Su Jinshen agreed to meet them that night. At this time, he was in Su Jinlin's office. He had never been involved in his family's business before, but Su Jinlin left a document at home today, so he brought it. After hanging up the call, Su Jinshen wore an absent look. Su Jinlin noticed it and asked him with concern. What happened? Nothing. I'll leave you to do your work. I should go back now, Su Jinshen said and left. Since Su Jinshen was unwilling to tell him, Su Jinlin didn't ask further. When Leng Xiaojia got home, she told her mother about what had happened with Gu-ning, and Zhang Xuan got mad at Gu-ning's behavior. She hated Gu-ning as much as Leng Xiaojia did, so she believed every word Leng Xiaojia said. Gu-ning is really annoying. I think we should teach her a lesson, Zhang Xuan said with hatred. Since the charm store is owned by her, I'll figure out a way to close it. Mom, what can you do to close it? Leng Xiaojia's eyes lit up at once. I don't have any ideas yet, but I'll think of a good way later, Zhang Xuyuan said. She was determined to punish Gu-ning. Leng Xiaojia beamed with satisfaction, because she knew her mother was more influential than her. Leng Xiaojia didn't tell Zhang Xuan what Gu-ning had achieved before. She didn't want her mother to know how outstanding Gu-ning was. However, if Zhang Xuyuan didn't know how powerful Gu-ning was, she would take Gu-ning lightly, which would cause them to fail. At 4 p.m., Charm Store encountered trouble. A woman bought a gown in the Charm Store, but soon came back with a group of reporters. She accused Charm of making low-quality dresses. Other customers in the store put the dresses in their hands down at once, then surrounded the woman to see whether Charm gowns indeed had quality problems. Yuzi thought that it was impossible, because they had checked every gown before they put it on the shelves. When customers decided to buy any of the dresses in the store, they would check it again before wrapping it up. Madam, we checked this gown right in front of your eyes when you paid for it at the counter, and we all knew it was fine. It's obvious that someone cut and damaged this dress on purpose afterwards. I'm afraid it's your own problem. Yuzi was annoyed after checking the gown once more. She was always polite to customers, but couldn't stand liars. The woman came here with so many reporters in order to cause Charm trouble and ruin its reputation. People then turned to look at the woman in surprise. How could you say that to me? I didn't do it. The woman panicked a little, but refused to admit it. She absolutely wouldn't admit it. Instead, she acted innocent and aggrieved. Nobody cut or damaged this dress on purpose after I left this store. It's your gown's quality that is the problem. When Yuzi was about to say something again, those reporters began to bombard her with sharp questions. Miss, is it true that charm gowns have quality problems? If it's true, isn't the price too high? Don't you feel guilty for doing that? Facing all kinds of accusations and criticisms, Yuzi told herself that she had to stay calm. Those reporters were all bribed by the woman, so they obviously sided with her. Yuzi had never encountered such trouble before, so she didn't know what to do at this moment, but she still did her best to compose herself. Since you don't believe my explanation, I can call my boss and let her explain it to you. Yuzi thought Guning must be able to handle it well. Sure, I can wait. The woman agreed. She didn't believe that the boss of charm could be more powerful than the Lung family. After that, Yuzi called Guning without hesitation. When Guning heard the news, she thought it must have something to do with Lung Xiaojia, because she just had conflict with Lung Xiaojia this morning. It could also be her other enemies in the industry, since peers were competitors. Nevertheless, no matter who the person was, Guning decided to pay them back. She wasn't weak at all and wouldn't swallow the anger either. Without delay, Guning went to Charm along with Lung Xiaoting. Once Guning walked out of the house, she called Kay and told him what had happened before he went to get the surveillance video she wanted. After that, Guning told Lung Xiaoting about the conflict she had with Lung Xiaojia and Charm that morning, because she had a strong suspicion that Lung Xiaojia was involved in this. She didn't want to tell Lung Xiaoting about her, but he was a member of the Lung family too, so she thought that it was necessary for him to be aware of it. Lung Xiaoting was displeased after knowing what had happened to Guning. Normally, he wouldn't bother to punish Lung Xiaojia no matter how unkind she was towards him. However, since Lung Xiaojia began to make things difficult for Guning this time, he couldn't ignore it anymore. If Guning needed his support, he would give her unconditional support. Besides, Guning wasn't someone Lung Xiaojia could mess with. Even though Lung Xiaojia was related to him, Guning was more important in his eyes. It wasn't the peak time for traffic, so Lung Xiaoting and Guning arrived at the shopping mall about 20 minutes later. They parked the car in the underground parking lot, then went to the store at once. Therefore, it only took Guning half an hour to get to the store after she received Yuzi's call. Yuzi and the other staff members were all waiting for her. The woman and those reporters she had bribed stayed too. Most of the customers in the store were also curious to know the result. They cared about it because they were potential buyers of charm gowns. Kay soon sent 4 videos back to Guning. In the first video, the woman handed each of those reporters a thick red envelope. In the second video, the woman went to buy a dress in Charm store, then left. Although this video wasn't useful, Kay still sent it to Guning. In the third video, the woman cut the dress with scissors in a car not far away from the shopping mall. In the fourth video, the woman went back to Charm store along with the group of reporters. Guning knew that it was a trap, so she wasn't surprised after watching the 4 videos. Because it was an emergency, Kay only found the 4 surveillance videos. As for the woman's identity and the reason why she did it, Kay would keep on investigating later. At the same time, some reporters already posted articles and photos on social media, accusing Charm of quality problems. Within a short time, Charm was amid criticisms. Although Guning had many fans, there were a lot of haters on the internet as well, and they seized this chance to attack her and Charm. A while later, Guning's fans found out about it and began to defend her on the internet. Those reporters actually didn't know much about Guning's influence, so they had no idea that they were in trouble now. All in all, most internet users chose to believe Charm and Guning. It could be an accident that the low-quality dress was mixed with high-quality dresses. The garment factory was very large and there were many production lines, so it was understandable that accidents happen sometimes. Even international brands could make mistakes, and it wasn't a serious problem. Some internet users thought the woman was making a big fuss over a minor issue, because she only found one dress which wasn't good enough. Others also believed that it could be a trap laid by a competitor in business, and the woman could be working in the clothing industry too. It wasn't an uncommon thing to see in the business after all. If it was the truth, many internet users would gloat over the woman's failure, because they all knew how powerful and influential Guning was. It wasn't a smart decision for the woman to cause Guning trouble. When Guning and Lung Xiaoting arrived, they attracted a lot of attention from people around them, because they were too noticeable to be ignored. "Hi boss." Yuzi walked to Guning at once. When other people heard Yuzi call Guning her boss, they were surprised. They didn't expect that the boss of Charm was a young girl. The woman rolled her eyes at Guning, because she believed that it was very easy for her to handle a young girl. In addition, she didn't know Leng Xiaoting, so she wasn't afraid of him at all. Once Guning showed up, those reporters turned to ask her questions. "Miss, are you the boss of charm? Can you give us a reasonable explanation for the quality problems of charm? Miss, why are the prices of charm gowns set so high? Oh, please be quiet for a moment, and I promise I'll give you a satisfactory answer after I figure out what has happened here," Guning said. Hearing that, those reporters became quiet and waited for Guning's explanation. "Yuzi, tell me what has happened," Guning said to Yuzi. Although she already knew everything, she still needed to ask Yuzi first. "This man bought this dress in our store today," Yuzi said and pointed at the dress lying on the sofa. "About an hour ago, she came back with a group of reporters and accused us of selling low-quality gowns. I checked the dress myself and found it was deliberately cut and damaged by someone." "Bullshit." The woman interrupted them at once. "You're denying responsibility for the quality problems." Hearing that, Guning wasn't mad but smiled at the woman. "Ma'am, please calm down. You don't have solid proof to prove that the dress is of low quality. Instead, we have enough reasons to believe that you're deliberately causing us trouble. You." The woman was struck dumb for a second. "If there indeed are quality problems with the dress, we will pay you compensation 10 times its price. If not, we'll sue you," Guning said. "Ma'am, let me ask you again. Are you sure this dress hasn't been deliberately cut and damaged after you left Charm's store?" The woman panicked a little, but still refused to admit it. "I'm sure there are quality problems with your dresses, and I didn't cut or damage it on purpose." Those reporters relaxed a little. Actually, they got nervous when Guning said that she could sue the woman if it was slander. However, they knew this woman had powerful support, so they composed themselves. "Great, if you insist, we can call the police," Guning said. "Call the police now." The woman was unwilling to retreat. Actually, she knew the police would be involved beforehand, so she already bribed some policemen. Seeing the woman's reaction, Guning also realized that she must have bribed some policemen beforehand. "Shouting, why don't you call the police for me?" Guning turned to Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting understood what Guning meant, and he left to call the police at once. However, he didn't call the nearby police station, but directly called the Public Security Bureau. During this time, some of those reporters checked the comments of their posts on social media. To their astonishment, they found that most of the internet users defended Guning instead of criticizing her. At the same time, they learned that Guning wasn't an ordinary girl, but the famous goddess Gu. Not only charm, but Jade Beauty Jewelry and Fenghua Entertainment were also owned by her. In addition to her famous companies, Guning had also helped a lot of innocent people, and her bravery as well as kindness had impressed everyone. Those reporters had all heard of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Fenghua Entertainment, although they didn't know much about them. Anyway, it was obvious that Goddess Gu wasn't someone they could mess with. They put their phones down and looked to Guning in surprise. Guning saw their movement and used her jade eyes to see the screens of their phones. When she read the post, she was displeased. She didn't expect that these reporters would post the photos on the internet so soon. Because of Guning's fame and influence, the news already went abroad. Guning wasn't worried about it, because she thought that it was free advertisement for charm. As long as the truth came out later, more people would be interested in charm. Those reporters immediately moved their eyes away from Guning. They somehow felt that the woman's scheme was doomed to failure. They ached to stop the woman, but it was too late to do that. The Public Security Bureau was a little far away from the shopping mall, so they waited for a long time, which made the woman feel strange. She had only bribed some policemen in the nearby police station, and they should have been here right away. About 15 minutes later, a team of policemen finally arrived. The woman didn't know they were sent here by the Public Security Bureau instead of the nearby police station, so she raised her jaw up high with arrogance. She believed that these policemen came here to help her. In fact, the leader of this police team was the director of Dongcheng District Branch of the Public Security Bureau, Fang Dongcheng. Fang Dongcheng recognized Leng Xiaoting at a glance. Although Lung Xiaoting rarely showed his face on TV, Fang Dongqing had seen him from a distance several times before at some important events. Lung Xiaoting had told Fang Dongqing not to reveal that they weren't strangers, so Fang Dongqing pretended that he didn't know Lung Xiaoting and asked directly, "Who called the police?" "It's me," Lung Xiaoting said and stood out. "I called the police for the boss of this store." "Nice to see you, sir. I'm the boss of this store, Gu Ning." Gu Ning greeted Fang Dongqing of her own accord, then continued, "The thing is..." However, before Gu Ning could finish her sentence, the woman interrupted her. "Sir, let me tell you what has happened. Since Miss Gu is the boss of this store, I think she should tell the story first," Fang Dongqing said. The woman was struck dumb for a second, and felt like something was wrong, but she didn't dare say it aloud. Anyway, she still believed that the policeman would side with her. "Miss Gu, please," Fang Dongqing politely said to Gu Ning for the sake of Lung Xiaoting. Although he didn't know Gu Ning's relationship with Lung Xiaoting, he understood that Gu Ning must be important too since Lung Xiaoting was willing to make the call for her. Maybe they were a couple. Fang Dongqing didn't know much about Lung Xiaoting, and he only knew that Lung Xiaoting was Lord Lung, the heir of the Lung family in the capital. "Thanks," Gu Ning said. "This ma'am bought a dress in our store today, and she came back after an hour with a group of reporters. She accused us of selling low-quality gowns, but it isn't the truth. All the saleswomen in our store check the dresses when the customers pay at the counter, so I think this must be a trap aiming to ruin the reputation of our store." "Nonsense. Why should I do that? Do you have any proof?" The woman raised her voice with confidence. She believed that the policeman would side with her, so she had nothing to be worried about. "Do you want proof?"
Gu Ning smiled.
"Great, if you insist, I can show you what proof I have, but I still need to ask you a question first. Are you sure there are quality problems with charm gowns? If not, we can sue you for slander." "I'm very sure there are quality problems with your dresses," the woman insisted. "Very well, sir, I believe you clearly heard it too. Since this ma'am insists, I need to sue her if it proves to be slander," Gu Ning said to Fang Dongqing. She looked very confident and was determined to put the woman in jail. Even though Gu Ning didn't know who Fang Dongqing was, she knew that he must be an important figure in the Public Security Bureau since Lung Xiaoting called him. "Sure, no problem," Fang Dongqing said. He was more than willing to do Gu Ning a favor. Moreover, seeing Gu Ning being so confident, he tended to believe her account. Even if he didn't believe Gu Ning, he should believe Lung Xiaoting. Gu Ning then turned to look at the woman again. "Ma'am, I really feel sorry for you, because I do have enough proof to sue you." Hearing that, the woman stiffened and rounded her eyes in shock. Without delay, Gu Ning walked to the reception and began to play the videos on the computer. The woman finally felt scared now. Those reporters who stood behind her also got nervous. If this woman was really guilty, they would be accomplices. Gu Ning moved the screen to face them and said, "Please watch this video and you'll know the truth." She played the third video case sent her. On the screen, the woman was cutting the dress with scissors in a car. "No, no, no. Impossible." The woman couldn't believe her eyes. Not only the woman, but other people in the store were also shocked. OMG, this woman cut the dress on purpose. How dare she blame Charm for it? She's so shameless. Is she jealous of Charm's popularity? She's hateful given what she has done. These reporters are disgusting too. They're accomplices. They should be put in jail. What they've done is illegal, and they should be punished according to the law. Other people all began to criticize the woman and those reporters behind her. "Ma'am, what do you want to say right now?" Gu Ning turned to look at the woman. I, the woman stammered, because she didn't dare tell them that it was Zhang Xuyuan who told her to do it. However, if she didn't say it aloud, she would have to bear the result herself, which was the last thing she wanted to do now. She did it for Zhang Xuyuan after all. All of a sudden, she questioned Fang Dongqing. "Why did you allow her to play the video?" "Why couldn't I allow her to play the video?" Fang Dongqing frowned. "It's necessary to find out the truth before we take the action. Didn't I tell you to help me?" the woman said. Hearing that, other people were surprised and realized what this woman had done beforehand. It turned out that she had bribed the police to trap Charm. She was so well prepared. Ma'am, I'm afraid that you're mistaking me for another person. We were sent here by the Public Security Bureau instead of the nearby police station, Fong Dongcheng coldly said. In fact, he already figured out the reason why Leng Xiaoting had called him when he heard Gu Ning's account. Leng Xiaoting didn't call the nearby police station because he didn't trust it. What? The Public Security Bureau? How is it possible? The woman rounded her eyes in shock. Now we have enough evidence to prove that you're guilty of ruining the reputation of Charm. Please come to the Public Security Bureau with me for the investigation, Fong Dongcheng said with a serious face. Those reporters were astonished. If they were arrested by the police, they would lose their job. No, you can't arrest me. I'm the wife of the director of Changyue Organization. The woman told her identity at once, trying to stop the police from arresting her. Changyue Organization was a famous, large business corporation in the capital, and it was owned by the Guo family, which was a super-rich family. People turned to look at Gu Ning with sympathy, because they believed that she had to bite her tongue this time. None of them knew how influential Gu Ning was, so they thought that she was just an ordinary girl. Even if some of them were aware that she was the owner of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Charm, they didn't think that she was more powerful than the Guo family. Changyue Organization was a well-known large business after all. In fact, if Gu Ning was an ordinary girl, she indeed would have had to hold her tongue because she was merely nobody in front of Mrs. Guo. Fong Dongcheng, however, wasn't afraid at all, because he came here for the Leng family's sake. I don't care how powerful your family is, you must be punished according to the law given what you've done, Fong Dongcheng said. Everyone was impressed by his honesty. You. Mrs. Guo didn't expect that this policeman dared behave against Changyue Organization, and she felt utterly humiliated. How dare you say that to my face? If you dare arrest me today, I'll make you lose your job. If you want to make me lose my job, you must know who I am first. Fong Dongcheng stayed calm. Mrs. Guo, please allow me to introduce myself. I'm the director of Dongcheng District Branch of the Public Security Bureau, Fong Dongcheng. Knowing that, everyone was shocked again. What? He's the director of Dongcheng District Branch of the Public Security Bureau? They were surprised that the director would come here in person. Gu Ning, however, wasn't surprised, because she knew Leng Xiaoting wouldn't call an unimportant person. What? Mrs. Guo was stunned at this moment. She couldn't believe that Gu Ning was able to get the help from a director. Mrs. Guo, do you still want to resist arrest? Fong Dongcheng said. If you insist on doing this, I can also sue you. Aye. Mrs. Guo didn't know what to say now. She wanted to use Zhang Shiyuan's influence to help herself out, but was afraid that Zhang Shiyuan would be mad at her. As a result, she thought that she could call Zhang Shiyuan at the Public Security Bureau later. In the end, Mrs. Guo and those reporters had to follow Fong Dongcheng to the Public Security Bureau. Before they left, Gu Ning said to those reporters, I don't care what you've posted on the internet not long ago about this drama, but you must delete it as soon as possible. In addition, you should also post the truth out to clear my name, or you'll bear the result yourself. Those reporters felt scared, looking at Gu Ning's serious expression. Even though they didn't know how Gu Ning found out what they had done behind her back, they had to listen to her now. After that, they left with Fong Dongcheng and the other policemen. Gu Ning didn't leave with them, because she knew that Fong Dongcheng would give her a satisfactory answer. Although they had schemed together against Charm, they didn't cause much damage, so they ended up paying Charm the reputation damage compensation. Gu Ning didn't care much about it, because all she wanted was to teach them a lesson so that it wouldn't happen again. A short while later, Gu Ning received Kay's message, and Kay told her Mrs. Guo had contacted Zhang Shiyuan today. It was obvious that Zhang Shiyuan was the mastermind. Leng Xiaojia must have told Zhang Shiyuan what she had been through in Charm. So Zhang Shiyuan planned to avenge Leng Xiaojia by defaming Charm. Although Gu Ning found out who the mastermind was, she didn't say it aloud in public for the sake of the Leng family's reputation. If Jiang Shuyuan's dirty trick was exposed, the whole Lung family would be affected. Gu Ning didn't want the whole Lung family to be affected, but she made up her mind to pay Jiang Shuyuan and Lung Xiaojia back. Once Mrs. Guo was caught, Gu Ning apologized to other people left in the store. "I'm so sorry for what just happened. If you still like charm gowns and are willing to believe us, you're always welcome to shop here. Miss Gu, we understand it isn't your fault. Right, it's Mrs. Guo's fault. She's so evil. We don't know why Mrs. Guo had to do that, but we do like charms gowns and we're also willing to support you. Miss Gu, I'm curious about how you got the surveillance video so soon. I was so surprised when you said that you're the boss of charm. Didn't you watch the video played outside on the TV? Miss Gu is also the owner of Jade Beauty Jewelry. What? It's so unbelievable." People kept complimenting or asking Gu Ning questions. Gu Ning smiled at them but didn't answer those questions. "Oh, I think we're too noisy here. Why don't we go shopping now?" a woman said all of a sudden. "You're right. We should leave Miss Gu some space, haha," another woman said. Afterwards, they left to shop for dresses. "Wow, boss, I really admire you right now," Yuzi said and walked over at this time. Even though she already knew that Gu Ning was a very outstanding girl, she was still impressed by her ability.
Gu Ning smiled.
"I'm afraid I have to leave now. If you encounter any trouble, feel free to call me or President Chun." "Thanks, I will," Yuzi said. She knew that President Chun was Chun Songi. She hadn't met Chun Songi yet, but Gu Ning already gave her his phone number. Although she could get through to Gu Ning most of the time, it wasn't convenient for Gu Ning to answer a call anytime. Chun Songi also had a contact list of all the important members of Gu Ning's corporation. Afterwards, Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting left. When they were in the car, Gu Ning told Lung Xiaoting what Kay had found out about the drama. Lung Xiaoting believed that it must be Jiang Shuyuan's idea too. He was furious after knowing that, but Gu Ning told him not to get involved in it. He also felt grateful that Gu Ning had no intention to expose Jiang Shuyuan's dirty trick for the sake of the Lung family's reputation. Nevertheless, he thought that it was still necessary to punish Jiang Shuyuan. "Ning, you can do whatever you want to do, and I'll support you." It meant he would be supportive if Gu Ning wanted to punish Jiang Shuyuan and Lung Xiaojia. Anyway, in Lung Xiaoting's eyes, Jiang Shuyuan and Lung Xiaojia were merely strangers. "Sure," Gu Ning said with a smile. She felt happy that Lung Xiaoting was protective towards her. Zi Bang called Gu Ning about 5 p.m. and told her to meet them in a specialty restaurant. She had eaten enough beautiful dishes in fancy hotels and wanted to try something different and local. Because of the trouble in Charm's store, Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting were a little late when they arrived. When Zi Bang met Su Jinchun again, they somehow felt a little uneasy talking with each other. Luckily, Zi Bang could talk with Su Qinin to relax the atmosphere. When Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting finally arrived, it was already 6:30 p.m. At the same time, Fang Dongcheng called Lung Xiaoting and told him that Mrs. Guo along with those reporters could be detained for 15 days and charged 30,000 yuan as reputation damage compensation at the most. Ji Yuning didn't care about the reputation damage compensation of 30,000 yuan, but she cared that Mrs. Guo would be detained for 15 days. It was both mental and physical torture for Mrs. Guo, who always lived a luxurious, comfortable life. Gu Ning was satisfied with this punishment. Moreover, she requested that the Public Security Bureau post the truth on its official Weibo account to clear her name and charm, because this drama already caused a sensation on the internet. If the drama hadn't caused a sensation on the internet, Gu Ning might have let it go. Fang Dongcheng agreed with it. Those reporters also posted new articles to clear Gu Ning and charm on social media, and they made it very clear that it was a trap laid by Mrs. Guo. Gu Ning had told them to make it clear, so they didn't dare omit any details. Although they were afraid that the Changhua organization might pay them back, they were more scared of Gu Ning's influence now. Once the truth came out, countless criticisms flooded to the official Weibo account of Changhua organization. The majority of the internet users chose to believe Gu Ning. Before long, this news attracted the attention of the person who was in charge of the official Weibo account of Changhua organization, and he reported it to their chairman at once. When the chairman of Changhua organization, Guo Deping, heard the news, he was mad at his wife's stupid action. However, he still had to figure out a way to help his wife, so he called his wife without delay. The person who answered his call wasn't his wife but Fang Dongcheng. Because Mrs. Guo was in detention now, she couldn't contact other people, and Fang Dongcheng kept her phone with him. As a result, Mrs. Guo failed to call Jiang Xuyuan as well. Mrs. Guo said to Fang Dongcheng when she was put in the detention house, "Mrs. Lung is my good friend. Even if you aren't afraid of Changhua organization, do you dare act against the Lung family? As long as I give Mrs. Lung a call, she'll certainly help me out." When Mrs. Guo said that, she was very confident that Fang Dongcheng would be frightened, because nobody dared to annoy the Lung family. Nevertheless, she was wrong this time. "I honestly don't dare behave against the Lung family, but I have to punish you severely precisely because of that. Do you know who called me?" "Lord Lung, the heir of the Lung family," Fang Dongcheng said. What? Mrs. Guo was shocked, so were those reporters. They couldn't believe that Lord Lung had called the police in person. No wonder Fang Dongcheng came to deal with this small trouble in person. Even though Mrs. Guo had a good relationship with Jiang Xuyuan, and they often gathered together, it didn't mean that Jiang Xuyuan would help her out at any cost. Mrs. Guo had heard of Lord Lung before. She knew Jiang Xuyuan hated this Lord Lung very much, but it was undeniable that this Lord Lung was very outstanding at such an early age. Compared with Lung Xiaoting, Jiang Xuyuan was nobody in the Lung family, so Mrs. Guo had to accept the result. When Fang Dongcheng received Guo Deping's call, he said the same thing. "Hi, Chairman Guo. This is Fang Dongcheng, the director of Dongqing District Branch of the Public Security Bureau. I was going to call you actually." Hearing that, Guo Deping had a bad feeling. "Oh, hi, Director Fang, how's my wife now?" Guo Deping asked. "Mrs. Guo is guilty of defaming charm on purpose, and she'll be detained for 15 days. I'm afraid you need to come in person," Fang Dongcheng said. Guo Deping went to the Dongqing District Branch without delay. At this time, he still had no idea how serious this situation was, because he didn't know whom his wife had offended yet. To his astonishment, Fang Dongcheng refused to release Mrs. Guo when he arrived at the branch. He was mad at Fang Dongcheng's attitude, because he thought that Fang Dongcheng should do him a favor given his social status. After that, he tried to bail his wife out, but Fang Dongcheng turned it down too. Guo Deping was angry this time, but he had to curb his anger. Since Fang Dongcheng was unwilling to help him, he planned to turn to a senior official for help. After all, he had sent them many expensive gifts before, so they should give him a helping hand when he needed it. However, before Guo Deping could do that, Fang Dongcheng stopped him. "Chairman Guo, please don't blame me for this, because the person that Mrs. Guo offended isn't ordinary at all. The boss of Charm is Lord Lung's friend, and Lord Lung called me in person because he knew that Mrs. Guo bribed the police at the nearby police station," Fang Dongcheng said. What? Guo Deping couldn't believe his ears. Although Mrs. Guo's phone was taken away from her, Guo Deping could still see her. He criticized Mrs. Guo the moment he saw her. Mrs. Guo didn't dare to keep it a secret from her husband, and told Guo Deping that it was Jiang Xuyuan's idea. She still hoped that Jiang Xuyuan could help her out. Even though Lung Xiaoting wasn't someone they could mess with, they still needed to try. Guo Deping was unwilling to see his wife being detained, which was humiliating in his eyes, so he agreed to call Jiang Xuyuan. Jiang Xuyuan was shocked when she heard the news from Guo Deping. What? She failed. Jiang Xuyuan didn't care that Mrs. Guo was detained, but the plan failed. She was actually mad at Mrs. Guo for ruining it. Hearing Jiang Xuyuan's tone, Guo Deping understood that it wasn't very likely that she would help his wife out. In fact, it was Jiang Xuyuan's idea, and his wife was detained because of her idea. However, Jiang Xuyuan didn't care about what had happened to his wife, but blamed his wife for everything. Guo Deping had to calm himself down because he needed Jiang Xuyuan's help now. "Mrs. Lung, please help us. Only you can bail my wife out now," Guo Deping said. "Fine, I'll try," Jiang Xuyuan said. She knew that Mrs. Guo was detained because of her idea, so she was willing to make a call. Guo Deping didn't tell her that Leng Xiaoting was also involved, because he was afraid that she might refuse to help him once she knew. After hanging up the call with Guo Deping, Jiang Shuyuan called Fang Dongcheng. She was confident that Fang Dongcheng would listen to her when she called him. Nevertheless, to her surprise, Fang Dongcheng turned her down. Mrs. Leng, I'm sorry, I can't release Mrs. Guo because she's guilty. If I let her go, I'll be punished by my leader. Hearing that, Jiang Shuyuan was displeased. Director Fang, do you think you're powerful enough to act against the Leng family? She coldly said. Of course not. Mrs. Leng, I honestly want to help you if I could, but my hands are tied. Lord Leng called me in person and the boss of Charm is his friend, Fang Dongcheng said. Leng Xiaoting had told him not to release Mrs. Guo no matter who called him. What? Leng Xiaoting is also involved in this. Jiang Shuyuan was astonished, then accepted it because she knew that Gu Ning was Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend. She totally forgot about it when she came up with the scheme. Mrs. Leng, I'm afraid that I've got to go. I'm sorry, Fang Dongcheng said and hung up at once. He was reluctant to argue with Jiang Shuyuan. Actually, Fang Dongcheng was an upright man, and he wouldn't yield to power. Although Jiang Shuyuan had nothing else to say, she still felt humiliated when Fang Dongcheng hung up on her. After making the call, she felt cornered. It was impossible that Leng Xiaoting would agree to release Mrs. Guo. Besides, if Leng Xiaoting found out that it was her idea, he might cause her trouble too. Jiang Shuyuan was afraid of Leng Xiaoting to some extent, and Master Leng cared a lot about him. If Master Leng learned about it, she would be in big trouble. Therefore, Jiang Shuyuan had to exclude herself from it. She called Guo Deping later, and said that she couldn't help him because Leng Xiaoting was also involved in it. It wasn't a surprising answer, but Guo Deping was still disappointed. However, no matter how he hated Jiang Shuyuan, he could do nothing about it now. He had to give it up. Jiang Shuyuan was worried that Mrs. Guo might betray her, so she said, Chairman Guo, I understand that it's my fault that your wife is detained, but I promise I'll do my best to help you in the future as long as you need my support. Hearing that, Guo Deping felt a little better. Since he couldn't bail his wife out, there was no need for him to annoy Jiang Shuyuan, which was useless. Anyway, Jiang Shuyuan promised to help him in the future, which wasn't the worst result. At 6:30 p.m., the official Weibo account of Dongqing District Branch sent out the truth of the case, and thousands of internet users reposted it within a short time. After this drama, more people got to know about Charm, and the reputation of Changhua organization was damaged at the same time. Guo Deping then realized that he should find out who had posted those articles and photos on social media in the first place. He soon got the result that those reporters were hired by Mrs. Guo. It indeed was Mrs. Guo who told those reporters to send the articles and photos out, or those reporters wouldn't have dared to do that. As for the damage to the reputation of Changhua organization, Guo Deping had to accept it. He also understood that the Public Security Bureau wouldn't help him because of the pressure Leng Xiaoting put on it. Therefore, he had to swallow the humiliation. Leng Xiaojia didn't know her mother had already taken the action. At this time she was dining with her friends and their friends in a restaurant, and she heard the news from one of her friends. Although Leng Xiaojia didn't know what her mother would do to hurt Gu Ning and Charm, she knew that it must have been her mother's idea when Charm was amid criticisms earlier today. She knew that Mrs. Guo was a good friend of her mother. If it hadn't been for her mother, Mrs. Guo wouldn't have caused Charm trouble for no reason. There were no clothing lines under Changhua organization, and Mrs. Guo had no conflict with Charm herself. Unfortunately, Mrs. Guo and those reporters were caught by the police and detained now. However, like her mother, Leng Xiaojia also blamed Mrs. Guo for it, and didn't care about Mrs. Guo's safety at all. She and her mother were both selfish people. Wow, the boss of Charm is so influential. She was able to get the surveillance videos of Mrs. Guo. I agree, but Mrs. Guo is too stupid to mess with Gu Ning. She didn't even do her homework to know how many companies Gu Ning has before she played the trick. This woman obviously knew a lot about Gu Ning. Actually, she was a fan of Gu Ning and she admired Gu Ning. She was a friend of Leng Xiaojia's friend, so she didn't know that Leng Xiaojia hated Gu Ning. Hearing their conversation, Leng Xiaojia was getting increasingly angry. It sounded as if they were saying that her mother was stupid, because it was her mother's idea to scheme against Gu Ning. However, Leng Xiaojia absolutely didn't want others to know, so she curbed her anger. Her friends noticed her abnormal expression and asked her with concern, "Xiaojia, what's wrong? You don't look well." Hearing that, Leng Xiaojia immediately put on a smile. "Nothing, I just ate something terrible." "Your expression just scared us," her friend said. "Have some water." "Sure," Leng Xiaojia said and stood up to pour herself a glass of water. She seized this chance and walked into the ladies' room to call Jiang Shuan. Jiang Shuan then told Leng Xiaojia everything. Leng Xiaojia hated Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting more than ever after hearing the result. She blamed Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting for everything. In fact, Gu Ning was the boss of charm, and it was quite reasonable that she fought back once her company was under attack. If they hadn't schemed against Gu Ning, Mrs. Guo wouldn't have been detained. However, such a selfish person as Leng Xiaojia wouldn't reflect on herself. Even though they failed this time, Leng Xiaojia had no intention to give up. As long as she found a good chance, she would still trap Gu Ning again. Gu Ning and her friends chatted with each other for a while longer in the restaurant after dinner. From the beginning to the end, Zi Bang seldom talked with Su Jinshan. Although they were reluctant to leave one another, they didn't show it on their faces. They went in different directions afterwards. Nevertheless, Zi Bang and her bodyguards soon noticed that some people were following them. They were in a suburb now and there wasn't much traffic on the road, which was a good place to attack them. "Since they're here, let's face it," Zi Bang coldly said. She wasn't a coward and was more than willing to fight back against her enemies. Besides, she wasn't in a good mood after leaving Su Jinshan. "No problem," Mengda said and drove to the roadside. He stopped the car at a place where there was nobody around, then got out of it. About 10 seconds later, the car behind them stopped as well and 5 people got out of it. The moment they stepped down from it, they began to shoot at Zi Bang and her bodyguards. Zi Bang, Mengda, and Nan were well prepared, so they raised their guns at the same time. They had all equipped a silencer, so there were no loud gunshots. Compared with the 5 men, Zi Bang, Mengda, and Nan moved faster and shot more accurately. Although the 5 men were quick too, they were soon hit by bullets. Zi Bang understood that they were strong enemies, so she ached to kill them all as soon as possible. Unfortunately, Zi Bang had drunk tonight, so she felt a little dizzy and a bullet hit her arm before she could notice it. "Lady Zi." Mengda and Nan were shocked. Zi Bang was furious when she felt the pain from her arm, so she started killing them with a shot each. Mengda and Nan ran to protect Zi Bang, while firing against their enemies too. After several rounds, all 5 men were lying dead on the ground. They wouldn't hesitate to kill if their lives were in danger. If there were other people around them, they wouldn't have directly killed those men, but there was nobody around, so it was very easy for them to deal with the result. Zi Bang and her bodyguards got back in their car without delay and left soon. Once Zi Bang was in the car, she called Gu Ning. "Gu Ning, could you please do me a favor? I just encountered trouble at XX Road. Can you help me tell Kay to hack the surveillance cameras along the road?" Zi Bang said. They had killed several men after all. "Are you injured?" Gu Ning had acute hearing and she sensed that Zi Bang wasn't right now. "It's not a big deal. I'm slightly injured," Zi Bang said. She didn't want Gu Ning to be worried about her. "Do you have the pills I gave you?" Gu Ning asked. "Oh, I forgot to bring them with me," Zi Bang said. Then realized that she forgot to bring the pills Gu Ning had given her. "Drive back to where we separated. I'll see you there," Gu Ning said. Since it was an emergency, she had to go see Zi Bang in person. "Sure," Zi Bang said, then told Mengda to drive back to the intersection. She agreed to meet Gu Ning right now because she indeed needed treatment. Gu Ning's pills were quite effective, and she believed that she would be fine. If her family found out that she was injured, she might not be allowed to go outside again. Leng Xiaoting heard Gu Ning's conversation with Zi Bang, so he turned the car of his own accord. Gu Ning called Kay at once and told him to help Zi Bang. After that, she also called Su Jinshan and told him that Zi Bang was injured, and that she was going to meet her at the intersection. Gu Ning didn't tell Su Jinshan because she hoped that he could seize this chance to get closer to Zi Bang. But because they were all friends, Zi Bang was injured once they left her, so they should come back to take care of her. When Su Jinshan heard the news, he got nervous and worried. He sped up without hesitation and turned the car around. Jinshan, what's wrong? Su Qinin was a little scared. Gu Ning just told me that Miss Zi is injured, Su Jinshan said. Although he sounded calm, his hands were actually shaking. What? Su Qinin was astonished. Let's go to see her right now. At this time, Zi Bang and her bodyguards arrived at the intersection. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting came a little while later. The second Mangda saw Gu Ning's car. He got out and opened the car door for her. Zi Bang was hit by a bullet, and it was still in her body, so she was in a lot of pain and had to stay in the car. Gu Ning had prepared the medicine before she came here. She noticed the wound on Zi Bang's arm when she saw Zi Bang. There was a bullet in Zi Bang's arm. Gu Ning asked nothing and directly told Zi Bang to take a power crystal first. Then she began to check the wound. Afterwards, Gu Ning put down her backpack, then took out a box with all kinds of surgical tools inside. She kept it in the telepathic eye space at all times, in case she needed it. Gu Ning adeptly removed the bullet from Zi Bang's arm. Because Zi Bang had taken a power crystal, she didn't feel much pain. Leng Xiaoting followed Gu Ning and got out of the car, but he didn't get in Zi Bang's car and stayed outside. Zi Bang was a woman after all, so he should move his eyes away. Before long, Su Jinshan and Su Qinin arrived. How's she now? Su Jinshan asked with anxiety. We were chased by 5 armed men, and a bullet hit Lady Z's arm. Luckily, Miss Gu is here, so Lady Z will be fine, Mengda said. What? 5 armed men? Su Qinin was shocked. She wasn't clear about Zi Bang's family background, and thought that it was unbelievable. She didn't ask further, because she knew that it wasn't appropriate. Zi Bang didn't know that Su Jinshan would come as well, so she was very nervous upon hearing his voice. Gu Ning didn't miss Zi Bang's reaction but said nothing. She knew there was chemistry between them, but it would take time for them to gradually accept each other. No matter what, it was their own personal affair, and Gu Ning thought that it was better for her to remain silent. A while later, Gu Ning pushed the car door open and stepped down. Once she showed up, she was surrounded by her friends. How's she now? They asked her. She's fine and she'll fully recover in a few days, Gu Ning said. Knowing that, they were relieved. However, Su Jinshan was still worried because he didn't see Zi Bang with his own eyes. He then moved to look at Zi Bang with obvious worry in his eyes. How do you feel now? Zi Bang felt a little uneasy being stared at by him, and her heart was pounding fast. I'm fine, it wasn't painful at all because of Gu Ning's medicine. Because of the power crystal, Zi Bang's face wasn't pale anymore and went back to normal. Great. Su Jinshan relaxed. Then he said to Leng Xiaoting, Xiaoting, why don't we send them back to the hotel together? Given what had happened, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting wouldn't allow Zi Bang to leave alone again. They went back to the hotel together afterwards. On the way, Zi Bang kept thinking of Su Jinshan. She had to admit that her heart skipped a beat when Su Jinshan looked at her with that gentle look. Lady Z, are you all right? Nan noticed the absent look on Zi Bang's face and asked her with concern. Oh, I'm fine, Zi Bang said and flushed a little. When they arrived at the hotel, Gu Ning said to Zi Bang, Bang, you don't need to worry about the surveillance cameras. Nobody will know what happened on that road. Kay had sent Gu Ning a message and told her what exactly had happened on the road. The police also found 5 bodies later, but the surveillance cameras were all hacked, so they had no clues to find the killer. Without enough clues, it was very difficult for the police to find out the truth. After preliminary investigation, the police found out that the 5 men were from Southeast Asia. Although they had ID cards with them, the information on the ID cards didn't match them. It was obvious that they were killed in the middle of something illegal. Since they were criminals, the police wouldn't bother to thoroughly investigate it. Thank you so much for your help.
Zibeing thanket kuning.
In fact, even if the police found out that she was the killer, she would still be fine and safe because they all came from Southeast Asia, and they would be judged back in their country. The Z family was very influential in Southeast Asia, and Zibeing was confident that her family could protect her well. When will you leave tomorrow? Guning asked. The plane will take off at 9:40 a.m., Zibeing said. Great, I'll send you to the airport tomorrow, Guning said. Zibeing understood that Guning was worried about her safety, but she didn't want to bother her. It's fine, we can take care of ourselves. Let me send you to the airport. I'll meet you at 8 a.m., Guning said and insisted. Zibeing then accepted her kindness. Hearing their talk, Su Jinshan opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He wanted to send Zibeing to the airport himself, but Zibeing already accepted Guning's offer, so he closed his mouth. In addition, he felt nervous talking to Zibeing now. They walked Zibeing and her bodyguards to their rooms before they left. Zibeing and Su Jinshan, however, felt upset when they separated from each other. Tang Bingsen arranged for someone to find out what Tang Aining had done during the past days, but he got nothing useful. Kay had removed any connection between Guning and the Tang Aining from surveillance cameras, so nobody would know that Guning and Tang Aining were the same person. Tang Bingsen only found the car that Tang Aining had driven yesterday to meet Chiziua in the suburb. Other than that, he didn't get anything useful. Tang Bingsen was shocked by the result, because it turned out to be very hard for him to find out where Tang Aining was right now. If he couldn't get any useful information about Tang Aining, it would be impossible for him to kill her. In fact, Tang Aining seemed to appear out of blue, and she could disappear without anyone knowing it. Tang Bingsen thought for a long while, then was even more certain that Tang Aining wasn't his dead daughter, Tang Aining, but could be a good friend of his dead daughter. Tang Aining's good friend disguised herself as Tang Aining in order to avenge Tang Aining's death. It had to be the truth. Tang Bingsen was very sure of it. Since Tang Aining was able to hide her traces and dared to act against the Tang family, he must be alert and prepared. Anyway, he still had several photos of the Tang Aining, which could help him find her. The next day, Guning and Lung Xiaoting went to pick up Zibeing and her bodyguards, then drove them to the airport. When they got back from the airport, Guning said to Lung Xiaoting, I'll fly back to City B tomorrow, and I'll stay in City B for a few days. After that, I'll go to City F to attend the National College Entrance Examination. The National College Entrance Examination was only 20 days away. Guning was still a student, so she should go back to her school before the important exam. Moreover, she also wanted to gather together with her friends in the high school more often. It was possible that they wouldn't see each other again after the National College Entrance Examination. I'm leaving for the military base too, so I can't go with you, Lung Xiaoting said. It's fine, Guning said. Why don't we dine with Grandpa and his friends this afternoon before we leave the capital? Guning asked. Good idea, Lung Xiaoting said. After that, Guning called Master Lung and his friends, and they all excitedly agreed to dine together. Guning also said that she could cook for them in Lung Xiaoting's house. Although Master Lung indeed wanted to taste the food cooked by Guning, he knew that she was going to leave tomorrow, so he didn't want her to be tired. As a result, they decided to dine outside, and she would cook for Master Lung next time. As for the restaurant, Guning left the choice to Master Lung. Master Lung understood that Guning was very considerate, so he directly picked a restaurant. They all loved a restaurant with a good environment, so they would meet in a nearby mountain villa not far from the Lung family's house. It was still early, so they agreed to meet there at 6 p.m. that night. For now, Guning planned to go to the headquarters of Shengning Organization. When Zibeing boarded, she sent Guning, Su Jinshan, and Su Qinin a message. Guning and Su Qinin soon sent her a message back, but Su Jinshan stared at her message for a long time in silence. The plane soon took off and Zibeing had to turn her phone off. She didn't see Su Jinshan's reply before she turned her phone off, and felt a little disappointed. When Zibeing already turned her phone off, Su Jinshan finally sent her a message back. Su Jinshan, safe travel. Tell me when you arrive. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting left for the mountain villa at 4:30 p.m. Although it only took them half an hour to get there, they were the younger generation, so they should be there earlier to show their respect for the older generation. It was only a little past 5 p.m. when Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting arrived, so they went to have a walk in the yard. They had already booked a private room. The name of this mountain villa was Phoenix Villa, and it consisted of buildings in a traditional style with a large grassland and countless trees and flowers. The founder of this restaurant must be very rich because it was very big and had a beautiful view. Other than for its view, it was also famous for its delicious food. People who dined here were all members of high society because everything was expensive in Phoenix Villa. Normally, a simple meal cost dozens of thousands of yuan, and ordinary people could barely afford it. After walking for a while, Gu Ning suddenly stopped because she smelt something special which belonged to cultivators. She turned to look around. In a private room, an old man and a 17-year-old girl sat across from each other, and they were cultivators. Gu Ning knew cultivator had acute senses, so she immediately withdrew her look. There was a swing about 5 meters away from the private room, and Gu Ning was curious to know what they were talking about, so she said to Leng Xiaoting, "Xiaoting, why don't we have a rest on the swing?" Gu Ning decided not to tell Leng Xiaoting what she had found for the time being. "Sure," Leng Xiaoting said, and they walked to the swing together. Gu Ning sat on the swing without delay, and Leng Xiaoting gently pushed her. The swing started to move, but Gu Ning carefully listened to the sounds in the private room. There was a short distance between them, so Gu Ning was able to hear their conversation clearly. "Zongxue, I already found out that the owner of Colorful Jade Provider is a girl named Gu Ning. She's studying in high school now, and will attend the National College Entrance Examination this year. I don't know which university she wants to study in, but I can send you to her school first. You need to seize every chance to make friends with her. Once you can become good friends with her, it'll be much easier for us to buy jade from her," the old man said with a serious face. Knowing that, Gu Ning was greatly surprised. She didn't expect that cultivators were interested in her too. "Sure, Grandpa," Bailey Zongxue said. Bailey Zongxue was the eldest lady from the Bailey family, which was the leading family of the 4 most powerful families in the cultivation world. The old man was the head of the Bailey family, Bailey Qifeng. When Bailey Qifeng heard that Colorful Jade Provider could provide high-quality jade, but limited the amount, he was curious and had an idea. He planned to let Bailey Zongxue, who was the same age as Gu Ning, make friends with her. They simply wanted more high-quality jade, and had no intention to scheme against Gu Ning. In addition, they would pay for the jade. Bailey Zongxue was younger than Gu Ning, so she had to jump to the 12th grade in order to be friends with Gu Ning. Actually, it was already settled, and Bailey Qifeng invited the person who did them that favor to dine together in order to thank the person. Bailey Zongxue was very good at studying, so it wasn't difficult for her to jump to the 12th grade. Only offspring of the powerful families in the cultivation world could study in the normal people's world. In the following minutes, Bailey Qifeng randomly chatted with Bailey Zongxue. Gu Ning soon felt bored, and went to their private room with Leng Xiaoting later. It was almost 5:30 p.m. now, and Master Leng along with his old friends would arrive soon. About 5 minutes later, Master Leng and Leng Xiaoxuan came. When Leng Xiaoxuan found out that his grandfather was going to dine with Gu Ning, he insisted on going with his grandfather. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting immediately stood up to welcome Master Leng when he arrived.
Grandpa Leng, Xiaoxun.
Gu Ning greeted them with a smile. "Nice to see you again, my sister-in-law," Leng Xiaoxuan said. Although Gu Ning hadn't married into the Leng family yet, he knew both his grandfather and Leng Xiaoting were very satisfied with Gu Ning. He also wanted Gu Ning to be his sister-in-law too. Gu Ning felt a little shy when Leng Xiaoxuan called her his sister-in-law, but Master Leng and Leng Xiaoting were happy to hear that. "Please be seated," Gu Ning said to them then. "Ning, you lost weight. I haven't seen you for days. Were you too busy to eat properly?" Master Leng said. He even gave Leng Xiaoting a blaming glance. In fact, Master Lung always complained that Lung Xiaoting cared more about Gu Ning than him, but he cared more about Gu Ning than he did about Lung Xiaoting as well. Although Master Lung didn't think his future granddaughter-in-law's family background was very important, he still liked an easygoing girl. It would be easier for him to get along with an easygoing girl. I wasn't and ate a lot as usual, Gu Ning said. She didn't think that she had lost too much weight, but she might be a little skinny in the eyes of the older generation. Compared with her peers, she had a standard build. Many girls thought that the slimmer they were, the better it was, but Gu Ning had a different idea. She preferred to keep in shape by exercising a lot so that she could be healthy and attractive at the same time. I know young girls are very sensitive about their weight, but I don't think a skinny girl is beautiful. I only hope that you can be healthy, Master Lung said. Gu Ning understood that Master Lung cared a lot about her, and she felt quite touched. Grandpa Lung, you don't need to be worried about me. I can take good care of myself and I exercise regularly. In addition, I also have magical pills to help me stay strong and energetic, Gu Ning said with a broad smile. Hearing that, Master Lung remembered that Gu Ning indeed had a lot of magical pills. It was impossible that Gu Ning couldn't stay healthy. Gu Ning had cured many people with the magical pills after all. Haha, you're right. Master Lung laughed. At this time he finally turned to look at Lung Xiaoting, but then asked Gu Ning again. Ning, has shouting ever annoyed you? Gu Ning was struck dumb for a second, then felt amused. No, not once. Shouting treats me very well. Great. If he dares annoy you, tell me. Grandpa will help you teach him a lesson, Master Lung said, and he totally supported Gu Ning. Lung Xiaoting was amused too. He definitely wouldn't annoy Gu Ning. He didn't have the heart to do it. Gu Ning glanced at Lung Xiaoting, then said, Sure, I'll tell you if Xiaoting dares to annoy me. Actually, Master Lung said that only because he was worried that Gu Ning might leave Lung Xiaoting one day. As Lung Xiaoting's grandfather, Master Lung believed that Lung Xiaoting would take good care of Gu Ning, and he said that to Gu Ning only to let Gu Ning know that she was very important in his eyes. A short while later, Master Su came. Nice to see you again, Grandpa Su, Gu Ning said, standing up at once, followed by Lung Xiaoting and Lung Xiaoshuan. Hi, Grandpa Su, they said. Been a while, girl Gu. Master Su said. I'm sorry for being so busy these days, and we can finally get together tonight, Gu Ning said. Girl Gu, you don't need to work so hard at such an early age. Other teenagers are enjoying themselves, but only you are occupied with work, Master Su said. I have my own plan and I don't like to hang out all day, Gu Ning said. She was indeed very busy dealing with her business. When she was just reborn, she and Gu Man had lived a very difficult life, so she made up her mind to change their life. Besides, she also needed to pay her enemies back. If she hadn't suffered a lot, she would have enjoyed her adolescence as other teenagers did. However, she had to work hard to become as successful as possible in order to fulfill her goal. Several minutes later, Jiang Zhongyu and Jiang Ruining arrived. Lung Xiaoshuan had called Jiang Ruining and told him to come to enjoy the meal together with them. Ever since Gu Ning had rescued them last time and defeated Peng Yunlong in the fighting competition, they became her fans. If Gu Ning weren't Lung Xiaoting's girlfriend, they would love to gather together with her more often. Lung Xiaoxi also gained a lot of attention and jealousy from her schoolmates when they learned that Gu Ning was her future sister-in-law. She enjoyed it when others were envious of her.